be surprised by the leader of the Socialist group, who really should bring her own house in order before moralizing. Thank you.
In Ukraine,
done against Romania, because despite European regulations and in spite of all the checks carried out by the European Commission, Romania and the Romanians were refused a fundamental right, that is being full citizens of the European Union. Prime Minister, when it comes to prices, when it comes to inflations, when it comes to the 3 million Ukrainian refugees passing through Romania, I think there should be some acknowledgement paid to that. There's a lot of goods traffic also coming through Romania. So please put right this wrong. The signs are good. I think this is the right time for you to put right a wrong, which is obvious and has been done against Romania, and the Romanians, please work towards Romanian accession to the Schengen area. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Kyuchuk for 1 minute.
Благодаря, госпожо председател. Уважаеми господин министър-председател.
The future of the Schengen area. The future of the Schengen area. Bulgaria and Romania need to become full-fledged members of it. Why isn't this one of your subjects? How are we going to win the hearts of European citizens? How are we going to make sure that in 2024 everybody strives for an ambitious European project? If Bulgaria and Romania are yet still waiting. And another important topic, the Western Balkans. Are you going to continue the policies of the previous presidencies? They really focused on the Western Balkans, but you haven't included this topic in your priorities. Is there going to be a summit with the countries from the Western Balkans? It's a very important geopolitical issue, no matter who holds the presidency.
510. There you go.
Thank you. Tack så mycket för ordet.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Madam President. The Swedish presidency is coming at just the right moment. People across Europe are concerned. We've got a number of crises ahead of us. We've got energy crisis, the war in between Europe and Ukraine, inflation, but particularly fuel prices are high for normal people. Innovation has been very important for Sweden and will be important for the future. We are a model for other countries, and we should be, but the Swedish government is showing how important it is to have good cooperation between different groups and different political orientations. That allows inclusion of people with different political opinions. So Sweden's government should be a model for all of us in this House. We all have been elected democratically to this House, but many people in this House have an odd view of democracy. Their political ideas seem to be just throwing stones at others. I hope that Ulf Kristersson's government will be successful and have the best of luck in the presidency. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Sean Kelly is next for 1.5 minutes.
Roberta, Sweden takes on the presidency of the Council at a time of great flux for the EU, as we face numerous political, economic and security challenges. Almost 1 year ago, Putin's tanks rolled into Ukraine and began his bloody war of aggression. The war in Ukraine exposed vulnerabilities in our critical systems and triggered an unprecedented energy crisis inside the bloc. We must future-proof our energy system. I call on the Swedish Government, during its presidency of the Council, to draw on Sweden's long-standing reputation as a climate leader and to bring forward measures that allow for the efficient production, storage and distribution of energy to citizens and businesses across Europe, guided by the energy efficiency first principle. In particular, I sincerely hope that during the Swedish presidency, the Parliament and the Council can work closely to secure an agreement on the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, of which I am the lead negotiator on behalf of the EPP Group. This file is particularly unique and addresses a fundamental pillar of achieving our climate goals, the built environment. Difficult decisions will have to be made, but as legislators, it is our responsibility to look at our long-term interests regardless of political gain. Disinformation about the EPPD is already starting to circulate, and the EU institutions and Member State governments must take action to set the record straight. It is my hope that the Swedish presidency can be a leader in this area, and I look forward to close cooperation over the next 6 months to deliver a strong and effective EPPD.
Thank you. Sean Margarita Marques for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister, Vice President Šefčovič, the revision of the rules for economic governance of the EU and the debate on new own resources to finance the challenges we face at the European level, these are two of the most important points on the European agenda of this semester. When it comes to economic governance, we need the presidency to get an agreement in the Council so that the legislative proposals actually get through and the Parliament is in a position to play its role as co-legislator. The Member States need clear, simple, transparent, balanced, timely rules so that they can prepare their national budgets for 2024. We need to know what the intentions of the EU institutions are when it comes to activating or disactivating the escape clause. And when it comes to new own resources, that is going to be essential for meeting the commitments we've taken under Next Generation EU, but also for raising the level of ambition of the EU. It's not enough to talk about strategic autonomy. We need to build it and finance it. So on these two issues, we hope that the Swedish presidency feels the urgency. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Margarita. Nils Torvalds is next for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Put on your seatbelts and your headphones because I'm going to speak in Swedish. That doesn't concern you, probably. Vad är det Sverige kunde göra så?
Well, what can Sweden do as a presidency? What can they do better? There's an unfortunate tendency in the European Union to describe everything in these wonderful terms. Everything is fantastic and the money's flowing in, etc., etc. But more realism could create more trust. We might need a bit of that. In the legal debate on the EU, there's a term that recurs, competence creep. Well, what does that actually mean? It means that the border between what the Union should be doing and what others should be doing is a little bit of a grey area. And that gives space for a number of populist movements. Well, I'm sure you know them very well. We certainly know them in Finland and in pretty much all European countries. The legislative process starts with Council conclusions. But if you look at the situation a little bit more closely, the situation is a bit problematic. These are very roughly written, they're very vague. They don't steer the process the way that would better reflect the Member States' interests and intentions. Nils Ferlin once said, "Have you lost your words and your papers?" Use that as a moment to think twice, to think whether what you had written was any good. And in most cases, Council conclusions are very badly written. There was a good reference in your speech that I was very grateful for. You said, "I woke up in Helsinki." I was very pleased with that. Thanks a lot.
Tack, Nils. The next is Benoît Ludgen pour 1 minute. Benoît, tu as la parole.
Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Prime Minister, you talked about supporting Ukraine economically and militarily, and you've made that an absolute priority of your presidency, which is something I welcome. You've seen during recent days, however, the hesitation that various European countries have shown when it comes to providing military support. And I hope, Prime Minister, that you'll use your presidency to boost European defence, which I think is essential for our sovereignty and independence and will show the strength of Europe. Now, this sovereignty also relates to strategic sectors such as digital, energy, health, defence, which I've already mentioned, etc. And for us, this sovereignty really shows our independence and strength. It shows it to our citizens, but also to the rest of the world. And I hope, Prime Minister, you will move in this direction during your presidency to ensure that our independence is stronger so that we can defend our democratic values, which are crucial for the rest of the world and for Europeans. Thank you.
It's Birgit Sippel's time for 1 minute.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. Digitalisation, artificial intelligence, drivers for more innovation and opportunity in Europe. We need to look at digital fundamental rights from the outset, however. Looking at the work programme for the Swedish presidency, what I see is that the digital agenda is not all that prominent. The e-privacy regulation is only mentioned in passing. It is high time that e-privacy becomes a top priority. We need an agreement here so that we know that we can rely on our communications being confidential. We need legal certainty for companies in Europe. And what about people? They want to be able to communicate without fearing that they will be profiled when they browse on the internet or that their communications will be leaked. So recognise the protection of digital fundamental rights. Finally, once and for all, reach an agreement on the e-privacy regulation or directive. Thank you.
Thank you, Birgit. Next is Eva Popcheva for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear Prime Minister, thank you for coming. Vice President Šefčovič, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Prime Minister, that anti-money laundering is also one of your priorities under your presidency. It is definitely also a priority for this House, much more so after Qatargate and the realization that this Parliament is not immune to corruption. The EU's hands-off approach towards dirty money has only yielded scandals. The time has come to crack down on it. The EU must be bolder than ever if it wants to put an end to its complicity towards illicit finance. It needs a new anti-money laundering authority to put an end to economic nationalism, to make sure Russian oligarchs pay for their complicity in the crimes that are being committed in Ukraine. This new authority will be a game changer, an EU-wide supervisor able to utilise financial intelligence too. Thanks to it, the EU will no longer be laundromat for tax evaders and other criminals. I look very much forward to working with you, with the Swedish presidency, to make this vision a reality. Let's get it done.
Thank you very much. Eva Andrius-Kubilius next for 1 minute. Go ahead, Andrius.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Swedish colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate and to thank Swedish Prime Minister for such a clear statement on Ukraine being a major strategic priority for Swedish presidency. And I would like to stress the importance of just a few points of this broad Ukraine agenda. It would be very important that during Swedish presidency, decisions should be made in order to start EU membership negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova during this year. We need to win not only military battles, but also political and geopolitical battles against Kremlin. Second, as it was mentioned by my colleagues, during this week, European Parliament I hope will pass a resolution on the establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of war aggression. I hope that the Swedish presidency, together with Ukrainian authorities, will do everything this tribunal to be established during this year. And the last point, after Kremlin wants more terrorist attack against apartment buildings, this time in Dnipro, I hope the Swedish presidency will put Wagner and other Russian military groups onto the EU list of terrorist organizations, as the European Parliament recently demanded. Good luck. Likatil.
Thank you very much, Andrius. Next is Thijs Royten for 1 minute.
President, Presidency, Commission, security, effective management, operational and strategic cooperation. Do not be misguided. These words are not about enhanced cooperation on defence. These come from the Swedish Presidency intentions on Asylum and Migration Pact. And I'm aware of the political background of the Swedish government, and I did not expect many nice words. Nevertheless, I think it's important to emphasise that we are always talking about people, people like all of us here. Dehumanising them leads to crowded refugee camps, pushbacks, even shooting at our borders. Dehumanising them leads to unfounded fears in our society instead of solidarity we need. And only by including humanity and solidarity in our European asylum and migration policy, we can come out better and stronger together. And I noticed that the rule of law and fundamental rights are priorities of the presidency, and I applaud that. But I will ask you, be consistent and make these values also central in all your work, not only when electorally convenient. Having said this, I wish you all the best and look forward to a fruitful cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Thijs. Next is Dacian Cioloș for 1 minute. Dacian, you have the floor.
Domnule prim-ministru, vin din România și nu vă...
Prime Minister, I come from Romania, and it will be no surprise to you that I will talk about my country. For me and millions of Romanians and Bulgarians, blocking our legitimate access to Schengen was a huge disappointment at the end of last year. This can have incalculable consequences if this is not actively addressed in coming months. I would ask your presidency to correct this injustice through diplomacy, through proactive mediation, in order to overcome these blockages, especially when it comes to Austria and the Netherlands. Unless this is done, any discussion about European solidarity will be viewed with mistrust by citizens who believe in solidarity and have a strong attachment to European values. Discussions for an agreement on asylum and migration must not block the legitimate and legal right of Romanian and Bulgarian citizens to be part of the Schengen area. With political will, all the prerequisites are in place for a decision on accession to Schengen by the end of this presidency. Thank you.
Dacian, next is Carlo Ressler for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Prime Minister, dear colleagues. In the new era of deep uncertainty, Europe, as the best place to live in the whole world, if it wishes to retain this title, needs to seriously think about investing in its security, including the state border security and the economic and technological competitiveness. Your presidency can direct Europe in a good direction. Therefore, I salute your focus to the issue of defense, migrations, energy, all of these topics that have a critical influence to everybody's life and are a true test of European policies and the European civilization. Do not neglect work in our immediate neighborhood, Bosnia and Herzegovina and other countries in southeast of Europe, because this is the key, it is important, and it is something that concerns all of us. The Czech presidency, Croatia will remember as a very good and quality time, and I wish all the success to Sweden in difficult times. Let us get back to our basics, to our roots. Common sense policies are something that made Sweden and Europe what it is today, and they will preserve Europe in the future. Thank you.
Carlo, I give the floor next to Lukáš Kohut for 1 minute.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Premierze, bardzo się cieszę, że to właśnie Królestwo Szwecji będzie przewodzić przez nas.
Thank you. Well, the Swedish presidency is now taking over the helm of the European Union, and I'm very pleased because Sweden is a country that takes up challenges and acts. For example, you've joined NATO, and in Europe we need brave leadership during these difficult times. We need a consensus to build European security and defence policy. We need to help Ukraine as well. Ukraine is fighting for European values for all of us. But we also need leadership that is not afraid to take on important social issues. I'm the co-rapporteur on the Istanbul Convention rapporteur, and I'm also a feminist, and I'm fully convinced that adopting this legislation is a priority for you, and that's a good thing. The work that I'm doing with Mr. Kokolari, who's Swedish, will help in many cases where there's violence, and I hope that the Parliament and Council will open a new chapter in the rights of women in Europe, and the Convention on the violence against women will be ratified by the whole EU. Thank you.
And Varborn for 1.5 minutes.
Fru talman,
Madam President, Prime Minister, Commissioner Šefčovič, as a Swede and as a member of the Moderate Party, I look forward to this Swedish presidency optimistically. Sweden is taking on the leadership at a time when Europe is being pressed from several fronts in parallel crises. We have war on our continent, urgent climate challenges, electricity prices and inflation sending shockwaves through the economy, and European businesses facing ever stiffer global competition. Let me focus on competitiveness. Europe is falling behind there. Not just now, faced with this urgent situation. This has been ongoing for some time. We have failed in nurturing a business climate. Our red tape is too heavy, our taxes are too high. We must be very clear when we talk about this. And these realizations must urge us to act. It is urgent that we improve our business climate if we want to strengthen our economic standing globally. That is why I want to applaud our Prime Minister, because he so clearly has said that he will place competitiveness at the centre of his presidency. In these difficult times, we cannot afford to continue as if nothing were happening. Incentives to entrepreneurship need to be strengthened. We need to adopt free trade agreements. We need to do away with red tape. We need to intensify digitalisation, and we need to increase our investments in research and development. We must try every avenue to improving our business climate, because it is only by having vital and profitable companies that we can regain the path to growth and a stable economic framework. A sound business climate is the key to continued wealth for European citizens. I want to wish our Prime Minister all the very best, as well as to our Minister for European Affairs and to the Swedish Government. Thank you.
Next for 1 minute.
Fru talman.
Madam President, Commissioner, Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson. In times when worry is present in every cell of our beings, I'm reminded of the words of our previous Prime Minister, Olof Palme. Society has been made by humans, and if something is wrong in it, we can change it. Colleagues, every week, at least 50 women are murdered in the EU. Let that sink in. Not one word was said about this heinous crime in the Prime Minister's speech. As the lead negotiator on the directive on men's violence against women and domestic violence, my message to Ulf Kristersson, my question would be whether the Swedish presidency will work actively so that I and my colleague Francis Fitzgerald's proposal will be adopted to adopt Swedish legislation more broadly on purchase of sexual acts. We are shocked by the tone deafness in abolishing Swedish feminist foreign policy and in cuts to global development aid, that has no place in a time of global challenges. Girls in Afghanistan, Iran and other countries around the world are fighting for their lives and their freedom. We're told that they want to prioritise a safer world, but how are we contributing to that when we remain silent in the face of the Iranian regime, when we will not declare the despotism that is happening in Turkey? Having said all this, I want to wish our Prime Minister and the Swedish presidency all the best in their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a number of colleagues who have asked for Catch the Eye, which means that 5 colleagues will be given the floor from their seat. We start with Henna Virkkunen and then Arba Kokalari.
Arvoisa puhemies, arvoisa pääministeri Kristersson, haluan toivottaa mitä parasta
Thank you. I would like to wish you every success throughout your presidency. You have selected wonderful priorities: security, rule of law, the digital and green transition. I'm particularly pleased that you have made competitiveness one of your flagship initiatives. It is vital that the European Union continues to flourish, that our companies continue to flourish and create jobs. They need qualified workforce, and we need legislation that fosters investment in Europe. I am pleased to see that you are striving for better legislation. You will organise a conference next week in Stockholm on this topic. You will drive forward any initiatives that will help to make Europe more competitive. The Commission will carry out an assessment of the impact that all legislative proposals have on competitiveness. It is wonderful that the Council will also make this a priority. We in Parliament hold this very dearly. Competitiveness in Europe is very important to us.
Henna, next is Arba Kokalari.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President. Roberta Metsola. Prime Minister of Sweden, Ulf Kristersson, colleagues, I noted here that the Swedish Social Democrats and the Green Party have not quite recovered from their electoral defeat in Sweden. Well, they've closed their eyes to high crime levels, and all that remains for them is scare tactics and dirt slinging. We face the greatest security threat in Europe with Russia's war on Ukraine. This is the greatest threat we face since World War II. We see skyrocketing costs for households and a serious energy and climate crisis. All of this requires a strong EU that can act and a united Europe. Colleagues, it was the Moderate Party that brought Sweden into the EU. The Moderate Party is the party that has encouraged Swedish NATO membership. I am convinced that we need Swedish moderate leadership and that we need a party that is friendly to Europe more than ever. Good luck, Ulf Kristersson. Europe is counting on Swedish leadership and your government's leadership.
Then Maria Grappini, then Jordi Cañas. Juan Fernando, go ahead.
President Metsola, Prime Minister, the Swedish presidency will be decisive in 2023 in order for us to achieve what we wanted to during this parliamentary term. There are expectations, but also concerns which have been mentioned. I mean, there's been something that's been alluded to as the threat of mass migration, and that goes against what the majority of this Parliament agreed with the roadmap signed together with the Commission and Council, including Sweden. The new Migration and Asylum Pact is a historic opportunity to provide a response to the issue of migration in line with our European values. I mean, it's the only way that can genuinely be effective, and what we need is a balance we need a balance between binding solidarity and shared responsibility. We shouldn't simply turn our backs on those states who are on the front line in the Mediterranean, or also those which have a border in the Atlantic, which is the case of Spain and the Canary Islands. Thank you, President.
Domnule prim-ministru, doamna președintă, stimați colegi.
Thank you, President, Prime Minister, honourable members. I too would like to wish the Swedish presidency every best and hope for better results. You say you want a more ethical, fairer Europe, a greener, safer Europe. I didn't hear enough reference to social justice. Yesterday, we commemorated the 30th anniversary of the single market, but we don't really have a truly single market. Prime Minister, you have an opportunity to go down in the annals of history by making sure that we have a truly unified single market, ensuring that all citizens, including citizens of my country and Bulgaria, enjoy full freedom of movement when it comes to goods. Do you think that drivers spending 2-3 days waiting at borders to transport goods are really benefiting from the single market? What about this idea? Can you ensure true freedom of movement? I hope that we can expect solidarity from you.
Presidenta, primer ministro, los que defendemos el comercio.
President, Prime Minister, now when we talk about trade, we've heard you say that trade is one of the priorities of your presidencies, and that has been the case because in previous presidencies and semesters, trade has apparently not been a priority for the different presidencies. However, I have to say with some concern that I don't agree with that reading. I hope that this was the case because they had very busy agendas and limited time. Of course, trade is key to prosperity. Europe needs trade. We especially have one key agreement, the Mercosur agreement, which we hope that you will unblock. Europe, its companies, its jobs, and its competitors need trade agreements, and the Mercosur agreement is key. And therefore, I would ask for your action and courage when time comes for your presidency to play a key role. We hope that 2023 will be the year when we have trade agreements with all of Latin America, and that the Mercosur agreement stops being a problem and becomes a solution to the challenges that European citizens face. Thank you.
To conclude the debate, I give the floor back to Vice President Šefčovič before giving it to the Prime Minister to conclude. Maros, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, dear Prime Minister, honourable members of the European Parliament. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for debate which highlighted the major challenges we have to tackle and face together. First and foremost, support for Ukraine. We will be working together on continuous financial support. And as you are probably informed, first disbursement of 3 billion euros to our Ukraine and friends was just made this morning. I'm sure that the Swedish presidency, in close cooperation with the Commission and the European Parliament, will explore all other possibilities how to assist brave Ukrainians to defend their country, from military aid through support for Ukrainian strategic infrastructure, down to reconstruction and preparation for Ukraine's integration into the European Union. Second huge challenge, which was rightly highlighted by many honourable members, is competitiveness. We very much appreciate the fact that the Swedish presidency put this so high on the agenda for this semester. Competitive Europe means economically and politically strong Europe. Strong Europe which is able to play its role as a global actor, to help others, to defend the weaker, but also to guarantee strong social policies Europe is so known for. In our visit to Kiruna We heard from companies like Norvolt, who became multi-billion high-tech battery company in just a few years. We have heard from the companies who know how to do green mining, carbon-free steel, how they can focus creatively on the critical raw materials we need so much in Europe, and how to push us to the next, that you can be globally competitive and at the same time, Alik Asmani has underscored, now we need to make sure that we would spread these examples across Europe, that we will be working with all of you to make sure that we will push over the finishing line, be it the CHIPS Act, and we start to work on Critical Raw Materials Act, that we will be putting down the rules on responsible mining, that we will be working on pushing energy prices down and energy security in Europe up, because this is exactly what we need to help our businesses, our households, and to consolidate our single market. President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, just presented her ideas to develop and work on Net Zero Industry Act, where we want to look into the possibilities how to make the decision-making if it comes to the IPCEIs, the important projects from the common European interest, faster, when we would be having also more experience assessment of these companies which are now in a difficult situation. To get to there, we are also preparing to work on the Europe Sovereignty Fund, and we are doing all this to send a very clear message to the European industry. We are going to fight for you to stay and prosper in Europe. Mr. Prime Minister, if I look at the number of the trilogues your presidency will be facing, I think that we can already now describe your presidency as a very important negotiation presidency. And I just would like to highlight that we will be working very closely with you to make sure that you will have the utmost success in achieving the conclusions of these negotiations, because it would allow us to push all these legislative proposals, especially in the field of a Green Deal, over the finishing line and make Europe more dynamic and more competitive. If you allow me, Madam President, to continue and conclude on a very important point for which Sweden is traditionally known and a strong supporter. I am talking about the free trade. There are very high ambitions in this regard. We need to make most of the trade agreements, for example, we have with Canada, but also with the UK, with which we are trying hard to sort our differences. But we are also working very hard to conclude agreements with Mexico, Chile, New Zealand, Australia, and we would like to work closely with the Swedish presidency to achieve progress with India and Indonesia, and we also believe that we need to restart a conversation about Mercosur agreement. And we will do all that together with making sure that we would find proper answers to reduce negative side effects of Inflation Reduction Act and to face unfair competition, which is very often coming from Chinese massive subsidies. Madam President, one of the issues which was highlighted by many speakers was the issue of migration. Here we in the European Commission are convinced that with the political will and the hard work we can finalise migration and asylum pact. We need it now, but for sure we will need it in the future. So, Madam President, honourable members, dear Prime Minister and the colleagues from the Swedish presidency, I think it's quite clear that you are taking at the helm of the European Union at a very special, crucial time. And I'm sure that thanks to our close cooperation, thanks to traditional Swedish efficiency, innovative approach, can-do spirit and your ambitious agenda, your presidency will be success not only for you, but for whole Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Vice President Šefčovič, dear colleagues, I know you are eagerly waiting to vote, but we want to hear, after almost 3 hours of debate, from the Swedish Prime Minister, the current country holding the rotating presidency. I ask you for a few minutes to listen to him. Go ahead, Ulf, you have the floor.
Fru talman,
Madam President, Commissioner Šefčovič, honourable members, it is not every day that I have the honour of speaking in front of a nearly full European Parliament. My warm thanks for a great deal of very interesting and thought-provoking questions, your friendly greetings and critical comments too. I appreciate your clarity in both questions and answers, as well as your frankness. Some parts of Swedish political parties want to continue a Swedish electoral campaign in this House. I would like to do that outside this House. I and the Swedish government have left the Swedish electoral campaign behind us now, and we are working hard to carry out important reforms in Sweden and to lead the European Union's joint work in the Council going forward. I would like to show respect for our shared European problems and opportunities in doing so. There are two domestic policy issues, however, which are close to our European matters: climate and the environment, and energy. We're now bringing those together in one ministry in the Swedish government because climate begins and ends in our energy policy. Secondly, we are recasting a Swedish foreign and security policy to protect Swedish security through NATO membership. That's important for us, but we also believe that that is of importance for other NATO members. In the 90s, Sweden became a part of the international European democracy through its EU membership. Those of us who saw the economic and democratic value of that had to fight a great deal against those people who wanted to keep Sweden outside this cooperation. Soon, Sweden and Finland will also be part of the international community in its security policy. Sweden and Finland are entering NATO. 28 of 30 NATO members have already welcomed us, and we place a great deal of value on that. Finally, honourable members, I appreciate this concept of pride and positive expectation, and I understand the disappointment that has been felt when it comes to the Schengen matter. Sweden understands, just like every other member state does, that Bulgaria and Romania are keen to join Schengen, and we are prepared to put that matter on the agenda. We want to consolidate the Balkan process towards a future EU membership. We've held a very good Western Balkan summit in Tirana. Sweden supports and is happy to contribute to a 10th sanctions package and clear measures to hold individuals accountable for the atrocities committed now in the Ukraine. Finally, Madam President, we have our motto: greener, safer and freer. All of these three words require decision-making from fossil fuels is the key to going green. A long-term and close EU cooperation with our transatlantic partners is also a key to security. Long-term competitiveness, free trade, and clear communications from the Commission and Parliament when it comes to matters of rule of law, that is the key to more freedom. Greener, safer, freer.
Discussions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you, dear colleagues. We will now proceed to the vote.
Dear colleagues, let's start the votes now. Please put on your headphones. Report by Ms. Annalisa Tardino on EU-New Zealand agreement, exchange of personal data between Europol and New Zealand. I give the floor now to the rapporteur, Annalisa Tardino, for 2 minutes.
Grazie Presidente, colleghi, sarò breve.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I'll be brief. I'm just taking the floor because we didn't have a debate on this file. I'd just like to thank the shadow rapporteurs for their excellent cooperation on this file, which relates to the EU-New Zealand agreement on the exchange of personal data between Europol and New Zealand authorities, which fight against serious crimes and terrorism. The European Union and New Zealand have often faced similar security issues, and that over several years, and we therefore believe that cooperation between these key authorities, which would include money laundering, drugs trafficking, etc., could produce significant advantage for both parties. This is an important agreement which is in line with other agreements with third countries, and thanks to those we will be in a position to improve the effectiveness of our preventive work when it comes to terrorist attacks both inside and outside the European Union, and we will ensure appropriate guarantees for people's private lives and data protection. So for those reasons we would urge you to vote in favour. Thank you.
Let's proceed to the vote. Roll call vote. Vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. The next report. Juan Fernando Lopez Aguilar report on Convention on Cybercrime on Enhanced Cooperation and Second Additional Protocol on Enhanced Cooperation and Disclosure of Electronic Evidence. Roll call vote. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. A report by Madam Pernilla Weiss on shipments of waste. Amendments by the committee responsible. Block vote. Who in favor? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. And Amendment 5. Who in favor? Against? Abstentions? Let's check it electronically. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 114. In favor? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 119. In favor? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 135. In favor? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 139. In favor? Against? Abstentions? Let's check this one as well. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 153 and 156, roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 154 and 157, roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 151 in favor. Against. Abstentions adopted. Amendment 155 and 158 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 85 in favor. Against. Abstentions adopted. Amendment 152 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Now Commission proposal by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. The next vote is on referral back to the committee. No, sorry, says the chair. Madam Weiss.
Thank you, colleagues. And according to the Rule 59 of the Rules of Procedure, I therefore now request to refer back to the committee to enter the interinstitutional negotiations. Thank you so much.
Yeah, kurš pārlūdz Weiss kundze?
In favour? Who's in favour of the proposal by Ms. Weiss? In favour, against, abstentions? Adopted. Next, report by Ms. Lydia Pereira on rules to prevent the misuse of shell entities for tax purposes. That's a single vote. By roll call, the vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted.
Nākamais ziņojums.
Now, report by Ms. Gabriela Bischoff on amendments to Parliament's Rules of Procedure concerning Rules number 7 on defence of privileges and immunity and Rule number 9 on procedures on immunity. That's a single vote by roll call, and the vote is open.
Balsošana.
The vote is closed. Adopted. I would like to remind you that these amendments will come into force starting with tomorrow. Next, vote motion for a resolution on the creation of the European Capital of Local Trade. Single vote in favour? Against? Abstentions? Adopted.
Vēlos atgādināt.
I would like to remind the colleagues that those members of who are on the list for the first debate in the afternoon to remain in the chamber, as the debate will start immediately after the vote.
No, I don't. Dear colleagues, we would like to continue. That's why honorable colleagues who don't want to participate in next debate, please leave a room and continue your debate outside. Nākamais darba kārtības jautājums.
Next item on the agenda, and we continue the debates, is the report by Ms. Maldonado Lopez, Consumer Protection in Online Video Games, a European Single Market Approach. I will first give floor to the rapporteur, Adriana Maldonado Lopez. Here you go.
Y a todas, querido.
Good afternoon to you all, President, Commissioner, honourable members. First and foremost, I would like to thank all political groups involved in drafting this own initiative report, which flags something very important in the European Union. The video games sector in the EU. There are two clear goals. Firstly, we need legislation at EU level. We need to harmonise the single market rules in this sector when it comes to video games. And secondly, it is primordial that we strengthen consumer protection, in particular the protection of minors. Let me just sketch in the context. The video games sector is one of the driving forces in the EU. Statistics show that over the course of the pandemic, some millions of EU citizens began gaming. These users are huge in number, and this is an added value sector. We know that there are many jobs created as a result of this sector, and that this is very important to those with disabilities. It can be used in education. We know that SMEs and startups in Europe can flourish in this sector. So there are benefits to this pioneering industry in Europe. So the report highlights the benefits, but also the social risks that we need to bear in mind. For example, mental health. That this is something that can affect young gamers, in particular in the European Union. We've seen gaming addictions in the European Union. This is recognised by the WHO as a gaming disorder. We're seeing more and more addicts. So in the European Union, we have to protect European consumers to prevent these addictions amongst young people. So we have to work with the European institutions to ensure that accurate, transparent information is provided, that the information is accessible, and that any gamers can make an informed decision, and the industry has to make that information available. So we'd ask the Commission to ensure that that information is made available. That's something we're calling for in this report. There are risks to mental health, but there's also gender discrimination. I'd like to highlight that. Some 22% of jobs in the sector are taken up by women. It's very important that the industry does not fall into the trap of stereotyping women. So the Commission needs to analyse this situation in the video game sector and take steps if necessary. Finally, Commissioner, I'd like to focus on protection of minors. We need the PEGI system to ensure greater transparency, to ensure that parents and guardians of young people have the most essential information available to them. And I've got to mention at the end of my presentation an issue like loot boxes. Loot boxes, that's very important in the European Union. The EU has to analyse the impact of loot boxes. They're very important in video games. It is vital that the EU continues to be a pioneer in the single market. Video games will continue to be important in Europe, and in this report we want to ensure that we have fair rules, community rules. We need to protect young people, minors in particular, and indeed protect the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give a floor for the Commission. Commissioner Reynders, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I would like to thank you for this report and for putting this topic on today's agenda. The Commission recognises the role of video games. This sector offers important economic opportunities and enjoyment and leisure for many European consumers, as exemplified by the significant number of players across all ages in all the Member States. The report, however, rightly points to the need for more responsibility, especially since nearly all children between 11 and 14 years old and many younger ages and maybe younger ones play video games and spend an increasing amount of time online. Indeed, consumer protection in video games is essential to ensure a safe and trustworthy digital environment. The Commission is taking several initiatives in this regard. First, by ensuring the correct transposition and implementation of the existing EU consumer law instruments, which already address effectively several issues that video games may raise. For example, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive covers the marketing of the so-called loot boxes and price transparency. The Commission has brought these and other consumer issues relating to video games to the attention of the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, the CPC, which brings together the national authorities responsible for the enforcement of EU consumer law. Already in 2016, the Commission and the CPC network addressed major app stores to ensure that they inform consumers upfront on the existence of in-game purchases before downloading the games, as well as about the cost of such purchases. Such games cannot be labelled as free to play. It was also requested that parents are fully empowered to implement parental controls. Most recently, last year, the Commission underlined to the two major EU trade associations representing the video game sector the fundamental compliance principles defined by the CPC network in relation to in-app purchases, and that these apply also to loot boxes. Children, in particular, are at risk. Unfortunately, online grooming approaching children for the purposes of sexual abuse has also been growing in the past years, rising by more than 80%. Companies are still doing too little to protect children on gaming services. Therefore, the Commission has put forward a legislative proposal in 2022 obliging providers of online games to perform a risk assessment and to take measures to better protect children. Where such preventive measures fail, companies can be obliged to check for grooming. En outre, la Commission encourage les autorités nationales.
In addition, the Commission encourages national authorities to take measures to fight measures which have emerged in the area of online games. We're also going to be working with consumer organisations in order to gather clear examples of aggressive commercial practices that are to the detriment of users. During 2022, the European Year of Youth, consumer organisations put together awareness-raising tools which can be used in schools. In an English lesson, for example, children can find out about the main challenges when it comes to consumer protection in online games. In addition, the Commission is going over current research on marketing practices on young children in order to identify new marketing practices that could be classified as highly manipulative. The Commission has also launched an assessment of European legislation on consumer protection, particularly with regard to digital fairness. And our goal is to determine whether cross-cutting EU legislative instruments on consumer protection remain appropriate to ensure a high level of consumer protection in the digital sphere, and also to find out which kind of improvements could be necessary. For example, we're focusing on issues such as dark buttons in the design of online interfaces, the cancellation of subscription contracts, and also price transparency.
Strategy aims for every child in Europe to be protected, empowered and respected online. The Commission invites Member States and the video game industry to be involved in the implementation of the 3 pillars of this strategy, namely safe and age-appropriate digital experiences, digital empowerment and skills, and active digital participation. This strategy recognized that online gaming is now a major online activity for children, which presents opportunities but also comes with risks. Industry-led efforts play an important role to ensure a safe gameplay environment, to protect children while also promoting healthy gameplay habits. Under this strategy, the Commission will facilitate the preparation of a comprehensive EU Code of Conduct on age-appropriate design. This code will build on the regulatory framework provided in the Digital Services Act and will be in line with the Audiovisual Media Services Directive and the General Data Protection Regulation. The Commission is now in the process of setting up a special group to assist us in the drafting of this code. Industry representatives, including the gaming industry, have been invited to apply. I thank you again for this report and thank you for your attention. Of course, I'm now looking forward to hearing your remarks and interventions. Thank you.
Paldies, komisār kungs. Nākamais.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Next, I give floor to Antonius Manders, who represents the People's Party.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we're talking here about an own initiative report on video games. It is high time for action. We're calling on the Commission to come forward with a legislative proposal. This is a hugely important new sector and it requires regulation. Currently, we've heard a lot about the downsides of video games, addiction amongst children, consumer protection, loot boxes in games where you have to make in-game purchases to reach a higher level. Now, that is not a good thing. I am pleased that we're calling on the Commission to carry out an assessment to see how we can improve this. You know, these loot boxes could be purchased with points that you earn as you play the game, but then you can't have young children taking their parents' credit cards to pay for these loot boxes to try to move on to a higher level. It is a good thing that we are reining in these adverse side effects. Those are the downsides, and that's one thing. But we also need to look at the upsides, the positive benefits of gaming. Firstly, the economic benefits. We know that video gaming industry is bigger than the film and music industry taken together. It is a growing industry, and Europe is a pioneer here. Video games can help ease loneliness amongst older people. So we need to view video games in a positive light, and we're calling on the Commission to come forward with proposals to tackle the negative side effects. I'm pleased that we're in Parliament are looking at introducing a video game award, something like the Oscars, the Europeans. That way we can show that we're proud of Europe, we're proud of the developers we have here in Europe, because we play a leading role here around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I give floor to Madame Christel Schaldemose, who represents Socialists and Democrats.
Kommissær, kollegaer, har I prøvet at miste interessen for hobby?
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. It does sometimes happen that children lose touch with their friends because they want to be online gaming. The problem may be that we cannot resist temptation, but we are not as young, of course, and temptation lessens. These days, however, we see increasing numbers of children and young people who are becoming video game dependent. Our generation might struggle to relate to that, but this is a massive crisis facing our society. Children and adolescents today face serious problems, such as depression and a lot of other things. Not everything can be blamed on video games, but some certainly can. And that is why it is important that we prevent them. We can demand better parental controls. We can ban dark patterns. And we can deal with the loot boxes as well. Because addiction is not just psychological, it becomes a financial problem as well. We feel it in our wallets. Now, previously, you would buy a game in a shop and you'd pay for it once. Now, there's loads of small payments taking place in games, such as these loot boxes. And many youngsters are wasting a great deal of money to purchase these loot boxes. You don't always know what they contain. Sometimes they nearly take the appearance of casino types of games. These are games for children. They're not supposed to take that format. This is something we need to work on, and that's why I want to thank you for a good own initiative report, and I hope that the Commission will work with us to look at different solutions so that we can limit risks without banning.
Thank you. And now I give floor to Mr. Jordi Cañas, who represents the Renew Group.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Well, the goal of this report is to inform the Commission on the Parliament's position when it comes to protecting citizens in online video games, and particularly when it comes to protecting minors. I'd like to thank the rapporteur for the work that she's done. I think that this report really does achieve our goals. We're trying to fill gaps in regulation and put on the table the idea of harmonising laws that deal with video games in Europe, so that all European citizens have the same level of protection regardless of the country they live in. And we also want to boost an ecosystem which can be favourable for businesses to develop in this important sector. Europe needs to become the safest place to play video games, but it also needs to become the best place to develop them. And this is why I'm particularly pleased, because we've achieved all the goals that we set out with. The establishment of a European video games strategy, labelling via the PEGI system, and ensuring the accessibility of video games for people with disabilities. To sum up, protecting young people and children online in the video game sector is important, but I repeat, it's also important to establish an appropriate framework to ensure that our companies can get established and become global leaders. Boosting industry and protecting rights can go hand in hand. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give floor to Ms. Kim van Sparendak, who represents the Greens.
Collega's.
Honourable members, 20 years ago, I discovered video games and discovered the joys of them. Now we are seeing how addictive video games can be. Innovation does not always bring benefits for consumers. We see that in the gaming industry. In the past, I could buy a video game and play with it at will, but now the sellers are earning money by making games as addictive as possible. 1 in 20 young people at school show signs of a gaming disorder. Now, the industry knows exactly what sort of psychological pressure they have to put on players to ensure that they keep playing for as long as possible so that the companies can earn as much money as possible. And what about loot boxes? You're forced to fork out money to buy something without knowing what you're purchasing. These loot boxes can feel like gaming, so people end up paying a lot of money, gambling, and this is addictive. You can earn more points if you pay out. During the game, you're using a different type of currency for in-game purchases, so you don't really know how much you're spending at the end of the day. And you know that these gamers are also allowing their data to be collected. So the industry has been allowed free rein for many years, and they're focusing on young people, and we can't allow this to continue. The European Parliament is calling for new rules, stronger protections for online games industry. We need to protect gamers. We're taking a first step here today. We need to look also at the addictive features of social media. We need young people to be able to enjoy online fun without being lured into addiction. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give floor to Mr. Marco Campenosi, who represents the ID Group.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Rapporteur. I think the Internal Market Committee has done an important job here because we inserted many elements into the text which need to be taken account of. The Parliament had already done work in the Culture Committee on this file, so we're working on it very hard. I mean, we talk about the internal market and we need the same rules for everyone, but this is a global market, particularly when it comes to digital issues, and we've seen that we have problems. There are some areas where we don't have European champions, but we do have European businesses in the lead when it comes to the production of video games. Many of these businesses are now starting to provide value in terms of high-quality jobs as well, particularly for young people. So, yes, there are problems relating to consumers, more marginalised, weaker consumers. They need interventions, and particularly when it comes to the grey area between gambling and playing video games for pleasure. For example, people need to be aware that if they pay money, they may well find it easier to go up a level, but they'll avoid certain difficulties. So there's perhaps a moral issue there. But we as legislators shouldn't be pointing the finger. We shouldn't be criminalising business models. But what we should be doing is providing information, fighting addictions, and together with health authorities, I think we can find an appropriate balance there. The Commission needs to ensure that the consumers' interests are taken account of, but also business interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Kosmas Zlotowski, who represents ECR Group.
Panie Przewodniczący.
President, Commissioner, Europe needs a strong gaming sector. Video games are a part of that.
Our companies, including Polish companies, have a lot of success globally. We need to be proud of that. We need to support that. Online gaming is not just entertainment or art, but it's also a community of conscious users of that technology. It has its needs, its expectations. Unfortunately, this report, to a large extent, ignores that fact, concentrating on the negative phenomena and suggesting, as a solution, more bureaucracy and more control. We already have a number of regulations that apply to the gaming industry, so the proposal for new sectoral legislation is useless, and it could be very costly to the companies and to the users themselves. We are talking about gender balance among creators of online games. This is absurd. A strong, creative and innovative European company will not be created, but through education, investments, and the will of...
We need to attract young people to this sector. We cannot detract from their enthusiasm through these types of reports.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Anne-Sophie Pelletier, minute and a half.
Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. The video games industry, some 23 billion, and 1 in 2 Europeans plays online games. We see this as key in the cultural loot boxes, a real scourge for gamers. You have virtual currencies, and this is all very random, and it strengthens addiction tendencies. You have to pay to win. That's something we have to regulate, indeed ban. Half of European gamers are women, and yet we see hypersexualization of video game characters, and there is sexual harassment online. Women really struggle with this. There is a rape date video game. Young women are naked, they are battered, they are raped in this game. That really is the patriarchy, and we are seeing women excluded from the video game industry. We are seeing them being held up as objects of rape. So we're seeing how important it is to ensure cultural representation. Video gaming should be a tool of raising awareness amongst young people and old. Eradicate this kind of attitude online and offline.
Next, Mr. Andreas Schwab for 1 minute and a half.
Herr Präsident, Herr Kommissar.
President, Commissioner, colleagues. The online gaming market's importance has been mentioned several times now, and this is a crucial issue for many young people in Europe. I mean, the video games sector is one of the fastest growing sectors in Europe, one of the fastest growing creative sectors, 25 billion turnover, as has been mentioned. And we need to look at the content that these video games provide. We need the Commission to have a look at what's going on. They need to check the incentives that are being provided to players, but also ensure that there are opportunities for SMEs, particularly, to make progress in this area. Consumer protection laws should be used, and self-regulation should be promoted, and this is something that Mrs. Maldonado's report expresses very well. I'm also very grateful to Shadow Rapporteur Mr. Manders, because he particularly wanted to see the protection of young people when it comes to purchasing loot boxes. That was at the heart of what he wanted to achieve, because obviously these games are very widely played among young people, but we shouldn't have the wrong incentives in there. We shouldn't bring young people potentially into debt because they want to be successful in a video game. So this is something the Commission needs to look into during the coming months, and I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Alex Agius Saliba, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The video game sector
is Europe's fastest growing cultural and creative sector, responsible for thousands of jobs and a huge market size of billions of euros. There is no doubt of the importance of this highly innovative digital sector for growth, job creation, and for Europe's digital single market. However, we should not undermine in any way the need for strong consumer protection and better protection for gamers, especially children and young people, from gaming addiction and manipulative practices. Online games are popular amongst children who are growing up immersed in digital video games available on multiple devices, computers, gaming consoles, smartphones, and other devices. While playing games online is often great fun and a good way to chat and interact, there is a risk that children be exposed to harm or danger. Therefore, I would like to thank the S&D rapporteur, Adriana, for calling on the Commission to consider new rules to protect gamers of online video games, particularly children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Laurence Ferrand, 1 minute.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, this is the second time in a few weeks that we're having a debate here on video games, and that's very good. This sector is booming, and it is particularly important for our digital competences, for our cultural industries, and thus for our international influence. It involves one European in two, which is why we have to be very careful when it comes to protection of gamers. We see, when it comes to protections, that the PEGI system clearly indicates what ages games are addressed at and what content is considered appropriate. We need to limit the exposure of minors, and we need to also ensure that women can play in a safe and respectful environment. We should also guarantee that the economic models are fair and transparent for users. We also need to go further, though. Generally, we need a real European strategy for video games. It needs to be ambitious and comprehensive. It has been presented in a previous report, and it was voted through here. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Ninas here, so that's why I will give the floor to Alessandra Basso for 1.5 minutes.
Presidente, colleghi, Commissario.
President, colleagues, Commissioner, well, this text is an excellent starting point to protect consumer rights, particularly protecting the youngest consumers. The video games industry is rapidly and constantly growing in Europe, and thanks to developers, around 100,000 jobs have been created in Europe. This growth should not be disincentivized, but at the same time we can't ignore the risks for our citizens, particularly those who are most vulnerable. And here I'm talking about what has actually become a new form of addiction. There are two video games, Fortnite and FIFA, which are particularly bad in that respect. Many minors play them, and these minors are often drawn into spending money in order to play. In both cases, we're not talking of SMEs here, we're talking about large US businesses. We can't continue to see articles on families being left with massive debts because of money that their children have spent on these video games. These games instill in consumers the idea of pay to win, i.e. you have to spend more and more money in order to make progress in the game. Let's look after our SMEs, but let's also look after our citizens. Let's not allow multinational businesses in the industry to ruin the lives of our families. Those should be our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Adam Bielan for a minute.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie Komisarzu.
President, Commissioner, I welcome the fact that we're talking about the online video game industry, because it's a sector that is developing very quickly and it has a huge economic and cultural importance globally. This industry is also very important for my country, Poland. Poland is one of the few countries globally in 2020 became a net exporter of computer games. The computer game industry on the European market is mainly composed of small and medium-sized companies with a huge growth potential. That is why we should be very cautious not to impose too many restrictions, not to stop their innovation and creativity. And in that context, I believe that the report that we'll be voting tomorrow contains many controversial points. It lacks flexibility towards this very innovative sector. I would, for example, be very cautious with regard to the idea of that would harm the privacy of the users. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Pablo Arias Echeverri, a minute and a half.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, in recent years, we have seen a staggering rise in the video game sector. It is a very innovative cultural sector. We need to look at the objectives in the report. We want to be leaders in the global gaming industry. We want to promote talent and ensure that our market and rules apply. I want to flag up a number of key issues. Firstly, we need to look at the cultural value and positive benefits of video games. We hear a lot about the adverse side effects, but what about the creative value of this sector? Video games can create interactive channels for education and information. We need to legislate to ensure that this is a real cultural boon. Secondly, we need to look at protection of consumers, in particular children. Half of all young people are aged between 6 and 24 years of age. We need to ensure that we have proper parental control tools in place. We need better communication, more information. Finally, we need to look at online gaming and internet services. You need proper infrastructure, good internet connections. We need to look at transforming the internet here. And this is all part of the digital transformation to ensure that we have proper networks, proper internet connections. Finally, we need to look at including those with disabilities. The European single market needs to be inclusive and accessible. The rapporteur has done excellent work together with the shadow rapporteurs, and I believe that we should all support this own initiative report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Maria Manuel Leitão Marques, 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, the video game world has evolved a great deal since the times when we would have to blow on our Nintendo cassettes to make the game work. Besides consoles and computers today, young people and adults are all playing on internet-connected devices. This has opened up for many opportunities and helped video games to become a huge industry with great economic impact, but it has also brought perils for consumers. I'd just like to highlight one. Sometimes installing a video game is free. The companies make their profits from harvesting personal data, which then feeds into targeted advertising or sales of products within the games themselves, which basically ties gamers to their screens. We need to strengthen parental controls, limit manipulative trade practices and the harvesting of personal data so that we can prevent negative impact on daily life or even mental health problems, especially amongst the younger users. With this report, we are requesting that the Commission look into this problem and suggest solutions to guarantee that online video games, just like their predecessors, the consoles, represent a safe time of fun and learning.
Thank you. Next, Vice President Dita Karanzova, 1 minute.
Mr. Commissioner, video games are not new. Video games are not evil, as some in the 90s would have us think. Video games are just as much part of our culture as our music and films. It is part of being European and our identities. We have a strong gaming industry in Europe, and this is something we should treasure. At the same time, we must recognize that video games have moved past the single-player adventure games of the past. These are new worlds with new financial models, where players interact with ever-changing games and an infinite number of other users. We must take care that this new reality still respects basic values and honesty with users and their families. If we give our children unlimited candy, they will eat themselves until they are sick. If you let an adult gamble with someone else's money, they will gamble until it's gone. Video games can be true pieces of art. I only hope that we can keep them that way. Thank you very much.
Paldies. Nākamajam vārds
Thank you. Next, Mr. Marcel Kolaja, 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. As many mentioned, video games are a highly innovative digital sector in Europe, and therefore we need to realize that building a trustworthy online environment and increasing consumer trust can boost the economic growth. And therefore, we need to evaluate where the current consumer protection legislation already covers unfair practices and dark patterns, and where protection from addicting techniques is missing. At the same time, I would like to highlight that many games are based on collaborative creation, so we need to be really careful when we're referring to child labor. And I also want to warn against mandatory introduction of age verification, as it raises concerns over privacy. And finally, we absolutely need to refrain from calling, or even worse, mandating the use of automated tools to quote-unquote protect users from harmful content, because they are inefficient and have negative consequences on freedom of expression, access to information and creativity, which I believe is related to what you said, Commissioner, when you referred to a legislation proposed by the Commission in 2022. And I'm finishing, President, that I believe was a fight against child sexual abuse when you referred to grooming. And that is also known as chat control, that legislation. I believe that chat control will not help us to fight sexual abuse, and we need to really be really careful how we do that, because we want to fight it, but not this way. Thank you.
Next speaker is Doreen Rockmaker. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, Commissioner. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. This should be the important guideline for EU institutions to cope with the risk of over-regulation. The rapporteur has made a balanced report about consumer protection in the gaming industry. There is no real problem, but she demands more regulation. She states explicitly that the existing consumer protection regulation is a strong basis for people who play games, especially children. The gaming industry itself made a classification system and a code of conduct that helps parents to choose the right games for their children, and the industry to act responsibly. The current rules are sufficient to protect our children. The weak link in the system is the inability of our member states to enforce rules. It makes no sense to make more rules if the current ones pose a serious challenge for our law enforcement. The EU is a law-making factory, but in this case it would be wise to restrain ourselves and let the sector take its responsibility and parents to do the guidance. If we take away responsibility by regulating everything and everyone, we lose the fundamentals of a stable society. I thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystup.
Thank you very much. Next up we have MEP Štefanec. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, video games are one of the fastest growing sectors in the area of culture and the creative industry. The size of the market in Europe is now estimated at some 23 billion euro, which is more than the music industry or the film industry. And we have some 90,000 jobs as part of this sector, which is a number that keeps on growing. So we need to really pay close attention to this sector to really set up balanced rules for it, which ensure a clear and safe functioning of the video game market, so that it can, so that we can create new jobs and innovate in culture. We also need to understand that video games is something that 73% of children aged 6 to 10 come across every day, and as many as 84% of teenagers. So we need to also create a sufficient protective mechanism in order to protect the most vulnerable among us against both unsuitable content and against addiction. It is a good news that in this proposal we have a balanced compromise for the safe development of video games. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Stefanec.
Mr. Benifei in the chamber, so I'll give the floor to Madam Katarina Rinzema. Prosím, máte slovo.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. In recent years, the gaming industry has boomed thanks to many SMEs. We've seen cutting-edge technological developments and jobs created in the EU. The gaming industry offers huge potential, but we need to look at how these games are used. 3/4 of children aged between 6 and 14 are gamers. On online games, children cannot be left completely unprotected. We need to look at preventing sexual abuse and exploitation of children. We need to ensure clear information on minimum ages for access to games. We also need to look at manipulative practices in games such as loot boxes. We call on the Commission to cooperate with industry and devise new tools to prevent grooming in chat rooms and to look at these issues. The Commission needs to look at video hashing and how to optimize technology. We need to tackle the problem of sexual abuse of children in games, ensure a safer online environment. All children in Europe deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Denis Nesci. You have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. The online video games sector needs a single market approach because many of the players are minors, and so a resolution which boosts user protection would be an important step in building a safe online environment for all users. The PEGI labelling system is only used in some member countries, but it seems to be an effective tool when it comes to providing information and protecting minors from inappropriate content in games. We also need to deal with damaging random elements in these games, such as loot box. But all of this, or none of this, will be enough if Europe cannot guarantee further consumer protection by looking in more detail at the various games available on the market, particularly in Europe. The volume of online games is constantly increasing, and the EU will therefore have to adopt measures to govern the phenomenon, particularly to protect consumers, the youngest in particular. These games need to be used for leisure purposes rather than, as well as educational purposes. I believe that they can play a major role in the development of young people, but that can only take place if they teach new skills and boost the creativity of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Tomislav Sokol. You have the floor.
Dear Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues, on a yearly level, the video game market is above 23 billion euros with a tendency of growth, which causes a well-paid rise of well-paid workplaces. Especially vulnerable group here are children, who often become dependent, and we need to protect them additionally. In this respect, it is important to develop mechanisms of parental control and children's access to video games and the communication that children have during playing the video games. Therefore, I invite the Commission to present European strategy for video games to realize the full potential of this sector, stressing the importance of protecting children. We should differentiate between video games and games of chance, and member states should be in charge of creating a safe environment for the users of these games. It is time to use the potential of this industry, but also to ensure the protection of those who are most vulnerable, our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Helen Fritzon.
Thank you, President. Commission. Video games are more than just entertainment. They are an important part of our culture and our identity, but also they're big business. Computer games are a source of joy and community, and they can contribute to learning important skills such as problem solving, teamwork, cooperation. However, we must never be oblivious to the negative effects of them. We must safeguard inclusion, equality, and promoting a fair and safe environment to play in. Strong consumer protections are therefore critical. Us socialists would like as many people as possible to have the opportunity to reap joy from these video games. We will continue to work to ensure that all gamers are entitled to a safe and positive gaming experience. This is especially important for children and young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Beata Mazurek. You have the floor.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo.
President, ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th of November last year, here at the European Parliament, we adopted a resolution on e-sports and video games. And now we're debating on yet another regulation, yet another report in that area. That's not the way to shape predictable environment for the sector. It's an important sector in Europe. If we adopt new regulations every 2 months, with different solutions, I have many reservations with regard to this report, such as checking the player's age, which is contrary to the right to privacy classification of video games for many years, and parents can choose the right games for their children depending on their age. Using this classification and parental control, parents can actually control what games their children are playing, and the Commission does not have to interfere again because it's too far-fetched. Similarly, we try to intervene by gender mainstreaming at all stages of video game production. These are works of art, and trying to control the artist has nothing to do with freedom, which is a foundation of our European values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Ms. Clune.
And I think we should all acknowledge that the gaming industry plays a really important role in the European Union. In recent times, during the pandemic, we saw the real value of the industry in terms of the opportunity for socialising, for communicating, entertainment, the opportunities for jobs, businesses, and also the real value in encouraging creativity and innovation. We see that 50% of the population between 6 and 64 play video games, so that's a strong industry. But we need to ensure regulation that will provide confidence to consumers that their rights and that the online safety concerns that they would have for their children are addressed. That's why this report is asking that the current regulatory framework for loot boxes is sufficient, that it will be examined, and that the situation of minors in particular is examined. With regard to loot boxes, a report for the IMCO committee outlined the potential exposure to psychological and financial losses. This study was done by the Policy Department. It also outlined that it can be exploitative, lack transparency, create unfair gaming advantages. So we need to have these findings and these concerns addressed to give security to EU citizens.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Salvatore De Meo. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Well, let me thank the rapporteur for the work that she's done in bringing together a text which deals with both consumer protection and an important European industrial sector. There's massive growth in the video game sector in Europe, and it contributes to the development of new technologies. In addition, it provides over 90,000 jobs across Europe. But nevertheless, we can't ignore the dangerous aspects of playing video games, which can have a negative impact on people's mental health, social relations, their work and academic achievements. I would also question so-called loot boxes, as many other people have done. Many scientific studies have found a correlation between games of chance and loot boxes, showing how they can manipulate minors who are using the games, encouraging them to make micro-financial transactions. So the Commission needs to look at the regulatory framework for these in-game rewards and loot boxes. And I'm saying that as a parent as well, because these risks are obviously things that could affect everyone, but the most at risk are our children. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Van den Kendelare. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. A few months ago, we adopted the Digital Service Act, and in doing so made online platforms safer for consumers, in particular young people. Today, we see that protection in the European gaming industry is insufficient. We have in-game purchases and loot boxes. These are often misleading and in some cases can be bordering on aggressive marketing practices. Our young people, children, are being lured into reckless payments in an intransparent, manipulative way. However, honourable members, the gaming industry is a key digital player. It drives forward innovation, jobs and economic prosperity in the European Union. Commissioner, through this report, we are asking you to get together with the industry to protect consumers without falling into the trap of excessive nannying. But we do want to ensure sufficient protection, in particular for young people, for minors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Mr. Ninas as the next speaker. The floor is yours.
And ladies and gentlemen, we already had a report about video games from the CULT committee, which focused on the benefits, on the creativity, on the jobs that we have, on the big support that we want to send the sector, and it's rightfully so. This report focused very much on the importance of protection of consumers, and that is very, very important. On the one hand, it's about online communities to fight against sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia, mobbing of each sort. We can use filters for that, but I think it's not really worth it. It's something about change of mind, change of community where we need to approach. On the other hand, we have the big importance of corporate ideas. They have models of games where they try to improve their focus on loot boxes, where they try to make it as opaque as possible when it comes to in-game currencies and weird monetarization. So some developers have become really more like shell players with better graphics. And that is gambling. Gambling is dangerous. Gambling is dangerous. And we need to avoid gambling, especially when it comes to minors. Therefore, dear Commissioner, as many have said before me, ban all loot boxes, ban all gambling, and ban everything that is gambling-like mechanics, because it is dangerous for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'll forward to Mr. Benifei before we go to Catch the Eye. Máte slovo, prosím.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, it's very important for the European Parliament to be drawing up this report on video games and e-sports. This is an issue that needs to be dealt with carefully, also by assessing systems such as the PEGI labelling system, which enables clear and transparent information. In addition, we've been working to protect consumers, and also to highlight the positive aspects of video games, of which there are many: learning, cognitive development, etc. Obviously, we need to look at the risks. They need to be minimalised and controlled. But I think that by doing what we're currently doing, I think we can really leverage value from a sector that creates many jobs, many opportunities, and which should be one of the areas that we're committed to in Europe. We need to ensure that we have a healthy and safe gaming atmosphere for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go with the catch the eye procedure. Maria Walsh will be the first one. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I welcome the findings of this report and its aim to strengthen consumer protection and the single market, as both go hand in hand. I believe we are looking at, and we could see opportunities to drive and support policies and regulations tailored to the industry of gaming and esports industries, and they want to be at the table of this conversation. I call for the swift transposition and implementation of this directive on contracts for the supply of digital content and digital services. It will give further confidence to consumers, especially, as many colleagues have shared, the PEGI label for parents and their children. These measures will help both consumers and the gaming industry, as it will give confidence to the consumers and the industry, and will offer clearer parameters in which to operate in and build their businesses. Finally, may I add, because it was mentioned by a colleague of mine, as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the creation of the single market, we must ensure its readiness for the digital age. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz vystúpi.
Thank you. Mr. Sean Kelly is next. The floor is yours.
A number of years ago, I organised quite a number of public events in relation to cyberbullying, which was very prominent at the time. Hopefully, things have improved and the opportunities for bullying are limited, if not eradicated. Of course, the whole use of digital apparatus has grown, particularly amongst young people. Indeed, from the time they're in the cradle, young people have some type of a digital device. As we saw, 75% over the age of 6 playing video games. Oh, that's positive. But I think it's great that the Commission and the Parliament are coming together to limit the negative effects, things like glorifying violence, things like grooming, things like encouraging gambling. And I think collectively we can do a great service to our young people, and also indeed to the industry itself, so it does what it's supposed to do, provide clean entertainment to our young people.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you. This terminates the catch the eye procedure for now, and the next speaker will be Mr. Commissioner Reinders. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I want to repeat that the Commission welcomes the balanced approach of the report, which presents both the risks but also the benefits of video games. As I shared earlier, the Commission has launched important initiatives to mitigate concerns as regards consumer protection in the field of video games. These include better implementation of the existing EU consumer protection rules, as well as the actions under the Better Internet for Kids strategy. Moreover, the ongoing fitness check of consumer law will specifically address the protection of consumers in video games. You can rest assured that the Commission is committed to continuing to protect EU consumers, in particular young people, while ensuring that the video game industry can continue its contributions to the digital economy and in bringing joy to the gamers. So thank you for the report, thank you for your balanced approach, and thank you for your attention.
Ďakujem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And to close our debate, we have one more time the rapporteur, Mrs. Maldonado Lopez.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, I hope I can be allowed a couple of minutes to thank the shadow rapporteurs, particularly for this very good cooperation that we had in this own initiative report. An example of when there is political will, we can negotiate and we can achieve important legislation. That's what we're asking the Commission to do now. So we hope that the Commissioner will consider this report balanced when it comes to both defending an innovative EU sector that involves a great number of people, but also protecting not just European consumers, but especially minors and their parents that need tools so that they can make good use of video games and control them when needed. I think this is important that we get to work on. We also need to highlight the role that the EU plays very often as a global pioneer. When we drafted this report, thanks to Parliament services, we were able to see that on the global level there is no political jurisdiction that has drafted legislation that is so broad and so ambitious as that which we're asking for here. We need to be adaptive to reality. We need to be able to resolve complex problems and face new challenges facing society. Video games is one of these sectors. It's innovative. It turns to mainly a young target audience. But these are the realities that we face today. In our general conclusions, we also talked about mental health, gender issues. This is a sector that should provide quality, dignified jobs and that protects the single market. We have a unique opportunity here to legislate on the European level in the single market, which is celebrating its 30-year anniversary. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Thank you. And that's the debate. We'll be voting about this topic tomorrow. The next item on the agenda today is a statement by the Council and the Commission regarding the topic of a surge in respiratory infections and a shortage of medication in Europe. We have Jessica Roosevelt from the government who will be our first speaker representing the Council. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President, honourable members, Commissioner. I'm pleased to represent the Council in this debate. Many member states are currently facing an increased respiratory infections due to the combined circulation of three viruses: the RS virus, influenza, and the coronavirus. The current COVID-19 situation is considerably calmer compared to the past 2 years, partly due to a high level of vaccination coverage achieved in Europe. However, this winter season brings new challenges. Respiratory infections have occurred earlier and in higher numbers than expected. More children are affected than usual. The seasonal flu epidemic has also begun earlier this year, and cases continues to increase. The COVID crisis, as well as the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, also having negative consequences on global supply chains and the pharmaceutical industry overall production capacities. Consequently, health systems across Europe, particularly hospitals and emergency departments, find themselves under pressure once again to meet the rising number of patients with respiratory diseases and the rising demands for medicines to treat these, such as antibiotics, antivirals and anti-inflammatories. I can assure you that the Swedish presidency is monitoring the situation very carefully and will continue to do so. The Presidency is also committed to promote action deemed necessary, both at European and national level, to enable sufficient supply of medicines across all Member States. We should work towards devising long-term, sustainable solutions to the structural causes of these shortages. The Presidency welcomes the upcoming Commission's proposal on the revision of the pharmaceutical legislation, which aims to enhance the security supply of medicines and addresses shortages. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you.
Wait for a couple of seconds for the Commissioner. It's no problem. So now for the Commission, Madam Commissioner Stella Kyriakides, you have the floor.
Mr. President, honourable members, first of all, let me start by wishing everyone a Happy New Year and to say how important I think that we have this topic today on the agenda of the European Parliament because of the surge that we're witnessing in Europe in respiratory infections and, of course, the shortage of medicines. We're now 3 years after the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course the COVID virus is still circulating within Europe. And I wanted to share with you that we're closely monitoring the situation in China and of course in the United States, where a new Omicron subvariant has appeared. And with the circulation of COVID and the impact of other respiratory viruses, we are facing a very challenging situation. The lockdown measures that have been in place because of COVID for almost 3 years have made people understandably less exposed to respiratory viruses. And when we say this, it actually means that children that were born since the pandemic may have never encountered the influenza virus, for example. Member States have already reported high transmission rates in all population groups, but also that the season for the respiratory viruses has started earlier than usual. And this is putting a huge pressure on already pressed health systems and workers. It may be triggering further staff shortages due to sick leaves. And of course, we can also possibly see stress-related anxiety and burnout as we saw in healthcare staff during the pandemic. I'm saying this because maintaining an adequate ratio between the staff and the patients in ICUs and paediatric wards is critical for patient safety and quality of care. Vaccination against respiratory viruses remains our best tool, our shield to protect citizens. In areas with high circulation of respiratory viruses, healthcare facilities should consider making face masks a requirement for healthcare workers and visitors in health care facilities. So in the coming months, reinforcing our healthcare systems is a priority, and also strengthening our healthcare workforce. Now, alongside this, we are also witnessing a shortage of medicines in some member states, in particularly antibiotics and pediatric analgesics. As this is a global issue, we are in close contact with our international counterparts, while also supporting member states and industry. The systems and processes which we established during the pandemic and through the extended mandate which was supported by this Parliament of the European Medicines Agency are helping us to better manage the situation. We have already had discussions with industry, and the main root causes which have been identified are the sharp increase in demand because of more respiratory infections, along with insufficient production capacity. As these products are authorised at national level, the Member States' competent authorities are already putting mitigation measures in place. And together with the European Medicines Agency, we are doing our very best to support, but also to coordinate Member States and industry facing this challenge. We are doing this by deploying all the flexibility that the regulatory framework allows us to use, in seeking ways with our industrial partners to rapidly increase production and to prevent and mitigate shortages. And if needed, HERA can step in and coordinate on behalf of the Member States the joint procurement of medical countermeasures, as we did during COVID, and also organise matchmaking events between industry actors in order to help increase production. Honourable members, I have often said from this podium that patients in the EU and across the EU, no matter where they live, must always have access to the medicines they need at affordable prices. And this is why, as has been mentioned before, we have the ambition to achieve this with a new pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. We will be proposing both non-legislative and legislative measures for better access and greater security of supplies for medicines in the EU. The proposal to revise the pharmaceutical legislation is programmed for March and will be including stronger obligations for supply, earlier notifications of shortages and withdrawals, and enhanced transparency of stocks. Other non-legislative measures are being taken to keep the medicine supplies for the EU citizens and patients going. So our objective remains to secure access to medicines for all patients in need and to avoid disruption of medicines in the EU. I look forward to hearing your interventions on this very important topic today. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be representing the EPP group, Mrs. Colin Oesterle. The floor is yours.
Merci. Thank you, President. To fight or to tackle the shortage of medication, we in Europe need an ambitious industrial policy, a competitive stance facing China and the US, whether it's flu, RSVs or COVID-19. Many patients, many sufferers are struggling with the shortage of medication, and this is not new. We've seen a 20-fold increase in 20 years for various reasons: rising prices, different types of treatment available, massive offshoring of production. 80 to 85% of active ingredients used to make drugs in Europe come from China and India. 45% of drugs marketed in Europe are produced outside the EU. We are highly reliant on countries that may decide to restrict exports to favour their own citizens. That is the case in China, paracetamol, or we may be vulnerable to political tensions. That is unacceptable. In September 2020, a vast majority of MEPs in this chamber voted on a report. We want to relocate production of medication here into Europe. We want tax and financial incentives to ensure that that happens, and we need state aid to encourage companies to produce in Europe. We want to look at essential drugs in Europe. We need to look at stocks in all member states. And what about drugs? Will we want a non-profit making organisation that can produce drugs that are no longer covered by patents? These are drugs that are essential for public health. Since 2020, the European Union has strengthened its legislative tools to tackle a healthcare crisis. Now we need to focus on Made in Europe to ensure that we have healthcare sovereignty.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. A teraz vystúpi...
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Wölken, representing the S&D Group. The floor is yours.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Council representative. The COVID pandemic is something that we've been dealing with for 3 years now. At the start, as the European Union, we managed to avoid the worst consequence of the measures that we've taken to fight COVID. Other seasonal viruses, particularly those which were dangerous for the youngest among us, were also less seen. It's no surprise that these kinds of diseases are being seen more now in society, particularly because it's winter time. But what we've seen during recent months, as well as more COVID infections and the wave of flu and airway infections, is really cause for concern. We're reaching the limits of what we can do when it comes to treating illnesses in child hospitals and also those for adults. Staff are working way beyond their limits, and there's a dramatic lack of medicines as well. So I can only emphasize that the proposals that we make in this House absolutely need to be implemented. We need to ensure that European production of medicines is boosted. We need medicines to be produced here. We need a sustainable medicines industry. We need appropriate care for our staff, because we need enough medical staff here in Europe. Colleagues have mentioned the fact that China is no longer exporting some medicines, and that makes it even more important that we take the appropriate measures to ensure that production returns to Europe. We need to act, and we need a proposal from the European Commission on a medicines strategy to do that. That would give us the key to work as Europeans, just as we did during the COVID pandemic. We stand together and we work better when we work together. So we look forward to your proposal, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker will be from the Renew Group, MEP Trier-Lenoir. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President. Madam Commissioner, the triple pandemic, COVID, influenza and RS virus, is putting pressure on our healthcare systems and leading to shortages of essential drugs. This acute situation, however, has occurred against a chronic backdrop when it comes to supply. The main causes all have their roots in the anomalies of the development and commercialization of drugs within the EU. In fact, following market authorization based on EMA expertise, which is single, we have 27 non-coordinated processes in the member states where they require national authorization, a national assessment provision, a bilateral price negotiation, and so some drugs become non-profitable, and this leads to national stocking, which leads to competition between member states. We must be able to restore the virtuous cycle of European sovereignty. We have joint assessment of drugs. We should have a collective price negotiation based on strengthened cooperation, and then EMA and ERA must mobilize to make this happen. We have the tools. The crisis has showed us that they do work. Let us seize this opportunity to review our pharmaceutical legislation to strengthen these processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Then representing the Greens Group, MEP Metz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear President, Madam Commissioner.
The current state of affairs is alarming, and I can understand why citizens are angry. They have seen a rise in respiratory viruses, putting huge pressure on, indeed endangering emergency departments around Europe. At the same time, citizens are facing shortages in medication, and this is the direct consequence of the laissez-faire policy that has been applied for years to the pharmaceutical industry. What is the upshot? We've seen massive relocation of drug production. We have shortages, patients not receiving the type of healthcare required, and there is a shocking lack of information amongst the public authorities. They cannot take action. They have allowed free rein to the private sector and to national and European level, and so we have systematic commercialisation of public health care, and that has produced the situation we're familiar with here today. Citizens' health is being put in jeopardy. I would like to hear from the Commission and Council on what they plan. Firstly, in the short term, to provide immediate support to public healthcare services to ensure that they have access to a sufficient supply of essential medicines. And what about the longer term? How can you ensure greater transparency on the medicines production chain? How can you ensure that public authorities can take action ahead of crisis rather than responding after a crisis has emerged? And finally, what about the idea of creating a European public entity responsible for producing a minimum level of essential medicines so that we always have that safety net? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be for the ID Group, MEP Simona Baldassare. The floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, the WHO has warned about a peak in the number of respiratory cases, but in Europe we're seeing essential medicines lacking. We're too dependent on countries such as China and India, which represent 66% of our imports of active ingredients. I think the fact that we had problems with gas imports from Russia showed that at the end of the day, too much dependency causes problems, and it's the citizens that end up paying. We need to ensure that Europe becomes more independent when it comes to the production of pharmaceuticals. In China, according to government estimates, 60,000 people have died since the start of December. Now, this is an alarming figure. We don't know how reliable it is, but we need to ensure that all pharmaceuticals are produced in our countries. We need to ensure that the entire production chain is in our countries. Health and the lives of many of our citizens would rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be from the ECR group, Madame Kopczynska. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję, Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowna Pani.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Access to medicines is a question of patients' security. And the term health security always opens up a serious discussion about all the solutions to any threats to public health. The health security in the EU has been under threat recently due to the surge of bacterial infections after the lifting by the EU member states of restrictions related to the pandemic, which, as a consequence, led to antibiotic shortages and shortages of basic medicines. Although I am aware of the fact that the reasons that have led to medicine shortages are complex and manifold because they include production challenges, industry limits, and economic elements, I still believe that the strategy aimed at solving this problem has to be a two-tier strategy. On the one hand, we should limit the exposure of manufacturers to supply shocks, and on the other hand, we should think about solutions which will lead to the improvement of market surveillance mechanisms. And we should also create a clear list of problems and have clear data at our disposal as to which medicines are lacking. I am finishing. So although we need to wait for the final results, we already need to think today about reorganizing the European environment of medicine production. Thank you, and sorry for speaking for so long.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be from the left group.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner, colleagues. The problem is the system itself, and any changes that we make to it are purely cosmetic and will not resolve the fundamental problems. Under the current legislation, there are many measures whereby we can deal with lacks of medicines. Let me remind you that it was years ago when the Commission came up with the new pharmaceutical strategy for Europe, and here they underlined the need to return at least a part of the medicines production back to the EU. However, neither the Commission nor the Member States said who was to pay for this, and therefore nothing has happened for years now. We also need to talk about the general treatment of medicines in EU law. Medicines are regarded to be common goods, salt, sugar, flour, etc., and therefore they are regulated under the common principles of the market, supply, demand, and this has to change. We have to limit the free movement of medicines. We have to regulate it more. I proposed this at the time in 2018. In certain member states, people are horrified to see there are no central registries to enable a person to look which pharmacy has certain medicines and which do not. A system that would enable this is again something that me and my colleagues have proposed to be included in the new EMA mandate. But again, this had been rejected because apparently it was too burdensome, administratively speaking. What we also have to change is the patent law in the EU, which is tragic. It is set so that we only produce those things that carry the greatest margins. But again, this is something the right doesn't want to discuss at all. And therefore, the situation continues to be bad, and we will have lacks of medicines until we change this. This is up to us. The proposals are there. We have to start accepting them. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be MEP Ferrara. The floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente. In Italia si registra la carenza temporale.
Thank you, President. Well, in Italy, we're currently seeing around 3,000 pharmaceutical products that we're lacking at the moment, and other member states have similar problems. And this doesn't only relate to the COVID and respiratory diseases wave. There are production problems linked to higher energy costs, more expensive raw materials, and difficulties in supply chains. Various European countries continue to have a problem when it comes to their dependency on foreign countries for pharmaceutical products. There is a concentration of production in various foreign countries, first and foremost among them China and India. So we need to support the European pharmaceutical industry so that it can boost production and increase its independence. We need coordinated actions at the union level to find, purchase and distribute medicines to ensure that all member states have their fair share. We also need storage of pharmaceutical products so that we have them when we need them. We need joint European responses so that no one's left behind with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Bartosz Arłukowicz.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. Cancer has been proving to us every day, and it's still proving to us every day, without combating it in common, without combating it on a global basis, we stand no chance. And the pandemic has proven the same. Hundreds of thousands of people have died. It proves that without acting together, we are unable to save people's lives. And this is the moment, Commissioner, when you need to decide. We've been talking about it during the meetings of the Special Committee for Combating Cancer. Europe has to say it's enough. We need to start common negotiations on prices for medicines for Europeans, common purchases. In Europe, we need to create a system in which we will be creating stocks of critical medicines as to avoid situations in which we have another wave of the virus and people are helpless, running from one pharmacy to another without being able to buy medicines. The politicians are there to save the lives and the health of the people. Europe can build roads, bridges, schools, but we need to face illnesses and we need to provide medicines for our citizens. I always hear that health lies in the hands of member states. This is true, but we can just look by. Or we may say no. If the regulations make it impossible to save people, we need to change the regulations to save the people. We need to start purchasing medicines together, and we need to create European stocks of critical medicines. Otherwise, people will continue to die. And we will be watching passively. Commissioner, we've been talking about it many times. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Sara Żerdasz. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, Council, we need responses to the medicines shortage, and the EU can provide them. The European Medicines Agency has to be able to identify which drugs there are shortages of, but also the production and delivery points where there are failings. When it comes to stocking products and withdrawing from the market, we need more information, and we need to move forward with joint purchases of essential drugs, which is what happened for the COVID-19 vaccines. We also need a new pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. It needs to contribute to autonomy and sustainability in the EU when it comes to pharmaceutical production. Drugs access cannot fluctuate as a consequence of wars, invasions or other factors. People depend on these drugs, and therefore they depend on our work here in the European Parliament, in the EU. This is our obligation, and only if we stand united can we rise to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Nicola Stefanuta.
Doamnă Kyriakides, este 2023.
Madam Kyriakides, it is 2023, and I get the impression that we are backsliding. We are seeing an exponential rise in flu and RSV cases in Europe. We're seeing major shortages of medication in hospitals and chemists. Have we learnt nothing from the crisis? In Romania, we are facing shortages of antibiotics, and we're seeing rising number of flu cases and also COVID or cross-infection both at the same time. Hospitals are almost full in Constanța. The paediatric services has no bed free at the moment. How is it that we are not properly prepared for a wave of respiratory tract infections? The reputation of the EU is on the line here in my country. People are calling for proper medication, high-quality hospitals. We want to build up reserves. We want European solidarity, and Europe has to help us now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Jutta Paulus. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we've had 2 years of coronavirus during which there were many limits in place and people wore masks, and that prevented many infections. But now we're seeing a massive wave of airway infections which are overwhelming member states' health systems. Masks have meant that citizens' immune systems have been weakened. But we hear that, but that's actually not true. Your immune system is not a muscle that needs to be trained. And it's not me who says that, it's immunologists from across the world. We're seeing young children affected by these respiratory diseases, and these are people who've never worn a mask. Studies show that corona infections are detrimental to our immune systems over the long term. There are many studies from right across the world on that. And so the question is, when are we finally going to establish a program which researches lung infections and the long-term effects of COVID? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be Ms. Sylvia Limer.
Pandemics are very practical when you're looking to secure more powers that do not fall to you. Citizens have just completed an odyssey ordered by Brussels, lockdowns, masks, which the ECDC said in 2021 offered no added value, and yet they were enforced. And of course, there was vaccination. The Pfizer representative in the COVID Special Committee said that these vaccines would not prevent infection. And now we see a wave in respiratory tract and RSV infections amongst children. This is to be expected. It is normal. Remember the 2018-2019 wave that also led to a huge burden on hospitals. What has changed since? Well, we have fewer hospital staff. There are medical staff that refused experimental gene therapy jabs, and they have left the profession. And what about those that were vaccinated and have chronic illnesses? And Commissioner, why have we seen this increase in infection? And bear in mind that we have a shortage, some 300 medicines are missing, some of them life-saving. And this is because production has been outsourced to cheap wage land countries. And this is not new. But the main thing is that the Commission's Corona Task Force managed to spend billions of taxpayer money ensuring that mRNA jabs are produced fully within the EU, because that was the only criteria determining which vaccines would be produced and bought. You're not solving any problems. You are part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Christian Terhes. You have the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, is the European Commission part of the solution or part of the problem when it comes to shortage of medication in Europe? This is the question that we must ask now when the European Commission is asking for more power on handling medical crisis. Handling the COVID pandemic proved that the European Commission is not the solution, but the cause of many problems on dealing with health crisis. While the focus of the Commission was to purchase astronomical quantities of alleged anti-COVID vaccines, people could not find antivirals or antibiotics in the European pharmacies. Now we have a flu season, and we debate again about shortage of different medicines, most notably antibiotics. This debate is the proof that the European Commission is not the solution, but the cause of many problems all across Europe. The best thing the European Commission can do is to prevent the formation of medical monopolies and cartels and let the national states act in the best interests of their citizens. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. A ďalší vystúpi pán João Pimenta Lopes. Prosím, máte slovo.
And now Mr. Lopez has the floor.
Thank you, President. The cases of infections, respiratory infections, have gone up, and morbidity and mortality has gone up too. Health services and their response has been challenged. We need to bear in mind the social dimension and the coincidence of people's worsened life conditions. European policy must contribute to better care, better food, better housing, and guaranteed heating of our housing. These problems are all the more often associated with medicine shortages. This is motivated not by the interests of the public and public health, but what drives us is the interests of pharmaceutical companies, particularly multinationals, and the European institutions are facilitating these processes for them. If we want to challenge these problems, we must have a public response, investing in national public health services and increasing production and technical capacity in each country, free from patents, so that we can respond to our medicines needs within the framework of sovereignty. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystúpi pán Kostas Papadakis. Prosím, máte slovo.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Papadakis.
Quite true, indeed. How is it that the 30 largest pharmaceutical companies in Greece to have huge deficits as far as very, very basic drugs, drugs imported and local drugs as well? Why does this particular situation prevail in other European countries? Because drugs are these are the blood that allow us to be able to move forward, but also they are part of the market of consumerism, of competition as well. So the parties that are serving these various enterprises like Syriza, the New Democracy Party, and other parties as well, they are serving these enterprises, these multinationals, and these multinationals are causing these deficits as far as what is available on the market. And of course, it looks like the situation in the European Union, we have a very serious situation indeed. The moment has come for these types of exports, the exports that we have spoken about, that they be forbidden, that we ought to cover the basic needs of European citizens and not serve the interests and profits of large companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Koumpouropoulos.
Thank you, Chair, Minister, Commissioner, Mrs. Kyriakidis, colleagues. COVID-19 has made the last couple of years quite challenging for our health systems. However, we are now facing even greater challenges, and we need an EU coordinated approach to overcome them. Where the COVID-19 cases are rising in China, hospitals across the member states are being overwhelmed by an early surge in respiratory infections. Pediatric hospital beds are full. As a result, patients with less urgent illnesses may face long waits, and kids who need cancer treatment or surgery may be sent home to wait. As part of the pharmaceutical strategy, we need to address the rising admissions and extreme shortage of medication in a holistic way, and of course without compromising the health of other patients. Dear Commission, we need to know what measures the Commission will take in the short and long term to ensure immediate access to all pharmaceutical products. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Thank you very much. As I don't see Mr. Childaru in the chamber, I'll give the floor now to Mr. Ivars Iaps. Prosím, máte slovo.
President Kungs, Komisārs Kungs. Chairman, Commissioner, the lack of drugs in Europe is becoming something chronic. This shouldn't just be a political document. To avoid this, two things have been done. First of all, we need a more modern medicines regulation because the current procedures in Europe are extremely complicated and the current system isn't sufficiently digitalised. European rules need to be modernised and the digital infrastructure and digital tools need a degree of flexibility in the application of the rules by the regulators. The payment for drugs has become a real jungle. Drugs for public health need to be disseminated, and people need to know how to use drugs more effectively at the best price.
Vystúpi pani Michelle Rivasi. Prosím, máte slovo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rivasi has the floor now. Thank you, President, Commissioner. Well, at the moment in Europe, we're facing a shortage of medicines. It's a very worrying situation, and once again, it is showing the limits of a system that we have based on profit with lack of supply. We can see that there are problems in France getting worse and worse. Amoxicillin, an antibiotic, is added to the list of 267 medicines that are out of stock. In Ireland, there are more than 80 that are not available, including 11 that are considered essential and vital according to the WHO. Why? Well, we're being told because there are too many people are ill, because the medicines are too cheap. But there's also a problem of people not producing the right medicines. But, you know, for 10 years we've been talking about the problems here, and the list of shortages is getting longer and longer every year. If you ignore producing certain medicines because they don't make enough profit, you have to find an alternative way of producing them, find other producers. We have a report from Ms. Colin Osterley where an alternative was suggested, and that is to have a public-private setup that would allow the production of medicines that big pharma aren't interested in producing, and that they could produce those medicines that we need. And it is urgent that we budge on this and we come up with specific proposals. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalšia vystúpi pani Virginie Joron.
Thank you very much. And now, Ms. Joron.
Commissaire.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, lack of drugs in France is mind-boggling. I'm furious. There are people. Having a woman losing a child because of lack of antibiotics in 2023 is unacceptable. What is Big Pharma doing? They're moving production abroad. Now they want tax cuts to get paracetamol produced. Well, it's a good deal for them. All these millions of doses of COVID vaccination. In France today, we've no hospitals, no drugs anymore. That's what you get for 30 years of the Maastricht Treaty with our government's dancing to McKinsey's tune. How are you supposed to get basic drugs such as antibiotics, paracetamol? As far as the Commission's concerned, this is a job for Europe. Just like there's millions of COVID vaccination doses that no one wants. I'm furious at the same time that there are all these expired COVID vaccinations having to be dumped. No government can accept this lack of drugs, and there's going to have to be going to account.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Kokalis.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has shown that the invisible hand of the market, the lack of state support as well, has caused terrible problems as far as the healthcare system and has resulted in a epidemiological crisis. So very, very major steps has to be made in order to protect public health. What we need is a joint European policy on public health, actually. 3 years later, we still observe huge deficits, shortages on the market. We have a deregulation of the pharmaceutical industry as well, the market, that is to say, and this has caused terrible problems. So today we need a European approach, coordination for health, health for European citizens within the framework of the New Green Deal in order to protect citizens from any sort of issues such as shortages on the market, particularly in times of pandemic. Greece is not any exception in this particular situation. We have a system which does not incentivize local production. Domestic production has been reduced considerably, and of course this has had consequences. We need to create a future for the generations of the future in Europe, protecting everybody's health. Thank you.
A ďalšia vystúpi pani Maria Angela Danzi.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Danzi.
Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the severe lack of common drugs is a serious problem that cannot be kicked any further down the road. We don't seem to have learnt that much from the COVID crisis. There doesn't seem to be applied as quickly as possible. From 1989 onwards, the European Community, as it was then, pointed out the need for Europe to play a role in price control mechanisms. As far as the five-star movement is concerned, Europe must be a guarantor for research and development, the building up of strategic stocks. We cannot allow ourselves to depend on choices made by Big Pharma. On price controls, programming and agreeing on standards, the drugs companies have to obey the rules and be subject to a sanctions regime if not. All our member states need to work together to achieve framework agreements which provide guarantees that drugs will be distributed, and this must be a service of general interest everywhere at all times.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a teraz vystúpi pán Sean Kelly. Prosím.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Kelly.
Over the past 3 years, the European Union has overcome extraordinary obstacles in our fight against COVID-19. Unfortunately, this winter has again been exceptionally challenging for our hospitals. We are witnessing public health systems across the EU become overwhelmed and exhausted as a result of the recent surge of COVID-19, flu and RSV patients. Earlier this month, Ireland reached record levels of overcrowding, and it is clear that we are at crisis point. Consequently, the surge of respiratory infections has had an effect on our medical supplies. It is vital that we take action and that our supply of medical products are assessed to ensure access to medicines for all patients in need. I also highlight the importance of coordination at European level. What we have learned over the past years is that a public health problem affects the functioning of all European sectors. It is time for swift and immediate action.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalší vystúpi pán Milan Grles.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Birkelec.
Predsedujoči, hvala za besedo.
Dear President, thank you for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, the reasons for the current shortage of medicines afflicting the European Union are the declining predictability of seasonal illnesses, disruption of global supply chains, the withdrawal of medicines that do not bring large profits to the pharmaceutical industry, and that is especially true for small markets. The citizens are affected by the lack of medicines, and children are the ones most afflicted, which should not happen. We need measures that support production at union level, joint procurement, removal of administrative barriers to cross-border transfers, and we need to strengthen the national stocks of key medicines. That is already, those are already solutions set out in the European medicines strategy. We need strategic autonomy and social resilience, but those will only be empty promises if decision makers will not be able to guarantee the health of our citizens, especially the youngest ones. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalší vystúpi pán Andreas Glück. Prosím.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glück.
Frau Kommissarin, werte
Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it might surprise you if you hear me saying we don't need Europe everywhere, but we do need strong Europe in the right places, and the right places would be when it comes to provision of vital things such as medicines or the strategic arrangement of things. We shouldn't be surprised about this because in the past the question of provision of supply has never been a question. Everybody's always bought from the cheapest provider. But ladies and gentlemen, we constitute the biggest single market in the world. Everybody's understood that apart from us. If each member state just buys from the cheapest producer, we shouldn't be surprised if around the world you just see production concentrated in the hands of one or two big firms. We need joint procurement. We need diversification of supply chains. We need more production in Europe. We need to have communal buying.
Everywhere, but we need a very strong Europe when it comes to the important stuff, and this is like one of the very important points. Here we need a little less member state and we need a little more Europe. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalší vystúpi pán Nikolaus Fest.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Fest.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, colleagues. Now we have a massive increase in respiratory infection, and at the same time, we have a shortage of medications. Now, a colleague asked what? Didn't the Commission learn anything from the pandemic? And they said no. The EU Commission has actually learned nothing, unfortunately, as always. So the Commission has said that only they can solve the EU problems, the major problems. But when these problems arise, repeatedly, the EU Commission is unprepared, unorganized, and unfortunately has no idea whatsoever. With COVID and the totally poorly organized vaccination campaign, with the Ukraine, the war there, with inflation, and with the energy crisis, the same thing as with respiratory infections as well. So now, indeed, the citizens have to be protected, welfare of citizens has to be pushed forward, but on the other hand, nothing is done for the welfare of citizens, and what dominates is the welfare. Here we're speaking about health, the health of one's body, but here, once again, all issues have been put to the side, and why have these promises not been met? And once again, one asks, why do we find ourselves in this position?
Thank you very much. Ms. Glavak has the floor now.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Commissioner, colleagues. Autonomy when it comes to medicine procurement is a primary security issue. Croatia is one of the countries where we have a surge of flu, some 3,000 cases. However, our system is still coping and there is no shortage. However, at this moment, we have a triple pandemic, flu, respiratory infections, and COVID-19. The shortage of medicines is nothing new. However, the situation has got worse as a result of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. The situation has been bad during the past few years. The main reason is linked to the globalization of production, where the main stages of production are divided between different localities, and China and India account for some 60 to 80% of global pharmaceutical ingredients. This concentration of market is linked with certain risks. We need to urgently manage them, taking into account our future. Let me finish. We've called upon setting up the European system of redistribution of medicine in case of shortages, and what we need are specific legislative acts. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. A ďalšia vystúpi pani
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alessandra Moretti.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, it's very important to be discussing the complex picture we have today with a number of strains of respiratory diseases resurgent, with a lack of certain drugs, which for certain countries is becoming a source of concern. Solutions have been put forward by the European Parliament some time ago. We adopted a resolution on shortages, the strategic coordinated European approach to ensuring supplies, promoting public investment. Just a few examples. I think, though, that one of our priorities today must be to step up our pressure for joint purchasing. The system worked well for vaccines in Europe and could be used to put right the shortages we've seen in recent weeks. It would be wrong for Europe not to learn from what we did in the pandemic, drawing inspiration from the best practices that we found during that very awkward period. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a teraz vystúpi pán Ondřej Knotek. Prosím, máte.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Knotek has the floor.
Potřebujeme, aby byla Evropa sobě.
Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner. We need to ensure that the European Union is autonomous when it comes to the production of medicines. We are lagging behind Asia at the moment, and we are dependent on these other areas. That's why it's essential that production happen in Europe. Programs need to be prepared better so that we can ensure funding, so that we can make sure that capacities in Europe are bolstered. Moreover, we have a very specific task. We need new antibiotics for Europe. We need to be aware that the lower efficacy of antibiotics can have a negative effect on our populations. Hence, the production of medicines in Europe must be of the highest priority. Also, we have to understand that we can generate jobs by doing this as well. Thank you, the President. Thank you. Mr. Nicolas González Caceres.
Thank you very much, Commissioner President. Once again, in Europe, we find ourselves in a situation of not being able to offer to patients, to citizens, the medications that they need. We have a lack in anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, and looking at the situation in China as well. Importing also from China is extremely difficult because of the very terrible situation there. At the European level, however, I do feel we're in a better position to monitor the situation. We should have been in a better position, that is to say. We have to take into consideration the numerous different possibilities that we have, the numerous different implements, legal implements as well, in order to adopt a whole series of reforms in order to change the system of production and distribution as well. But we know what's missing, we know what the lacunae are, but we have a European market that is not functioning effectively. So we have to look at it once again. In other words, the legislation as concerns pharmaceuticals, we need to redefine, restructure this particular market. It is a chronic problem. It is an issue that has gone on, and indeed, the moment has come to find solutions to the problem that exists. We have to resolve this issue, Commissioner, because we need the antibiotics out there for our patients in Europe. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalší vystúpi pán István.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Uhelyi.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, yesterday we heard some fine words regarding the 30th anniversary of the single market. That is indeed important, but it's as if the pharmaceutical sector was still not involved. This morning needed an instrument to measure glycemia. Diabetics are entitled to this as a right in Germany and Hungary, but it's very difficult here. Now, as the father of a 14-year-old child, I need to make this my concern. Can it be right and proper that we don't have some minimum level of health service across Europe to which all European citizens would be entitled? That's why we need a European health union. We need a minimum level of service guaranteed. There has to be a stress test against which to gauge health services everywhere. That would include drugs, and we need to establish the situation of each of the health services because all European citizens need some minimum level of health care that actually works properly. We need to avoid fashionable expressions. The health union has to be a constant endeavour.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to Catch the Eye. Ms. Hedder-Klum.
Thank you, President. And as we can see, rising RSV cases, the flu and corona have created enormous pressures on our health systems across Europe, and they've also highlighted a gap in terms of supply of essential medicines. The number of out-of-stock medicines in Ireland has risen to over 200 this week, and this is also in line with a pan-European shortage of critical elements that require a pan-European response. We need to evaluate our methods of procurement, purchasing, storage and distribution of these key medicines, and we need to move towards increasing domestic production in Europe to reduce our dependency on imports. Member States, led by the Commission, need to discuss common procurement, as we did during the pandemic. The people of Europe benefited from the common purchase of vaccines, and they want to see this type of approach as well. As one speaker has said, we need to see more Europe in this area, a European approach now to benefit all of our citizens.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. A teraz vystúpi pán Tomislav Sokol.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sokol.
While Europe is fighting inflation, all other crises and increase of prices of food, we have more and more respiratory infections, and the lack of medication is even worse. So there is a lack of paracetamol. Patients don't have antibiotics, but especially also medications that are used for curing cancer and other very grave diseases. Therefore, we need a European response. The European Union has to help member states financially in the because of the lack of medical workers. We also need key medications like antibiotics because their production is not profitable. In short, we need more support for the production of medication in the EU. The protection of health of the European citizens must not be dependent on third countries like it is today. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. A teraz vystúpi za Európsku komisiu.
Thank you very much. Now, Commissioner, Ms. Kyriakides, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and honourable members of Parliament. First of all, thank you for this very important and constructive discussion. Now, I will start with what honourable member of Parliament Sokol spoke about. And he spoke about needing a European response. And I have already said in my opening remarks, and I will be repeating it in my closing remarks, that yes, we do have a European response, and that European response will be the pharmaceutical strategy we will be presenting at the end in March, and that I hope will have the opportunity to discuss within the European Parliament and the Council, and that it will lead to the solution of many of the issues that we all recognise, not now because of the pandemic, but for a number of years that has to do with access to medicines and affordability across our member states. Now, since the pandemic, we have all managed to work together. And I think that we also need to recognize that the work that we have done together in the pandemic, which I will not say has not resulted in any significant change, but I think that it is work that we can justifiably in many areas feel that we can feel pride in, and it was work of the European Commission, of the Council, and of the European Parliament. And a great deal of what has been achieved was achieved because of the constructive discussions we had at this Parliament. And because of our serious cross-border health threats regulation, which you know is in place now, we do now have the measures we need to respond. We have now integrated approaches to respiratory viruses. We have more robust sequencing and diagnostic capacities in member states, and we're supporting them with this. And we're reinforcing our healthcare workforce in many areas in this respect. We are still facing a pandemic, and I never said that this was over, but we are better now in the member states to identify, to assess, and to respond to respiratory viruses than we were pre-pandemic. Now, a great deal has been said by the honourable members of the European Parliament. I will stand by some of the words said by MEP Cerdas and MEP Walken, who spoke about standing together, and I believe that this is what we need to be doing in the areas of health. MEP Stefanuta spoke about seeing an increase in respiratory viruses and that we're backsliding. I just wanted to mention here that I have been in touch with health ministers from very early on, and I would say as early on in the summer and autumn months, saying that in autumn and winter we would be expecting a surge possibly in respiratory viruses. So we have been working with member states for their level of preparedness as a commission from very early on. In the comments that we heard today, there was a comment which also spoke of the cancer plan, and here I feel that the cancer plan and the strategy on cancer is really such an important initiative that we can all be proud of as Council and as Parliament. A great deal has been achieved in the last 3 years with cancer. We presented new screening guidelines recently, and believe me, I never watch passively any issue which is related to citizens' health, not for any day. It has also been said by MEP Lima that we are part of the problem. I just want to say here that the European vaccine strategy, I think, was one of the biggest successes that we had in dealing with the pandemic, because every single European citizen had access to vaccines in every member state at the same time. Now, whether citizens decided to use those vaccines or not is different, because that's very much a personal choice, but we did have vaccines available for all citizens. And vaccines do, as Sans says, prevent serious disease and hospitalization and the issues of long COVID. And from the very beginning, we have always followed very clearly scientific advice when giving recommendations to member states. Now, what are we doing in the case of the drug shortages in the European market? The root causes of shortages of medicines is both very complex and it's also multifactorial. And it can range from the vulnerabilities from the pharmaceutical value chain, the manufacturing challenges, the unanticipated increases in demand. And these are detailed in a Commission study that we did on shortages. And I heard MEP Metz and Rivasi and Kimberopoulos all ask, what are we doing about this? And the European Medicines Agency has been working very closely. I'm very sorry, President, I'm going to take a little bit longer, but there were many questions. Have been working very closely with the member states and industry in order to understand the root causes of medicine shortages, in order to monitor shortages, and develop a stronger assessment, I would say, of the demands and the needs. And specifically, for example, the industry has reported the shortages of the root causes of amoxicillin shortages. And these are due to production capacity issues following a reduction of the production volume during COVID, then an unexpected increase in respiratory infections, particularly in children. And this is not an issue just affecting member states, but it's a global issue. So what are we doing about it? We have strengthened the mandate working with you of the European Medicines Agency as part of our proposals for the European Health Union. The European Medicines Agency has been working from day one of this issue with all the national competent authorities, with industry, with all the stakeholders in order to resolve this. We hold very regular exchanges between the EMA and the national competent authorities with a single contact working party. There are then discussions held ongoing with industry in order to identify the problems and to see what correction measures can be taken place. And this is really the crucial point. We need to understand that we need to have mitigation measures, including a close engagement with the marketing authorization holders, including engaging with other manufacturers to determine if we have other production capacity. We are strongly encouraging all the national authorities to consider and use the regulatory flexibilities available, for example, to allow the exceptional supply of certain medicines or presentations, which may be not authorized in one member state, but may be authorized in others. And the EU has the opportunity to grant full or partial exemption to certain labelling or packaging requirements. So a great deal has been going on. And also working at national level to advise to avoid hoarding. Now, on the issues to do with the open strategic autonomy approach, in order to decrease dependence, which is extremely important, I think it was MEP Ortele who opened up with this. We're working on a very important project here of common European interest to increase production in Europe and the resilience of the European industry post-COVID. This, of course, is ongoing. But let me be clear that the ongoing shortages we are seeing now are not linked to the active pharmaceutical ingredients, shortage of active pharmaceutical ingredients. They are all linked to the huge upsurge of cases of COVID we have in China. In terms of stockpiles, at this stage, the EU does not have an intention to increase stockpiles of medicines on the basis of the current circumstances, because where there is insufficient manufacturing capacity, stockpiling would not be resolving these issues. Now, on pricing, pricing and reimbursement does remain the responsibility of member states, but the EU does have a role to play. And the pharmaceutical strategy and reform will facilitate the earlier entry of generic, will improve transparency, and will support the cooperation between the national authorities so as to exchange, for example, best practices on pricing, on reimbursement and procurement policies. I will end here by saying that I hope to be able to put forward this proposal in March. We are very aware of the pressure that health systems are under because of the increase of the respiratory viruses and because COVID is still ongoing. And we have been working since the very first days with member states and oral agencies to see how we can support. But I have also really highlighted this to member states from very early on, that this was a situation, the challenge that we would be facing in the autumn and winter months. Thank you once again, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a na záver vystúpi za...
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And now, on behalf of the Council, lastly, I give the floor to Ms. Roosevelt, Minister.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, let me assure you that the action is being taken by the member states at national level as required. As you all are aware of, EU member states are responsible for the organisation and delivery on their health and care policies and services. The Presidency, however, is ready to discuss possible coordinated actions and exchange of good practices.
The shortage of medicines in the EU is a recurrent issue. Therefore, in addition to resolve the current situation, we also have to consider long-term sustainable solutions to the structural causes of these shortages, as I said in my first statement. In this sense, I also would like to recall the important step forward that was taken by the co-legislation in 2022 with the revised and enhanced mandate of the European Medicines Agency, EMA. The EMA is now responsible for monitoring medicine shortages that might lead to a crisis situation, as well as reporting shortages of critical medicines during a crisis. Mr. President, the Swedish presidency will continue to monitor closely the situation and also in close contact, of course, with the Commission to consider any additional supportive measures that could be needed at the European level, both in the short and in the long term. We count on the Parliament to be a part of these efforts. Thank you very much once again for a very interesting debate. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Thank you very much. Colleagues, the sitting is now suspended until 3 o'clock, whereupon it will resume with question time for the Commission. Die Sitzung ist wieder aufgenommen.
So, let's begin, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday's minutes and the texts are available. I don't see any reservations whatsoever, so the minutes have been approved. Now, the question time with the Commission. I would like to welcome Commissioner Wojciechowski for this period. The theme today is food price inflation in Europe. About approximately 90 minutes. 1 minute for the questions. So there will be 1 minute to ask a question, 2 minutes for the reply, 30 seconds for the supplementary questions. And I remind you that possible supplementary question is granted only if it is related to the new question. It ought not be a new question in itself. So I'd like to ask you to register your question right now using the Catch the Eye function on your voting machine. After having inserted your voting card, during question time, interventions will take place from your seat, and I invite all speakers to stick to the allocated speaking time. Once again, you can register through the voting machine, and I'd like to ask you to do that right now. Let's begin with the first question. Colleague Šojdrová is our first speaker.
Dobrý den, děkuji,
Good afternoon, Commissioner, President. We know that prices are going up, energy prices are going up, and that has ramifications on the growth in food prices. If we look at inflation, if we look at how the share of food prices as a part of overall inflation, it's obvious that following on from energy, food prices constitute the second biggest share of payments, and that has a massive impact on consumers. But how did this kick off? Well, we know that there are farmers who are not gaining anything from this growth in prices. They're dependent on foodstuffs being sold. So my question to the Commissioner is, how do you want to make sure that farmers are being supported? Because they're suffering from inflation greatly.
Frau Kollegin Šojdrová, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, Madam Šojdrová. Commissioner, please.
Thank you very much. Maybe thank you, Ms. Šojdrová, for your question. Yes, we can observe the increase of the food prices. That's general inflation in European Union is 11%, comparing November to November, 21-22. But food inflation is 18.3%. We can observe different situation across the sectors, across the member states. But you're right that farmers' incomes was increased in last year, 13%, but also there are differences across the member states. Not everywhere they increased, but it is easy to observe that increase of the farmers' incomes is less than increase of food prices. And increase of agriculture costs comparing 21-22, the cost of production is about 30%. Increase of agricultural prices of agricultural products is 24%. It shows that increase of cost is not fully compensated by the increase of prices which farmers receive. What we can do, of course, the fertilizer prices. This is the main factor of increase of the agriculture cost. Also energy, what you said. We presented our fertilizer communication. There is possible support on the member states level, support for the fertilizer producers, for the farmers. State aid for the farmers, possible amount 250 euro per individual farm. This is what we main instrument which we propose. Of course, there is a common agricultural policy, but the strategic plans, but it will be in the future, in the coming years, implemented. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Well, thank you very much. Madam Šojdrová.
Děkuji za odpověď, pane komisaři. Já bych...
Thank you very much for that answer. I do have a supplementary question, Commissioner. Your answer is one I can't accept for this year, 2023, because there's a calculation that inflation will be taken into consideration for funding the Common Agricultural Policy. Does that mean that we'll be able to see conditions extended and improved for the use of the new Common Agricultural Policy, because that would help farmers as well?
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Šojdrová. Thank you very much, Madam Šojdrová. Mr. Commissioner, please.
Mogę dodać do mojej odpowiedzi już teraz
Here I may add, I'll be speaking Polish right now. I can add that in our communication on fertilizers, we've listed ways of encouraging industry. Member states can alter their strategic plans as of the 1st of January, and we are listing ways of proposing new ways of working that will make farmers less dependent on fertilizers. Fertilizers have the greatest weight in the structure of cost. So there will be programs which will be encouraging farmers, for instance, to produce their own fertilizer in a natural way. But many answers to your question will lay outside of the realm of CAP and outside of the realm of responsibilities of Commissioner responsible for farming and agriculture. We are thinking about imposing caps on gas price. We have the caps on gas prices and activities that are undertaken across the board. But we are using CAP and public aid in the individual member states. This is what we can do in short term. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar. Thank you very much, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Colleague Kamalashis will take the floor now.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we know that the major problem of price inflation in Europe is not as a result so much of supplies, but the increases in energy prices and the price of fertilizers, and it has to be said, a degree of speculation on the markets has all led to an upsurge in prices, and that is above all hitting the most vulnerable families. We know that there's a huge burden to their family budget as a result of expenditure on food. So we have vehemently defended the package of measures, a solidarity package for families and firms. We've also called for ongoing support measures to keep energy costs down on the market and so forth. Now, what I would like to know from the Commission is this. What other measures could be implemented, not just to support our farmers, but also to help the most vulnerable families across the European Union? Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Carvalhes. Thank you very much, colleague Carvalhes. Commissioner, please.
Thank you very much for this question. And no, first of all, I'd like to mention that the situation is different across the member states. Increase of food prices is the EU average is 18.3%, but we can in all member states is more than 10%. But the less is in Luxembourg, which is 10.8%. The highest inflation is now in Hungary, 49.2%. No, I cannot exclude there is speculation is one of the factors, but it is possible, but Commission has no evidence that now this is the responsibility of the member states to act against the speculation on the market if this is observed. This is also the differences between the type of products. About the agricultural products, the main increase of prices is for cereals, about the 45%. Next is eggs, milk, more than 30%, and the rest less than 30%. Potatoes, poultry, pig meat, and the beef, etc. This is less than 30%. Yeah, thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar Wojciechowski.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Colleague Corrales.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm over on this side of the chamber. I don't know whether you noticed where I actually am. You seem to be looking constantly in another direction, rather than over here. Well, thank you for all the information you've provided to us. Come what may, I'm keen to see what more the Commission can do to protect the interest of the most vulnerable consumers. I'm grateful to you anyway for the explanation you've given us in those details. Thank you.
Das war jetzt keine Frage mehr. Dann
that wasn't really a question.
Herr Kollege Flecho.
Kollege Flecho.
Hvala, poštovani predsjedniče.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, if inflation is a problem in the European Union, then in Croatia it is a huge problem because during the past 2 months our inflation is more than 13%. And if we speak about inflation of food prices, this is an extremely huge problem. In Croatia, we introduced euro on the 1st of January, and the prices skyrocketed. Somebody will say the situation was similar in Italy and Slovenia, but the figures were much lower than today in Croatia. That is why I would like to put a question. Are you aware of this problem of synergy between inflation and rounding up of prices and in Croatia, and whether you can do anything in order to stop this trend, in order to protect the most vulnerable citizens and to prevent them from diving into poverty?
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Flecho.
Thank you very much, colleague Flecho. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Dziękuję bardzo. No, mogę potwierdzić.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can confirm in Croatia, I'm aware of it. Before the euro already, there was a problem because Croatia has one of the highest inflation rates when it comes to foodstuffs and their prices. General prices have increased by 19.8. Well, this is an average for the EU. I'm not able to comment on what has happened after the euro has been introduced. We do not have full data in this respect yet, so I'm not well placed to make comments on this, but I have been listening to you very carefully. The data which I have at my disposal compare November 2022 and November 2021. If you are asking about Croatia precisely, I can tell you that it was 19.8% inflation for foodstuffs. For cereals and bread and other cereals, bread products 27.7, milk 26.5, and lower increases for vegetables and fruit and other products. Thank you.
Bitte, Herr Kollege Flecho, eine Zusatzfrage.
Yes, an additional question, colleague Flecho.
Thank you very much for your reply, which actually confirms everything I have said. Could you please provide a specific answer to the question? Will the fight against inflation of prices of foodstuffs be your priority for 2023? And if so, which measures are you going to apply? Thank you.
Dankeschön. Bitte, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, please.
Tak, no, ja mogę się wypowiedzieć.
Yes, well, in this debate, what I can tell you is about what we are going to do under the CAP. New strategic plans are one such measure to support farmers. Our farmers are up to the task. We have seen it. They are working under very difficult circumstances. The energy price has skyrocketed, the fertilizers, the feed, all of this is increasingly expensive, but we still have food security thanks to our farmers. We need to support them using all the instruments which we have at our disposal thanks to the CAP. I would like to refer back to one of the questions which perhaps I haven't answered precisely. There is an inflation affecting the CAP which is being devalued. The budget of the CAP is about 55 billion euro annually. If you compare it to the value of the whole agriculture production, which has increased due to inflation, it has increased from 450 billion euro to 536 billion euro. But the expenditure on the CAP has not changed, despite inflation, despite the increased value of agricultural production. We can now experience this problem, but of course the budget is decided by the member states. This pertains to the whole budget of the EU and to the budget of the CAP. Nowadays, this budget might be less effective and might be less of an incentive for the farmers. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Colleague van den Gendela, please. You have the floor.
Dank u wel. Thank you very much, President. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. Because everybody who says inflation refers to energy prices, of course, but obviously we need to look at food prices as well. That's what we're looking at. Now, food prices have gone up and we can see symptoms there, but we need to look at the root causes as well. Given food price inflation and inflation in general, then I think there are problems of artificial manure, whose prices have skyrocketed. If we look at artificial manure, we're dependent on third countries, non-EU countries. Heads of state and government in their Versailles Declaration said that we have to become more independent of third countries, and they've even called for the establishment of a European protein strategy. So my question to you is, has the European Commission already worked on this European protein strategy, and if so, when can we expect a proposal from you? Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege van den Gendela. Herr Kommissar.
Za to pytanie. Tak, no przede wszystkim.
Thank you very much for this question. Well, yes, we must underscore the fact that food prices are growing faster than inflation, just because the increase in the cost of production has affected the food production much stronger, to a greater degree than other areas of production. The increase of energy prices has affected the entire economy, but farming has been affected by higher prices of fertilizers, regardless of the prices of energy. So this is why inflation is so clearly visible in the area of food products. As for fertilizers, the European Commission has proposed everything that we could have proposed within the realm of our competences. We have proposed all of these instruments that could be applied. Most of them are in the realm of decisions of the individual member states that may decide whether they wish or not to provide support to their domestic producers of fertilizers. For instance, in Poland, I know that this is being envisaged. This should lead to the lowering of prices of fertilizer, which will translate into food prices. But let us remember that not everything will depend on the cost of fertilizer, and that food products, food prices are not exclusively dependent on the activity of farmers. We see that farmers are not the beneficiaries of this increase in food prices, because some people try to interpret it in this way. They say, well, prices have risen, and so farmers are receiving more in exchange for their products, so their position will be better. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Farming revenue has not risen to an extent equal or sufficient to compensate inflation. And I hope that the new strategic plans, which are very flexible and which are being proposed, will help us overcome the situation. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Yes, you're talking about chemical fertilizers, and indeed I'm looking forward to your action plan on integrated nutrient management. And I think we have a place there for that. But I'm talking about specifically the timing of your European protein strategy. Could you maybe give an answer to that?
Tak, dziękuję. Nie odpowiedziałem panu posłowi, a przeoczyłem.
Well, thank you very much. I haven't answered this question. My apologies. Yes, we are working on this document, and at this point, we don't know whether this is going to be a strategy or a communication from the European Commission. This is not yet certain, but we are working on that. We're working on an idea, a concept for the development of protein crops in Europe, which is very important in order to ensure a greater autonomy of our farming. And this is partly the result of my statements during one of the previous debates at the European Parliament, where I mentioned the need for such a strategic approach to these food crops. And this document will certainly see the light of day.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar. Ich weise darauf hin.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now we're trying to strike a balance between the groups. And now we will close the list. We have enough individuals registered. If anybody has been left out, then we can register it afterwards. But we have numerous different individuals registered. Now, our next speaker is colleague Kurt.
The Commissioner, some facts and figures. Poland today versus Poland 8 years ago. Bread, 3.30, today 6 zlotys. The government can afford it. Butter, 3.60, then now 7 zloty. This is our welfare, this is our El Dorado. The sunflower oil costs 13 PLN per liter. This is your bread and water plus the new benefit of the government. People are striving to make ends meet. People are pawning the wedding rings. Elderly people cannot afford medicines. Public TV is not showing it. We have 17% of inflation. The average for the Eurozone is 9%. Have you issued some recommendations to the Polish government about cutting inflation? Have you identified some specific instruments that should be triggered? If not, please act quickly. Thank you.
Herr Kollege Kohut, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, please.
Czy pytanie właściwie...
Well, I'm not sure if this is a question to me. I gather that this is your reflection process on the prices in Poland. But if you look at those prices, Poland is not the country that was affected most in Europe. Some countries have more than 50%, others fall somewhere between 30 and 40%, Lithuania 34.7%, Latvia 31.1%, Estonia 29%. All those countries have a higher inflation rate than Poland. Romania 22.6%, Slovakia 28%, Poland has 22%. Yes, we are above the average as Poland, but we are not in a group of those countries that were affected most painfully. We don't have any recommendations for Poland now because this is not the role of the Commission to issue such recommendations, but even if Poland wouldn't be one of the first countries concerned because Poland doesn't have the highest inflation rate in Europe.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, I simply wanted to say that we have 90 minutes for this period. We have 18 questions which are possible, and it's divided by the different groups. We'll have to improve this particular procedure so that it's all more transparent for you. Now, I have the particular registrations. Reitz, Maro, Avram, Sardone, Ilčić, Hazekamp, Keller, Marquis, Ontinelli, De Castro, Lavacek, and Motlo. And then we have Le Breton and Kuzmiuk, the leftovers. But they shall take the floor. So if somebody is missing, they can take their place. But we'll have to think about how we can manage this in the future. But anyway, colleague Weiss, you have the floor, please.
Chair and Commissioner, yes, indeed, energy and energy inflation related to the Ukraine war is the main driver of food prices. But there's two more factors that are, let's say, not put in the light as much as we need to. On the one hand, there's the big food companies that have made use of the crisis already during the COVID crisis, raising the prices of the foodstuff they are providing to the wholesalers in an illegitimate way. That even resulted to the very specific situation that big wholesale companies were threatening companies like Mars or Nestle or Unilever to delist their products because they were not accepting their raise in prices. Do you have any further information on that, especially on the windfall profits this resulted to in these companies? And the second factor is speculation. We're having speculation on food as commodities. And it's not about the question whether there's hedge contracts for fixed price production dealt on the market, but the question is whether we allow speculation on rising or lowering food prices on grains, on pork meat, and so on. Is there any indication from your side now to actually give us research on how much speculation contributes to the food prices?
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Weitz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weitz.
Herr Kommissar Wojciechowski.
Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Oczywiście, tak jak powiedziałem wcześniej.
Well, certainly, as I've already said before, we cannot exclude and rule out speculation. I would like to spell it out very clearly that we need to safeguard the competition and the rules governing competition in the individual member states, and this is the responsibility of the relevant bodies, national bodies. We have not received any significant signals indicating that speculation has got a significant impact on food prices. No, we see that the increase in food prices is the consequence of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, and which translated also into energy prices. All these cost factors had inevitably had to find their reflection in food prices. As for the bodies, the organizations that are purchasing food produce from farmers, well, clearly farmers are still the weaker party facing those large companies. Although the situation differs from country to country, in some member states farmers are better organized and they are stronger and more united. We also have member states where there are specific instruments that have been introduced in order to strengthen the position of farmers. We also see such proposals in the strategic plans. We also have the directive, which was adopted in 2019 and which is currently being implemented, the directive on combating unfair practices in food trade. So a lot will depend on its adequate implementation. The directive proposes instruments that will be protecting farmers against any form of abuse by other market bodies.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Weitz.
Commissioner, if we provide you with concrete evidence and concrete information on actual speculation on foodstuff that happened the last 2 years, will you ask your authorities, your services, to actually do concrete research on it and provide us with data?
Herr Kommissar.
Commissioner.
Such information we will very seriously consider. Okay.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Well, so you can see we can have supplementary questions. Now, please, I do beg your indulgence. This question time is a new tool. We've been running it in for a few months. It's coming from the focus groups. You have recommendations and indications. You can see from your console if you're registered or not. If you leave, then you leave. Now, we're still trying to optimize the procedure. The next speaker is Mr. Amaro.
Herr Kollege Amaro.
Mr. Amaro.
You were foreseen. There is no reason to complain.
Presidente, Sr. Comissário.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we know what we're talking about here. Farmers' incomes are not increasing in line with other increases. Now, it's important that there be alignment. The question exercising myself and many other colleagues is this, and I'd like the Commission to be objective about this. In seeking to solve this income gap, you've taken some actions. What the Commission has said boils down to just two things: the CAP and strategic plans. Within the CAP, in the Member States' policies, I'm sorry, Commissioner, it's really not very much. What we want is for the Commission to square up to the real facts where farmers' incomes are suffering. You need special measures to compensate them. The CAP wasn't designed to fight inflation. It's unfair when it comes to defending farmers if we just refer to the CAP and those strategic plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amaro. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Ja się zgodzę z panem posłem, że
I can only agree with you that the CAP and the entire EU budget are not ready for this level of inflation because we have a two-digit adjustment rate, but we were not prepared for the enormity of this crisis. First we had the pandemic, now we have the brutal war caused by the Russian aggression. This is a new situation. We were not in this situation when the budget was adopted in July 2020. We already had the pandemic, but we had no idea that soon there would be a war ravaging Europe. This is a problem because you rightly referred to specific instruments. Let me repeat one more time. The Commission has done everything in its power to increase the supply of food. This is decisive for the prices. We have suspended, not revoked, but suspended for this year the provisions on non-production areas that normally would have to be set aside. The same applies to obligatory crop rotation. So we have suspended all the instruments that would bring down the production level. We have triggered the crisis reserve. We have the private storage aid. We wanted to remove all the obstacles hampering the increase in food production and potentially bringing up the prices. I don't know what else we could do. Some measures are within the budget, such as more money for crisis intervention. We have 500 million euro under the crisis reserve. The crisis is huge, so I concur with you that this is not enough. Our budget currently is 0.4% of the EU GDP. This is the CAP, 0.4% of the GDP. And this policy is responsible for food security and for environmental security alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Ms. Avram is the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We see all these statistics coming from the member states, from international organizations, and they are quite worrisome, as the consequences are. Romania ended the year 2022 with a 22% increase in the price of food products. And this has led to a gradual disparition of products from shops, and to the fact that the program for the distribution of milk and fruits in schools has been blocked half the country, because the farmers simply could not afford to sell at those prices to schools anymore. Over 40% of Romanian children are now at risk of poverty and social exclusion. And that meal that they were getting from the school was maybe the only source of food that they had during the day. The forecast for 2023 shows that 50% more Romanians will live in absolute poverty. My question, Commissioner, is do you see any real solution to this crisis, which first and foremost affects children and their food? Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Avram.
Thank you, Ms. Avram. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani poseł. No,
thank you very much for this.
Z przykrością potwierdzić te dane, które pani mówi. Rzeczywiście w Rumunii jest wysoka inflacja, choć też nie należy ona do najwyższych. Jest kilka krajów.
Thank you very much.
Inflation in Romania is high, although there is a number of countries where inflation rates are greater. But in Romania, the key problem is that income of farmers has gone down. I have been mentioning that overall in the European Union, we've seen 13% hike in the revenue of farmers, but in Romania, we see a 21% reduction in farming revenue. Farmers' revenue. This is very fresh data. We will be analyzing such data in the context of individual member states and the entire European Union. We need to perhaps envisage specific action. Nobody has mentioned this so far, but during the discussion. But we also see very acute problems in member states that have direct borders with Ukraine, because the consequences of the war in Ukraine have been affecting farmers in those member states in a much more acute way. That's a problem of Poland, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia. Free trade with Ukraine, which is very much needed and which is very strongly supported by the European Commission, is also leading to certain negative consequences to farmers in these countries, in these member states, who are facing difficulties with selling their produce. And this is a problem that we are currently analyzing. And perhaps we will need to think about applying the reserve, the crisis reserve in case of those member states. We are thinking about improving the situation. And returning to the situation in Romania, I believe that there is a link between the two. The proximity of the war arena, this proximity, this neighborhood issue is affecting especially those member states which are the closest. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojciechowski. The next speaker is Ms. Sardoni.
Latte più 14%, uova.
Milk 14%, eggs 50%, bread and cereals, numerous different percentages as well as far as the increase in prices. These are only indicative of the situation in Italy. Now, in Europe, what is the Commission doing about the situation? What do they plan to do? My impression is that they're asleep. Criminalizing suppliers, farmers, providing good circumstances for synthetic meat to be produced. But what is going to be done now? We have to have some sort of system which penalizes those which boost up or jack up the prices for no reason whatsoever. Look at the situation in the wine sector as well. In this particular context, I think that indeed we need a new regulation with regard to packaging as well, which would penalize any sort of counterfeit products or illegitimate products as well. And have you taken into consideration that the cost at this particular point is the whole burden of it is being borne by consumers? Something has to be done about this.
Thank you, Ms. Sardoni. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Thank you very much for this question. When it comes to Italy, you are better off than an average EU country, because the inflation of food prices in the whole EU is 18.3%, but for Italy it amounts to 13.8%, so you are better off. You are significantly below the average for the EU inflation. I cannot talk about all the activities of the EU. I have to focus on agriculture. And as far as agriculture is concerned, the recent decisions by the Commission show that there is a reflection process, that we want to facilitate, that we don't want to make lives more difficult for farmers. We have a financial regulation concerning the CAP, including important provisions allowing not to penalize farmers for small irregularities which are not their fault or which are a result of force majeure. So we are open-minded. We do not want to be repressive towards farmers. With regard to Italian agriculture, I think it's a good practice, a good model, a good network of connections between production, processing and local markets. There are many good examples here to be followed by other member states. Yes, the input costs are higher, so everyone is affected to a smaller or higher extent. Inflation is painful to everyone. Farmers are struggling with input costs everywhere, but as I have already said, Italy is anyway better off than other member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Now, Mr. Ilčić.
Commissioner, the market has clear principles of actions, and it's difficult for politics to prevent it. If there is a surplus of a particular product, the price falls, and then if there is a deficit, the price is higher. The growth of food prices that we talk about now is certainly the consequence of a reduced production, especially in the European Union, because of the high ecological standards that are the highest in the world. In addition, during these 17 days, when, according to the President of the European Commission, we have successfully introduced the euro, in Croatia, food prices have increased an additional 20%. And according to studies presented at the Committee for Agriculture, the production of food in the EU will continue to be reduced, as well as farmers' revenues, and we will have to import more and more food from third countries of dubious quality. Therefore, I'm asking if the Commission will work on the fact that the same ecological standards are going to be requested of food imported from third countries, the ones produced in the EU. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Ilčić. Herr Kommissar.
Thank you, Mr. Ilčić. Commissioner.
Panie pośle, to oczywiście te...
Well, yes, of course. Those equal standards and the application of the reciprocity rule in trade with third parties is a constant item during all of our negotiations concerning free trade agreements, which are being concluded with partners such as, for instance, New Zealand recently. These provisions are always implemented. On the other hand, we need to respect the rules of the WTO, which is not always very easy to. It is not always very easy to ensure that elevated EU standards can be adhered to whenever they go beyond the World Trade generalized standards, because in certain cases they might be seen as unwarranted, unjustified barriers to trade, because we don't want the European Union to be seen and perceived as creating such barriers, because we've got a considerable surplus in production. We want to make sure that our trade with the external world, outside world, is as open and as free as possible. So we're taking this into account. But you have underscored a very important item. The European Union has got the highest standards in terms of food quality and security. We have safety. We have a very elevated environmental food production standards. And what is happening right now is that we need to pay more to farmers for adhering to these standards. And we will start paying farmers for making sure that certain standards are observed, even those standards that used to be observed prior to that date. For instance, animal welfare. We are going to be paying out special amounts concerning better welfare. So all these elements which constitute high standards in the European farming will be rewarded. Farmers will be rewarded for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And a supplementary question, Mr. Ilčić.
Poštovani povjereniče,
Dear Commissioner, I really respect your efforts, but as opposed from my colleagues from the left, I don't see sustainability in the Commission helping these or those when the price of food is increased. We have to have the conditions for producing enough food in the European Union. We mustn't be stricter to the European Union producers than those from third countries. Is your priority?
Also erstens weise ich mal darauf hin.
Well, I'd just like to point out, because I already switched this off, so I apologize to the interpreters, This is question time for a good reason. We need to restrict ourselves to putting questions. When it comes to supplementary questions, you then came with a point of view. That is not why we have the question time. And as we have too many requests for the floor, I think we have to respect, first of all, that you don't overdraw on your speaking time, and secondly, you stick to your question. Mrs. Hazekamp next.
Ja, dank u, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, food is a human right, and we must ensure that everyone has access to healthy food. According to Commission research, we see that there is a risk of increasing food prices, leading to people not eating healthily. But sustainable healthy food must be an accessible option, and that can be done if you get rid of VAT on fruit and vegetables across the European Union. How is the Commission going to ensure that citizens in all member states have access to fruit and vegetables without VAT? Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Hazekamp.
Thank you, Ms. Hazekamp. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Of course, this is one of the tools that could possibly be used to increase the affordability of healthy food. Such tax incentives could be envisaged scrapping VAT or at least decreasing the VAT rate. Well, this is not my job to make promises in this respect. Other colleagues are responsible for this, as I'm very sure you understand, but I would welcome this direction of travel. Decreasing taxes or scrapping taxes to help people, especially the poorest ones. We have such schemes such as fruit and vegetables at school. We have different instruments making it possible to give food to charity. We are in favor.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kelleher now.
Yes, food inflation is 18%, input costs to farmers running at 24%. Inflation is having a significant impact on lower income families across Europe, and is now having a significant impact on farmers to be able to produce food itself. So to ask the Commission, first and foremost, what is it going to do in terms of addressing the input costs, primarily fertiliser and other commodity costs like protein feeds for animals, for example, to convert to meat or milk production? And that is going to be a significant challenge. Now, I would like to know what efforts will be made to displace the importation of soya, maize, oilseed with crops grown in Europe under the protein strategy. And finally, Commissioner, we never have had an impact assessment on farm to fork, on the biodiversity strategy or on the Green Deal itself. So is it not time that we would have an impact assessment on the strategies to ensure that some of the strategies aren't adding further to the difficulties regarding price inflation and food inflation?
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Dziękuję za to pytanie.
Thank you very much for this question concerning the farm to fork strategy. Certainly the strategy, being a political document, does not contain a requirement of performing the impact analysis of the overall strategy, but we are looking at the individual elements within the context of its implementation, and we do conduct impact assessment for these. Thank you very much for reminding us about this strategy, because this strategy contains a lot of elements that are supporting the shortening of this path from farm to fork, which is a very long one at the moment. And as we talk about food prices, we also need to think about the influence of transport cost. Only less than one third of food is transported over a distance of less than 50 kilometers. 2/3 of food travels over 50 kilometers and 7% over 500 kilometers within the European Union, which is also pushing up the cost of food. So if we can support this short supply chain, this will also contribute to a reduction of food prices. And this is why the implementation of short supply chains and possibility of direct sale of food, these activities are envisaged by the strategy. Many member states have implemented these or introduced them into their strategic plans, and we are attaching a lot of hope to that, because we hope that this will significantly reduce the price of food, because the modern CAP with shorter supply chains will be contributing to that. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Kelleher, supplementary.
Would the Commissioner not agree that we should base all our policies on concrete data and on scientific evidence? And we have to move beyond hope. We have to make decisions knowing the potential outcome and impact that those decisions will have. And our production capacity, our competitiveness, our import costs, and ultimately the cost to consumers will increase. We know that definitively, and now we have the added additional problems with regard to the cost of fertiliser and other inputs into the food chain in the European Union. So all I'm asking, I'm not opposing, I support it, but we have to do it on science.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Dziękuję, panie pośle. No, oczywiście.
Thank you very much. Well, we certainly base ourselves on scientific evidence. At least me, myself, I am doing that. And I look at such analysis in the area of agriculture, but also economy. I'm analyzing the situation throughout the European Union. And also, what is extremely important, we need to look at differences between different member states, which is also a certain source of difficulties in our programming at the EU level, because farming structures are different in different member states, and challenges are different as well. And this is why we went very strongly towards greater flexibility of CAP. We've got national, let me repeat, national strategic plans, and I believe that this will allow us to better adjust the agricultural policy to the situation in the individual member states in line with scientific evidence. And I would like to take this opportunity, responding to your question and one of the earlier questions as well, because this is a recurring theme. I hear that we are reducing or curbing the farming production. Let me stress once again that under the current CAP, there are no instruments that would be intentionally reducing the production, even though there used to be such instruments. We could think that perhaps the set-aside requirement and the rotation of crops, these could be seen as potentially reducing production in short term, although they increase food security in longer term. These have been suspended. As they might have reduced our crops in the short term. So today, CAP, as it stands, as it is implemented, does not contain any instrument that would lead directly to reducing food production by farmers. There is a possibility of producing more. Of course, we are taking into account the fact that this production should not be valid only for today, but also tomorrow and for the future generations. So sustainability in agriculture is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, colleague Markey, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've also last year just how vulnerable our food supply is and how vulnerable food security is and how it has impacted on so many people. Well, I've listened to the figures you've given us here today, where less than 0.4% of GDP is spent on food production, and only 500 million of a crisis reserve. Well, if you divide that out by 10 million farmers, that's less than €50 per farmer across Europe. Well, I have one question for you. As the farmers' representative within the Commission, what are you doing to increase that budget? What are you doing to reduce them input costs? And what are you doing to increase fertiliser supply? Because clearly these are issues that are driving up the price of food across Europe. And we want to know what the representative of Agriculture is doing within the Commission to address this situation.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Markey.
Thank you very much, colleague Markey. Commissioner, please.
Dziękuję, panie pośle.
Thank you very much for your question. The current budget of the CAP, the budget implemented now starting from 2021, this budget is not 365 billion euro, but 22 billion more. So we have had an increase as compared to the original project. I do not want to boast, but it was my initiative to increase this budget. It was a precedence in our history. For the first time, we have had such an increase as compared to the initial proposal by the Council. But yes, 0.4% of GDP, whereby our challenges are so huge and the crisis is so profound. Yes, this is not enough. This is not enough to ensure food security in the long term. So I keep talking about it. I keep talking about it decisively on many public fora during many occasions. This is my plan. I cannot make any promises or make any statements on behalf of the whole College of Commissioners. I don't have a mandate to do this. I can only speak about what I will try to do, and this is my pledge, indeed, that I will try to make it happen. In the future, we should have more money, especially when it comes to crisis management measures. During the crisis, farmers cannot be left to their own devices. Our instruments are intended for an ordinary situation with occasional problems requiring our intervention. But today we are not talking about small distortions, but about a huge permanent burden and a huge risk. Climate risk, political risk, there is a war. But we also had the pandemic, which affected agriculture painfully. So our CAP, if it is to remain a common agricultural policy, it needs to be stronger, it needs to have a bigger budget, and it needs to have more instruments to respond to crises and to help farmers. This will be our priority when we will be working on the initial working hypotheses and project vision for the next budget. Of course, this will be up to the next commissioner to do it, but I will try to prepare the ground for it so that the CAP becomes stronger. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. An additional question?
Commissioner, to quote your own words in relation to what are you doing in relation to this, I keep talking about it. That's what the translation came to me. Surely the money you talk about, the 500 million crisis reserve fund, that is part of the existing budget. My question is, what additional money and what new efforts have been made? Number one, to provide additional money, but equally to ensure an increase in supply of fertiliser, to drive more competition into the market and drive down prices, to generally reduce the costs of production, and to ensure that for those vulnerable people all across Europe, we can provide a cheap and affordable food. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Markey. Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, colleague Markey. Commissioner, please.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. I have already flagged what has been done. We did have a debate on this. We had a debate on a document, the communication of the European Commission on fertilizers. You will remember this. State aid for producers. There was such a risk. It was a significant risk that the EU would stop producing fertilizers because the production plants were not able to face the huge input costs, i.e. energy and gas. There was a risk that they would have to stop, that they would have to stop that production or propose such prices which would in no way be sustainable for farmers. With our communication as the Commission, we have responded to the needs of the sector. We made it possible to give state aid to farmers. I know that perhaps you are going to say that state aid is not a solution, because state aid may be harmful. It may distort the single market and create conditions hampering a level playing field. But we are going through a crisis, so we have no choice but to make state aid possible. And we did this. This pertains to farmers affected by a spike in fertilizer costs, up to €250,000 per holding. This is allowed, this is possible. It's not like this that I myself am an enthusiast of this solution. Ideally speaking, we would have a level playing field, a perfect level playing field, and a market-based mechanism, because not everyone, not every country can afford to pay state aid, but we had to give this possibility when faced with the crisis. The Commission has spoken out and said clearly that if the Member States want to modify their strategic plans in order to beef up the situation of farmers using organic fertilizers, in order to help them, make them less dependent on expensive synthetic fertilizers, if a Member State wants to do it, we will correct the strategic plans very quickly to pave the way for this, to increase the independence of farmers. So this is what we can do as of now, for the time being. And let me repeat that, yes, it's a huge challenge. 0.4 GDP is the money that we have at our disposal. And we need to ensure food security and the highest, the strictest standards when it comes to environment and climate. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar Wojciechowski.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Our next speaker is colleague Rondinelli.
Signor Commissario.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, farmers are on the verge of collapse. I'll give you a few figures regarding inflation in my country, Italy. 170% for fertilizers, 90% for feed, 129% for diesel, and 500% increase in energy costs for irrigating fields. It's not just that 1 in 3 farms are at risk of closing. There's a risk to the whole CAP's existence. And so I believe the proposal to bring forward the revision of the CAP to next summer is quite inadequate. Now, what I would ask you to do is this. Why don't you propose a package right now, before it's too late, so that we can reduce the impact of inflation and offset the reduction in value of their incomes in the CAP, because they're losing 30% of their value. You can support farmers without changing the current budget structure by using the new own resources flowing from the emissions tax. So it's just a question of having the political will to adopt that decision. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Rondinelli. Herr Kommissar Wojciechowski, bitte.
Thank you very much, Madam Rondinelli. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Dziękuję bardzo. No ja mogę powiedzieć.
Thank you very much for this question. All that I can say is you do not need to try to convince me. I am pretty convinced of that. I believe that such a review and reassessment is necessary. We need to look at the CAP budget in the context of inflation. But let me also remind you that this budget was slow in coming, and there was a lot of discussion, difficult discussion. CAP was the object of discussion and polemics. A large part of the public opinion did not really like the extent of financing provided by CAP. So increasing this budget would be a political challenge. All member states would have to agree to that. Budget, the size of the budget, is not something that the European Commission can decide upon by a single decision. This is a process which I personally would like to initiate. We also need to make others aware of the fact that if we make our farmers stronger, if we can provide sustainable base for the future food production, if we can empower farmers so that they can actually meet environmental requirements that are in place, this all will require us to have a stronger budget, a stronger crisis management instruments. We need to try to convince those that have the final say, that is the member states and their citizens, the citizens of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Our next speaker is colleague De Castro.
Sì. Grazie, Presidente. Grazie.
Well, thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner. You know very well that with the increase in prices, we have millions of families in Europe suffering. And the effort that has been made in order to confront this particular situation, which is very complicated. Now, I'd like to add something to this particular battle, because inflation means something for consumers. It also means something for the agricultural sector as well. Not long ago, last August, the Biden administration introduced the Inflation Reduction Act, an important intervention instrument in the United States, where billions of dollars were earmarked, and the measures for the agricultural sector in the United States is a $20 billion package only for agriculture, investments for sustainability of production. My question is the following. Why, with these difficulties that we have before us right now, with the Russian invasion in the Ukraine, why Europe can't respond as the United States responded with that particular support package for farmers?
Kollege De Castro.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Castro. Commissioner, please. Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much for your question. This question goes beyond the remit of this debate and beyond my mandate as it is today. It goes beyond the issues of agriculture. Yes, the European Commission is discussing this issue and considering its possible response to what the US administration has done. You will remember that the European Commission has made it possible to pay state aid to support the economy, including agriculture. I'm relying here on data as of the end of November. Aid amounted to 450 billion euro that was spent, or that was earmarked and endorsed, out of it 90% to be spent by France and Germany, all this to alleviate the impact of the war. The fact that there are two major economies dominated here may be problematic, but I don't want to dwell on this. Less than 1% of the state aid went to agriculture, even though it is eligible. We have 250,000 euro as a possibility per holding. Under the current budget, state aid is a good tool. It's a good tool in a crisis situation. It's not an ideal tool for the single market in general. A lot here hinges on the individual capacities of the member states. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. Our next speaker is colleague de Bankkunen.
Herr Vorsitzender, Herr Kommissar.
President, Commissioner, Eurobarometer shows that 93% of European citizens are very concerned about the increase in food prices, and they notice this every day. But what the Eurobarometer survey also shows us that 94% of people want to live in an environment, work and enjoy a sustainable environment. And of course, part and parcel of this is an ecological environment and economy. So the prices of organic agriculture have increased far less than conventional agricultural products. So this has shown once again its strength. So we don't want to see a reduction of environmental standards. On the contrary, we need to see an increase in environmental standards. Hence my question to you, is there something that can be done in the short term to strengthen this particular beneficial cycle in the long term? How do you intend to make sure that this flows into the common agricultural policy?
Grunenberg, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, colleague de Parne-Grun. Commissioner, please.
Thank you very much for this question. I cannot but agree to all that you've said. This is true that organic farming seems to be resilient, especially under the COVID crisis. This is when we saw an increase in consumer interest in organic farming products. We do have a plan for developing organic farming and organic farming production, which is very detailed. Some member states are working on drafting their own national plans in this area, so we are very strongly supporting organic farming. The development plan, this new regulation also, which has been implemented recently, which includes some facilitating measures concerning group certification and very strong instruments supporting such farming in CAP, in both first and second pillars. I haven't got this data at hand, but the amounts that have been earmarked for supporting organic farming have been increased, and I deeply believe that it will keep developing. I share your opinion. The development of organic farming constitutes an alternative solution to many farms which are facing the dilemma of whether to be an organic farmer or quit farming altogether. So this is a way out of this dilemma, because we hear very often that organic farming is more costly and it will not contribute to food security. I do not share this view. I believe that organic farming supports and strengthens food security. We want to develop it, and member states have received very strong instruments supporting that, especially in the strategic plans. So they can draw upon both pillars, the first and the second. Thank you.
Eine Nachfrage, Frau Kollegin de Parne-Grunenberg.
Our colleague has an additional question.
Kommissar, was Sie aufgeführt.
Yes, what you've just said is very logical, Commissioner, and this role of being dependent on petrochemical intensive agriculture. We need to show the error of these ways with figures. And that's why organic farming is done very well. Hence my question, what specific instruments do we have for the coming CAP round to take on board the fact that public money will go for public produce?
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin. Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, colleague. Commissioner, please.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. I can only say that I was personally working on making sure that organic farming is included in eco schemes. practices that are being implemented in those farms, so that independently of the support to farming could also be provided by eco schemes. And I wanted to have a maximum support in the second pillar. And please believe me that we had very tough negotiations with all member states, as we encouraged them to provide a very strong support to organic farming, to increase their environmental ambitions. And the index that we want to achieve, 25% of organic farming in the European Union by 2030, well, I'm not absolutely sure whether we will be reaching this target of 25%, because it is a huge effort, and it is not only up to farmers, but we are on the right path towards achieving that. There is a lot of interest on the part of farmers, and it will also depend on our skill, on our ability to increase demand for organic farming products. This is very important for farmers. This is all open. There may be preferences to organic farming products. For instance, organizations that are providing food and catering to larger groups of people can also have a preference for organic produce. And this is also legal and appropriate. So we have great hopes. We hope that already in 2027, as we wrap up the CAP or during its review, we will see a stronger position of organic farmers. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Wojciechowski.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Our next speaker is colleague Lavacek.
Pane komisaři, inflace drtí Evropu a ceny potravin se na tom.
Thank you, Commissioner. Inflation is skyrocketing. This affects all prices in Europe, including food prices, and I hope we won't be seeing the same levels of inflation this year as last. So something has to be done. We can't just have plans on paper. They have to be reflected in reality. A study from Edinburgh University have said that the main problem with prices of energy and fertilizers are really at the core of this. I know you've undertaken a lot, but the strategy that you have framed is weak. I'd like to support you, but at the same time request of you, can we not make a further step towards resolving these issues? Please work with Commissioner Simpson so that we have a clear framework for the production of fertilizers. Talk with Commissioner Timmermans so that we can have a rapid transition to green sources for fertilizers. Speak with Ms. Kyriakides so that the margins can be achieved.
Thank you very much. When it comes to fertilizers and their availability and affordability, the Commission speaks with one voice and works in one direction. We have had a document on fertilizers. It was adopted. No one was against. There was a consensus on this. So I can only reassure you that we are working together as a team here. The instruments at our disposal have been used. We were racking our brains to try and think what more can be done. How can we help farmers? For the time being, I don't know what could be added to this communication. I don't see any potential to add something to this. Of course, the uptake of these incentives in the member states is of key importance here. How will the member states support organic fertilizers? A lot can be done. Eco-schemes. When it comes to eco-schemes, we are not imposing anything. It's up to the member states to use them upon taking into account the individual specificities. Energy prices. Everyone here is well aware that there have been disputes in the Council. It was a very controversial issue. It was very hard to take decisions in this respect. We all know that the member states tend to differ on a number of issues, and their interests are not always convergent, so the decision-making process was difficult. But we did arrive at the price caps for gas. It was a huge step, which should go a long way towards improving the situation of fertilizer producers, farmers, and consumers. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Colleague Modler is our next speaker.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Well, thank you very much, President. Commissioner, the issue today is not only a problem of member states, because, of course, the situation in the Ukraine has had effects throughout the world. 50% of the wheat in the world is hoarded by China, and they've stocked up on that. So we have increases in prices internationally. International companies are making major profits on all of this. And at the same time, farmers are in a difficult situation in dire straits. So why the Commission, under these particular circumstances, has not looked at the major restoration law, and secondly, the fertilizers, natural fertilizers, on the one hand, and on the other hand, however, the Commission is doing everything so that livestock raising in Europe, that it be reduced considerably. So those two issues brought together, what is your point of that? Thank you very much, colleague Modler. Commissioner Wojciechowski, you have the floor, please.
Dziękuję bardzo. Nie sądzę, żeby można było stwierdzić, że...
Thank you very much. You could say that the Commission strives to limit production or breeding. No, the Commission rather is in favor of animal welfare. Over the last decade, the number of livestock in Europe fell from 122 million of cattle. Now we have 113 pieces of livestock. We have fewer mixed farms now. I mean by this, those which combine plant production and animal production. It is a shame, and we should go towards restoring such forms of production, because such farms are more sustainable, more balanced. They produce their own feeds or fertilizers. Now we have also the eco schemes, which should translate into improving of the situation now. Now, as regards animal production, there are no reasons to limit such production. However, intensity of such animal production is quite different throughout Europe. There are countries and there are sectors of production where we see a lot of intensification, where animal farming is turned into an industry. We don't support turning agriculture into industry. But sustainable balanced production and animal welfare is supported under CAP. In the previous financial framework, we had €1.5 billion, and now we have €7.5 billion, so 5 times as much money. So I think this is quite an important support for animal production. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar. Die Fragestunde ist da.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This closes the question time. The next agenda item
Als nächster Punkt der Tagesordnung.
So the next point on the agenda is a statement from the Commission on the latest developments in the corruption allegations and influence of Morocco, efforts to improve transparency and accountability in the European institutions. I'll give the Commission the opportunity to change over as rapidly as possible.
Und im Vorsitz auch.
And we'll also have a change of president.
So we will continue with the next item on our agenda, Commission Statement, New Developments in Allegations of Corruption and Foreign Interference, including those related to Morocco and the need to increase transparency, integrity and accountability in the European institutions. And I welcome Commissioner Johansson, and it's my pleasure to give her the floor. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President, honourable members. Last year will be remembered in history for Russia's brutal war of aggression and our unprecedented unity and solidarity with Ukraine. I will always remember how we welcome millions of Ukrainian refugees and how we remain strong and determined and stand by Ukraine to this day and will continue to do so. But when I went home to Sweden during the break, what did people say? What on earth is going on in places full of cash? When I spoke here in Strasbourg last in December, I could feel the shock, shame and anger in this room. Outrage that the alleged criminal behaviour of so few put at risk all the good work of so many. But I also felt determination, conviction and the will to learn, to change, to reform. In December, trust was broken. Now we must pick up the pieces. Now we must rebuild better and stronger than before. So I welcome the measures announced last week to increase integrity, independence and accountability in the Parliament. That's a good start. But we must do more. Nothing but the highest standards will do for all institutions. That's why it's critical to have uniform, strong rules in place, guarded by a joint ethics body for all to answer to. Vice President Jourova is in constant contact with Parliament and Council, and the Commission is ready to put forward a proposal. We can build on the interinstitutional agreement on the Transparency Register, signed 2 years ago, a major milestone in fostering a common transparency culture. Like all my colleagues, I can only meet businesses and organisations on the Transparency Register. We are uncompromising in upholding the highest standards of transparency about who tries to influence us. It's normal for us to meet with civil society, with businesses and other partners. As politicians and leaders, we must always be ready to listen. We must always listen to words, but never, ever to favours, gifts, bribes. That is totally unacceptable. That's why we protect whistleblowers who report foul play. They are essential for the functioning of our democracy. We protect them with our own internal rules and with our EU laws, the Directive on Whistleblowers Protection. And the EU Anti-Fraud Office, OLAF, investigates allegations of wrongdoing. We will be debating one such case tomorrow, triggered by a whistleblower. The European Public Prosecutor's Office is proving its value day in, day out, defending the EU budget. It was EPPO who requested to lift the immunity of 2 members of the European Parliament in December. And in its first 7 months of operation, EPPO investigated more than €5 billion in losses to the EU budget. When we talk about fighting corruption, we must be clear. Transparency, accountability will not be enough. Corruption is a serious crime, and we must fight it with the full force of the law. 60% of criminal organizations engaged in corruption. Criminals are buying people, buying politicians, buying power. Soon I will propose a new law to criminalize all forms of corruption, with unified definitions of corruption and harmonized penalties across the European Union. We are shaping the proposal as we speak, and I promise you we will be as ambitious as we can, as tough as we possibly can, and give police and courts the tools they need to eradicate corruption. The scandal we are discussing goes beyond criminal corruption. In the media, there are disturbing allegations about activities of foreign states, foreign aid agents. It's normal for us to talk to foreign politicians, business people, leaders. What's unacceptable is any malicious interference in our internal affairs, in our democracies. High Representative Vice President Josep Borrell raised investigations with counterparts in Qatar and Morocco, making clear that we need thorough investigations. There can be no impunity for corruption. What cannot wait is the defense of our democracies. Soon the Commission will present a Defence of Democracy package to bring covert foreign influence and shady funding to light, against third country entities covertly impacting public opinion and undermining democracy. We must now urgently put plans and proposals into action to combat corruption and uphold transparency, accountability and honesty, both in our institution and on our continent. You can count on me that I will do everything in my power to this end, and so will the entire Commission. And I know that I can count on you. I know that in this struggle we are partners. I know that this scandal affects all of you here in the European Parliament very personally. You are sad, angry, but also determined to act. And I ask you, take inspiration from all we have done in the last 3 years. We dealt with COVID. We are dealing with this war. We can clearly also deal with corruption and root it out wherever we found it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Now, on behalf of the group of the European People's Party, colleague Mr. Belčík, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, this House has found itself at the center of attention for all the wrong reasons. I've been most disappointed with some of our colleagues, and even more upset that unacceptable, illegal wrongdoings of individual members of the European Parliament have already taken away the much-needed political energy and public attention from issues that truly matter for Europe and Europeans, such as our commitment, support and unwavering dedication to the just fight of Ukraine and its brave people against the Russian aggressors. It is now our duty, dear colleagues, to come clean and to dispel the recent public doubts about European policymakers. Let me look ahead in a more encouraging way on all of this. Very frankly, I have never witnessed a situation where the institution itself is willing so openly and so strongly to address its own problems. This is the time when we must be straight, clear and absolutely honest. We do need direct naming and shaming. We do need true political responsibility. We do need full openness towards our citizens. And to be credible on fundamentals, we do need to talk about the hypocrisy of some of our colleagues. It indeed speaks plenty that those members of this House who seem the loudest in defense of human rights, always eager to be critical of their colleagues, have now found themselves in the middle of this corruption scandal. I'm convinced that the European Parliament is prepared to deal with the problem that we are facing and to address the failures of individual rotten apples in this House. Indeed, we have already been addressing this issue of malign foreign interference for more than 2 years in the Special Committee on Foreign Interference in our democracy. And we have been working and will continue to work on lessons from foreign capture of our institutions with experts, journalists, policymakers, and our own services. Dear colleagues, I'm confident that we must and we will come out of this situation stronger and true to European principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, Monsieur Glucksmann, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la...
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. This story makes us sick. These men and women of the left that have betrayed our ideals for cash, but it's not an individual story. It's about Qatar, it's about Russia, China, and others, Morocco, that think that there's some kind of market where they can come shopping. Democratic institutions such as ours that didn't know how to or didn't want to protect themselves against the corrosive influence of corruption. Now we have this committee on foreign interference in the Parliament. The time has come to act. The transparency register has to become mandatory. We need a European ethics body with substantial powers. And if anyone pinpoints something that's not okay, then we need a whistleblower's rules and statute. Now, the time has come to show that our democracies aren't for sale. We have to fight against this general blanket suspicion because it means that we can't stigmatize populism. We have to tackle corruption. We have to defend democracy against its enemies. So let us get our own house in order.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Renew Europe Group, Madame Loiseau, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Madame la Commissaire.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, my anger has not abated that corruption had been able to affect members of our Assembly, that foreign powers thought they could buy European democracy. Well, how not to get angry? But we must act today, quickly and strongly. Let's not forget what we already know, and let's not tar everything with the same brush. We must combat corruption wherever it comes from. To do that, we will look at the proposals on the table. One is missing, and it is a vital one. The European Union needs an independent ethics body inspired by good practice such as the High Authority on Transparency in Public Life in France. In 2019, I campaigned by proposing that, and it's time to decide to do it. We must also track all malicious foreign interference. The work that we've done in the Special Committee on Interference has been very clear. The first country that tried to manipulate us and that found listening ears on the far wings of this hemicycle is Russia. Some people wanted to draw a veil over that, but we won't draw a veil over it, and we'll continue our work, in particular to find out whether some people are defending Russia by conviction or simply because they're filling up their bank accounts. That cannot go on, and I regret that the left wants to put an end to our work. I regret it, and I really wonder why.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the group of the Greens European Free Alliance, Mrs. Reintke, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. I think it is absolutely clear that we have to investigate until all facts of this scandal are on the surface, not only relating to Qatar, but also potentially other countries. But I think it's also important that we already take the necessary steps that can be taken now. And I want to thank the President for coming forward with a proposal in this direction. I believe it is a good starting point, but some of the points will need to be added and maybe strengthened and sharpened a little bit. First of all, and I think that this is really important, we owe it to the citizens to bring our deliberations in this House to light. And that is why we will need a special committee with a very clear mandate to make recommendations of what is necessary to fight against corruption and for integrity and transparency in this House. Secondly, this institution needs better whistleblower protection because people who bring misconduct and wrongdoing to light need to be protected and not punished. Thirdly, we need a stronger and mandatory transparency register. This is also part of the proposal, but I believe that we have to bring transparency by including also third country representatives and by enforcing the rules that we already have on transparency better. We need to make the register mandatory while at the same time ensuring that we do not put people at risk, like, for example, human rights defenders, by not granting reasoned and limited exceptions. We have a big majority in this House supporting the establishment of an ethics body. But let's not wait until the Commission comes forward. Let's already nominate our negotiators now so that the negotiations on the interinstitutional agreement can start as soon as possible. And fifth, we have to be better in enforcing rules, and clearer defined sanctions will play a very important role in order to make that possible. For all this, we will need clear deadlines and very understandable procedures. And colleagues, I think many of you know, I really love this House, and it is one of the greatest achievements that we have come forward with in the history of the European Union, that we come together here as directly elected representatives of EU citizens. And I think because of this, because we love this House and because we want to protect it, we need to do everything possible right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the Identity and Democracy Group, Mr. Borchia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. There are honest people rather than honest parties. Qatargate is going down in history as one of the most embarrassing pages in the history of the European Parliament. Now, I must say that I am dumbfounded by the behavior of the Socialists and Democrats. And now we have the vacancy of the vice presidency of Mrs. Kaili, and now we have Mr. Glucksmann, who heads the Foreign Interference Committee, and yet he didn't do his job properly, and yet we have rewarded him. I mean, it just sounds like a bad joke. Now, we had Inge 1, and that phase came to an end because the Milan prosecutor asked for the case pertaining to Russian funding given to my party. That was shelved. That was thrown out. We're talking about a witch hunt, so there should have been apologies. And then, of course, this affected the whole issue of the elections in Lombardy. Now, this is a last opportunity to show some ounce of credibility. Tomorrow, we're going to be voting on the replacement for Vice President Kaili, and I think we should include Mrs. Tardino from ID among the 20 that are going to that are at the helm of the Parliament in the Bureau. Please show respect for the 10% of European citizens that you didn't want to have represented. This is the last train to catch.
Thank you. Next speaker on behalf of the European Conservatives and Reformists Group, Mr. Tarczyński. The floor is yours.
Pani Przewodnicząca, mamy do czynienia z największym...
President, we are dealing now with the greatest corruption scandal in the history of the European Parliament. This scandal is not merely about Morocco or Qatar, because those people who are now in prison dealt with artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency, and they dealt with Poland. Now, according to Mr. Panzeri's report, Panzeri, who is now in prison, in that report we can read that Poland is run by white supremacists, by extreme Catholics. Based on that report, we were attacked in this chamber. We were called fascists only because they didn't like our government. Poland is a proud country and has the right to elect governments as she pleases. We will never allow for Poland to be besmirched and overly criticized. We will never allow Brussels corruptioners to besmirch our country. Therefore, we will require that all of the Poland resolutions be rescinded. We will move for a resolution whereby all of the amendments put forward that by those people who are now arrested in the Pegasus Committee, all of those amendments should be deleted, should be null and void. We will never allow Poland to be besmirched by anyone. Never. Thank you.
Next speaker on behalf of the Left Group, Madame Aubry, s'il vous plaît.
Chers collègues,
Colleagues, in our last plenary session, Qatar Gate was already an unprecedented shock to hear, but it's only the exposed part of the iceberg. Since we've learned that the corruption network used by Qatar was much wider still, we're discovering a tentacular system established initially by Morocco, I would repeat, because I'm surprised that none of the previous speakers, either on the Commission side or the members' side, mentioned Morocco, that set up this corruption system and had done since 2019 and possibly even before, and might have benefited other countries such as Saudi Arabia or Mauritania too. Now, of course, we must extend the measures applied to Qatar and Morocco, but that's not going to put an end to the omnipotence of public and private lobbies. That's just the root of the problem, the culture of impunity and opacity that leaves the door wide open to all interference. Our starting point for that must be simple. It's this. This is the text of our resolution that we adopted together in December last, and which set out a roadmap which was very clear. Implementation in full with a specific timetable should be our absolute priority. Why is President Metsola whipping out another plan with just 11 of the measures? Why set up a special committee to do a root and branch overhaul of the Parliament, a transparency register, another high authority, all that enshrined? But the resolution was adopted by 541 votes in favour, 2 against. It won as far as democracy is. We need to put an end to this money-making in our institutions, and I would propose that ethics should finally win out over money in 2023.
Next speaker, colleague Mrs. Fritzen. The floor is yours.
Commissioner.
President, Commissioner, zero tolerance. There should be no doubt the EU's institutions should have zero tolerance to the terrible poison in the form of corruption. That's a poison that damages our institutions. It damages trust in politicians. It damages democracy. Since the accusations emerged in December, we in the Socialists and Democrats group have been working intensively to try and implement reforms to combat corruption. We have to ensure accountability, transparency and integrity. That's why I welcome Commissioner Johansson's proposal, and I support the European Parliament's important work. It's a question of ensuring that our citizens feel full trust in the EU and our democratic processes. There should be no doubt that we impose zero tolerance on all forms of corruption and foreign intervention.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Mrs. Joveva. The floor is yours.
Spoštovane in spoštovani. Šok.
Ladies and gentlemen, shock, dismay, shame, and other terms could be used to describe the corruption scandal that took place in this very house. Yes, of course, the interference of third countries does happen It's unacceptable. Let's be clear about that, and it's right that we stop it. But is that going to be enough? We have to sharpen up the rules in all areas, at all levels, and in all institutions. We absolutely must. But, as you know, we can make the rules as strict and as stringent as we like, but at the end, it doesn't all end up in a money question, but with us, humans. And we, as citizens, we owe the citizens and the dignity of this House that we practice ourselves what we preach to others. And if someone else tries it on, tries to corrupt us, then the rules are not what will stop it. It's only our integrity. Thank you.
Very much. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Freud. The floor is yours.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, colleagues, we're seeing more and more accusations against MEPs, gifts, trips that are paid for by foreign governments, all aspects that damage our reputation. Gosh, I mean, if this is not a disaster at the next European Parliament elections, then I don't know what's coming. We need full transparency. The impunity that has prevailed over the years must come to an end. Anyone who breaks the code of conduct has to face financial consequences. Otherwise, these rules will simply not be observed. In December, we were pretty much unanimous in calling for reforms, but now we're all saying, oh, well, actually, maybe that goes too far. No, let's not do this, not do that. No, we need full transparency and disclosure of all meetings with lobbyists. We need full protection for whistleblowers. We need independent control of whether the rules are observed. So, yes, there are majorities in this House for reforms. Some of these reforms would have had a majority years ago, but these rules keep getting postponed. It's not just a question of having a Bureau working group, but rather we need an open debate within the committees. We need an open vote on what has to be changed here in this House. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Monsieur Garros, s'il vous plaît.
436 euros.
436 MEPs voted against our amendment on the 15th of December, asking for a parliamentary committee of inquiry to be set up immediately to look into Qatargate, which has affected us for weeks. This is the only way to fight against the excessive influence, pernicious influence of these players. But we were told that this couldn't go ahead for as long as there was an open case before the courts. But in 2016, we set up a committee of inquiry for the Panama Papers case while there was a judicial investigation going on. We also set up a committee of inquiry in March 2022, even though there was an open judicial investigation. We demand setting up such a committee of inquiry to look at the political responsibilities of Qatargate. It's not going to meddle in the judicial investigation which will follow its course. Otherwise, you'll be aiding and abetting a system that is convenient for you, but we will not tolerate this. The Foreign Interference Committee didn't see this coming, so it's vital to set up this committee in order to offset or to deal with the shortcomings of the Foreign Interference Committee without waiting for years for the case to be wrapped up. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Stancanelli. The floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President, Commissioner. It is vital that one thing is done first, so we don't prejudice any criminal proceedings when it comes to the people involved. We must pursue the highest democratic we see the Parliament, the highest democratic institution, being used for private interests, and of course there is the concern that will affect the democratic process. That's the lowest level that an elected representative of the citizens could reach. and investigations are underway. The people involved belong to one political group, the Socialists, and hypocritically they've acted as the judge over many political events. Whether we're talking about Qatar, Morocco, we must draw up a clear, firm position and a resolute one. There should be no concern about where we're from politically. We cannot be for sale. The institutions cannot be a place of malefaction. This is an institution that was set up for the common good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Mrs. Walters. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Qatar and Morocco's bribery have tarnished the reputation of the European Parliament. Our credibility on matters of transparency, integrity and independence is being questioned, and rightly so. But this very dark thundercloud has one silver lining, and that is that this is the time for making real strides towards an open and trustworthy European Parliament. We need to put our money where our mouth is. Fewer grey zones, more checks and balances. Concretely, I'm talking about more checks on those representing third countries such as Qatar and Morocco. But this is broader. We need stricter rules on side jobs and side incomes of members of the European Parliament. We need more accountability on the general expenditure allowance. And fourthly, Commissioner, it's high time for the Commission's proposal on an independent ethics body that makes sure that these rules are enforced. Let today's scandal be a final call for introspection, and let's use this time not only for lists and for promises, but now for new rules that concretely bring true transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Madame Dely, s'il vous plaît.
Madame la Commissaire.
Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, you said the situation is serious. We've been betrayed by some of our colleagues that preferred Qatar, that preferred Morocco to the European project. Now they can no longer cause harm. The wheels of justice are rolling, and let us trust them. But, of course, there is widespread mistrust at a time when war is at our borders. We need to come up with a common front to fight against those foreign countries that want to destabilize us. Yes, you've said this. We've got to bolster the transparency rules. Of course, that's obvious. We have friendship groups with third countries. So let me say that countries are lobbies. They are strong lobbies. We can't continue with friendship groups with lobbies. This has to come to an end immediately. We also have to reassess the whole issue of our links, our past ties with these countries. We should freeze work with Morocco and Qatar. I've done it in my committee, in the Transport Committee, when it comes to the air transport agreement with Qatar. Of course, it's suspended, but the agreement is still in force. So you can imagine we really have to work very quickly. We need a public life transparency body, and we need a committee of inquiry to look at what's happening and put an end to this. This is the only way we can restore citizens' trust in us. It's not just about the European Parliament, but all EU institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Schiede. The floor is yours.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wir haben bereits im Untersuchung
A special committee investigating foreign interference found in its report, INGO 1, that there were dreadful shortcomings in the legal implementation of the register, and that the EU didn't have the necessary tools to prevent elite capture. These are just two things that the concluding report of our committee said. And hitherto, we haven't implemented a great deal of it. The updated transparency register does not yet exist, and the current events have showed how urgent that is and how necessary that is. However, in light of events, concerning Qatar, but also Morocco and perhaps also other countries, it is necessary for us now not just to implement more transparency quickly, but to set a borderline down between us and foreign states that might be trying to influence some of us here to buy decisions on policies. That's why it's urgent that representatives of Qatar should no longer enjoy access to this House, that all political decisions concerning Qatar are set aside, and the same would apply to Morocco, ladies and gentlemen. Hence, I do not understand why precisely on this day representatives of the Moroccan Parliament are here in this House today. Have we not learned anything yet about current events? We have to create a tabula rasa here, ladies and gentlemen, once and for all. It's not just Qatar, it's also Morocco.
Thank you. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Benifei. The floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Well, it's more than a month now since the start of this scandal, and the feeling is anger and disgust, and that hasn't changed. This House has been threatened by people who have just been interested in their own benefits, instrumentalizing the fight against human rights in this House to make money. So what we need to do is, rather than just pointing out the guilty, we need to make this House impenetrable for future internal and external threats. We need to help the legal authorities to do justice. We also need new rules, new checks on lobbying activities, the improvement in the use of the transparency register, which isn't properly used at present. Then we also need to ensure that there are proper ethical rules before the end of this parliamentary term. For many years now, ex-parliamentarians have benefited from revolving doors. We now need to have a close look at the proposals put forward by the Bureau. This House has seen its integrity violated, but we cannot sit back. We need to work harder for our integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Senor Lopez, por favor. Engerer, apologies, Mr. Engerer.
Grazie, Signora President.
Thank you, Madam President. The scandal we are facing is an opportunity to ensure that we do what our predecessors didn't do in our mandate. In 2016, the European Commission had proposed a mandatory registry. It was obligatory for everyone, a registry of transparency, where each MEP had to respect it. However, in the previous legislature, this mandatory registry wasn't imposed, and it was replaced with a voluntary one. The President of the European Parliament has a number of proposals, which is good, but the requirement of mandatory transparency is a lot weaker than the proposal of 2016. And I think we need to go much beyond that, much beyond the 2016 Commission proposal. However, this needs to be mandatory for every meeting, for every MEP, with every individual organisation or country, because we are representing our citizens and we need to be fully transparent on the decisions we take on their behalf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Engerer. And now I would like to give the floor to Senor Lopez, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, we have this terrible case of corruption that came to light at the end of last year, and now we have more information on it. So the time has come to demand answers and to be decisive, because it is the only way that we can restore the credibility of this House. First of all, we need maximum cooperation with the judicial investigation And then we also need to overhaul the internal rules of this House. And we already have some proposals on the table. Not just new rules, though, but also measures that are going to make sure that the new measures are enforced. More transparency, more accountability for MEPs. And thirdly, democracies are under attack. This has been an example with accomplices from within, but we need to have implacable mechanisms so that third countries, external players don't meddle in the workings of our democracies, because what is at stake is trust in our institutions, which is basically the bedrock of our institutions, including the European Parliament.
Muchas gracias. And now I have 6 speakers on my list for the KHDI, and I will start with Mrs. Łukacijewska. The floor is yours.
Pani Przewodnicząca, jeśli jesteś politykiem, powinien...
Thank you very much, President. If you're a politician, then you should know what ethics is. If you don't know how to behave, then behave decently. Ladies and gentlemen, how can you fight for the rights of LGBT minorities, for the rights of women, and at the same time take bribes from countries who are far, far, far away from those standards? And now, all of us, we are feeling ashamed for what some of our colleagues have done. And this is an instance of collective responsibility. So it is really worthwhile to be decent. But if somebody is not honest and decent, if somebody loves money and money is most important for such a person, then no directives, no rules of law will change the behavior of such a person. Just like the mere existence of a penal code does not protect people from theft, violence and rape. Thank you.
Colleague Mr. Cañas, por favor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much. What is the main event or new charges linked to foreign interference in the European institutions between last month and this? There's one, and it's not Qatar Gate, but the Qatar-Morocco Gate. I thought that Commissioner Johansson was going to provide us with some kind of information on, for example, Josep Borrell's trip to Morocco and the explanations that Morocco gave, because Morocco is linked to this corruption and bribery scandal. So I wonder what Morocco told him. But you haven't told us anything about this. What worse interference than bribing someone and telling them what to do here in the parliament? And you know what Mr. Bourita, the foreign minister of Morocco, is saying? He's saying that it's just a handful of MEPs that are attacking him. How can we have partners saying that? Instead of explanations, they're pointing the finger at the MEPs here just because we're not taking their money. This is the situation that we have to deal with. It's not just about internal control mechanisms. It's about demanding explanations to the strategic partners and allies, because there can be no impunity for corruption. There can be no impunity for corruption in this parliament. But will there be impunity for those who corrupt us? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Next speaker, colleague Mrs. Miranda. The floor is yours.
Este fin de semana estuve en los campos de refugiados.
Now, this weekend, I went to the Sahrawi refugee camps in the Polisario front, in these inhospitable places where the geopolitical strategy of Morocco, with the consent of European allies, has left Sahrawis in very difficult living conditions. So Morocco doesn't respect the resolutions of the UN, and that means that Morocco can also can act within the institutions in order to avoid any debate on the Western Sahara. We've seen it in the Agricultural Committee, Fisheries, Trade. Here in the European Parliament, this explains its behavior and these networks of corruption protected by ambitious MEPs that want to have holidays and influence. They come to the European Parliament trying to influence and buying people up, and they have accomplices here. We need to denounce this. We need to get the bottom of this scandal with a special committee of inquiry. Morocco Gate is the beginning of this. It's not just about Qatar Gate, but we're not going to remain silent. Morocco cannot go unpunished within this House and in the European institutions. We're talking about illegal occupation, murders, assassinations, torture, repression, and disrespecting freedom of expression. Thank you.
Colleague Mrs. Kempa, the floor is yours.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Well, unfortunately, corruption is the most serious disease that we're dealing with here in this Parliament. White-collar criminals must not remain unpunished. The Vice President, who is now in prison, in the past attacked my country many times before. So, in whose interest was it to criticize Poland? In whose interest was it to take away money from our country? Where or when Poland is helping the Ukraine, when we are jointly fighting the biggest aggressor of our times? So, President, Commissioner, it is worth while coming to Poland. Please have a look at our experience. We have a really excellent anti-corruption systems and experience. We have public statements of financial gain. A professional member of parliament is not allowed to work in other sectors. Members of parliament are not allowed to gain benefits from lobbying. So, Commissioner, President, please come to Poland, see what we have done and stop attacking us, because this is in the interest of Russia only. I don't know, is it Russia lobbying here now? Thank you.
Colleagues, I would just ask you to stick to 1 minute, please. Next speaker, colleague Mrs. Zalewska. 1 minute, please.
Pani przewodnicząca, pani komisarz, koleżanki.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Is it interesting? Have you heard what the socialists have been saying? They talk loudly about procedures, about principles, what to cover, the reality, and themselves in their own political group. They have been unable to solve this problem. So why is European Parliament, why has the Parliament agreed to proceed to allow to have another Vice President from the Socialists? They should be punished. Let's forget about fair representation in the Parliament's bureau. Let's have a thorough look at all the lobbyists, all the NGOs, all the foundations. They will tell us who is financing them. I'm sure there are more corruption scandals ahead of us. So have a good look at that, because the European Commission wanted to do exactly this, but so far nothing has been done. How is Gazprom in Russia influencing our decisions? Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mr. Jaki, for 1 minute, please.
Dziękuję pani przewodnicząca i pani komisarz.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last couple of years, you dealt with Poland mostly. So all of this begs the following question. What is the rule of law? What have Poles been doing in relation to Ukraine? So you criticize Poland. Was that a bit of a smoke and mirror show to cover your shady deals with Qatar, one of the organizations, No Peace Without Justice, whose secretary has been arrested for corruption? This organization is being financed, or was financed, by the EU, France and Germany. What a coincidence, because this very organization focused on attacking Poland, maybe to draw attention from your shady deals. So this corruption scandal is about political corruption, and all of that has brought us to our knees. You, the socialists, Gerhard Schröder, the greatest symbol of political corruption, corrupted by Putin. You've been doing nothing about it, and you will lecture us. Please put your own house in order. So tell me, what about Germany's financing of this organization? Thank you.
So this is the end of the intervention of the members of the European Parliament, and I would like to invite back Commissioner Johansson for the final comments. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, listening to you today, one thing is clear. You are committed to take action, to make integrity, independence and accountability not only a goal, but reality. To rebuild trust, to ensure that decisions are taken for the right reasons. It is critical for the Commission that all institutions have uniform, strong rules in place and participate in an ethics body which is truly institutional. To ensure that all our institutions stand for the highest standard. When it comes to actual crime and corruption, we also need decisive action. I will propose the corruption package already in April. One thing is sure, we are going for an ambitious, maximalist approach to ensure there are no gaps that could be exploited for any corruption activities. To harmonise the definitions of corruption offences and penalties across the EU to the highest possible standard. We will also look into enhancing the capacity of law enforcement and judicial authorities to investigate and prosecute corruption offences. I look forward to the continued strong cooperation with you in this House to shape these initiatives, to ensure that they are up to the task, to fight corruption and bring better transparency and accountability of the institutions. Thank you very much for the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. So the debate is closed and we move to the next item on the agenda, the joint debate concerning CFSP and CSDP, the report by Mr. McAllister, implementation of the Common Foreign and Security Policy, Annual Report 2022, and the report by Mr. Van den Candelare, implementation of the Common Security and Defence Policy, Annual Report 2022. And I will give the floor immediately to the rapporteur, Mr. McAllister. The floor is yours.
Madam President, thank you for giving me the floor. High Representative Vice President Josep Borrell, dear colleagues. I remember how we adopted last year's Common Foreign and Security Policy report. It was on the 16th of February. And just a few days later, the world changed significantly. Since the 24th of February, war is back in Europe. We are living in a moment of geopolitical redefinition, as we have heard by previous speakers today already. The European Union's swift, united and sustained response to the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and our ability to learn and address previous geostrategic mistakes is a testament of the effectiveness of our common foreign, security and defence policy. Indeed, the world has returned to the rules of power politics. As the European Union, we need to adapt to these realities, making sure that our objectives are consistent with our means. My report this year emphasises that the European Union should shape its common foreign and security policy in accordance with four general actions. First, the concept of strategic autonomy, or strategic sovereignty, however you want to name it, needs to be put into practice. This can, inter alia, be done by swiftly and efficiently implementing the ambitious measures enshrined in the Strategic Compass. This can be done by reducing strategic dependencies, and this can be done by enhancing the European Union's resilience. But its action speaks, not words. Second, the European Union should strengthen bilateral and multilateral partnerships for a better world, from our closest neighbours and allies to those who are far away but need us most. We should cooperate with partners to defend the rules-based order and to maintain a principled position vis-à-vis those who exactly challenge our common values and principles. Thirdly, To strengthen the European Union's institutional and decision-making arrangements in foreign and security policy, we once again propose to turn to qualified majority voting progressively in all areas of the CFSP without military or defence implications. For instance, when it comes to the EU Global Human Rights Sanctions Regime, also called the EU Magnitsky Act, using the passerelle clauses in Article 48 and Article 31 of the Treaty on the European Union would be key. And finally, fourthly, we should do our best to enhance parliamentary diplomacy as one of the European Union's foreign policy tools with a proven added value. To conclude, let me thank the shadow rapporteurs, all the involved staff from the groups and the Secretariat, and also, dear Josep Borrell, the team of the High Representative, for the once again constructive and fruitful cooperation. And now I'm looking forward to carefully listening to the debate, to the arguments in this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I invite the rapporteur, Mr. Van den Candelare. You have the floor.
Dank u wel, mevrouw de voorzitter, geachte vicevoorzitter en hoge vertegenwoordiger, collega's. Vorig jaar is een bijzonder gebied van veiligheid.
Last year was a very special year when it came to CDSP. We had the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and it didn't know any borders, literally. So now we have to think about geopolitics. This was a year of strategic rivalry, even systemic rivalry. So we've really understood what it means to fight for the values that we defend so ardently, democracy, rule of law, fundamental freedoms, multilateralism, international law. It was also a year of progress because we managed to guarantee the security of our citizens and not only their prosperity. This was a year where we realized that we had to do more when it came to security. This is a year where the sense of European integration makes much more sense, because we feel this need more than ever. A year of tangible progress towards more European integration, with more cohesion and cooperation between member states, more tangible solidarity with our partners along the borders, and solidarity with our allies, long-standing allies. So a year of war, but a year of ambitions which made us make sure that our feet were firmly on the ground. We have to be pragmatic, realistic, and personally, I think that meant that we were credible and efficient. Of course, there are urgent challenges which are multifaceted, and of course, the war in Ukraine and all its consequences is top of the list. We need to focus on intense and hybrid threats. There's also the need to bolster our military resilience. Our strategic compass has to be updated regularly and fully implemented, and we need to focus on our defense capability to make sure that duplication, gaps and shortcomings are done away with. And of course, there's also the issue of the EU and NATO and interoperability. So this report also underscores the importance of having enough financial resources for our budgetary commitments. We need to beef up defense on the basis of more cooperation within NATO, but we also need generous investment when it comes to cooperation with our bilateral and multilateral partners, such as the UK, among others. Now, the European Parliament is launching an appeal for a defence and security policy that will be at the right level with credible players so it can make a real difference when it comes to conflicts and threats. And then we need a more efficient structure for our common defence and security policy. If it is to be more effective, we need rapid reaction forces, and we need to make sure our missions and operations work quickly, and of course the situation on the ground. We also want a defence and security policy that has a conscience and that there is a true European added value. We have to get rid of too much dependence on third parties. We need more democratic legitimacy, and do this by having the European Parliament play a more active role. It is a great pleasure to have this debate with you this afternoon, and I'd like to thank all the shadow rapporteurs for their excellent cooperation, and I'd like to thank our teams that have made drafting this report possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to the High Representative, Mr. Borrell. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. President. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much to the two rapporteurs for these reports. Thank you very much for the work that you have done. They are an important contribution in the process of turning the EU into a geopolitical player. As you've said, so much has changed since last February. We have turned a crucial page in history. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is of key importance, and the shockwaves are rippling throughout the world. A few days ago in the UN, there was a debate on the rule of law around the world, and the Secretary General chose the right words when he said that we had a Russian invasion in Ukraine. We had the worst possible year when it comes to deaths in Israel and Palestine, terrorism and food insecurity in the Sahel, North Korea's nuclear program, apartheid, gender-based one in Afghan, a coup d'etat in Myanmar, the humanitarian situation in Haiti, and so many other problems. And of course, power politics is back on a huge scale. And given this radical uncertainty, the European Union has to respond, as I think we did in the case of Ukraine, with sanctions, military aid, on a scale never seen before. Thousands of Ukrainian soldiers are going to be trained militarily. I visited Poland, and we're going to adopt the 7th aid package through the European Peace Facility, and our civil and military financial aid puts us top of the list on a global stage. Of course, we are very much committed to our immediate neighbors, not only in Ukraine, Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the entire Balkan region, Kosovo, Serbia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. We've seen the emergence of China. In this meeting at the United Nations, China said loud and clear that it doesn't believe in this rules-based international order. It is an ambiguous concept which at the end of the day only is about imposing the supremacy of the Western world. Let us be very careful with our economic dependence on China. We are more dependent on China, given the green transition, than we were when it came to our dependency on Russian energy. We've got to continue building a diversification of our supply chains and resilience. This is extremely important for our relations with our southern neighbors, Central Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The competition between the US and China is the main force which is molding what is happening. But we've got Turkey, India, Brazil, South Africa, Nigeria, Mexico, Indonesia are examples of countries that can be seen as swing states on a global stage, countries that are sitting on the fence, that defend their interests, and that in some way constitute the structure of what we call the global south nowadays. Countries that don't want to choose, that sit on the fence when it comes to the clash between Russia and the Western world. And we cannot force them to do so. We've got to understand what lies behind their concerns. We have to be more proactive. We have to make sure that we're seen in the way that we want to be, and we want to be seen as a force that contributes to global good and the fight against climate change and inequality. We want a fair multilateral world that will allow us to tackle the energy and food crisis, but that also contributes to the building of more cohesive societies. When it comes to security, we have implemented the strategic compass and made progress. The aim is to make the EU more resilient and a player that offers security with more modern armies and armies that are more interoperable. Our rapid deployment capacity has made headway, and the next step is to actually have real-time exercises on land and the sea, and that will start with the upcoming Spanish presidency. The war in Ukraine means that we have to increase our ambition significantly, especially when it comes to defense. Not only should we spend more, but what we need to do, more importantly, is spend better, and that means to spend together. That's why we've got PESCO, and we need to continue fleshing this out, and the European Defence Fund, and the obligation to replenish our military stocks that have been emptied out by the war in Ukraine. And I count on you to help us develop the Joint Procurement Act in order to bolster the industrial base of our defence sector. We need to also tackle hybrid threats and cyber attacks and make sure we can deal with them better. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during my hearing back in 2019 as High Representative, I said that Europe needed to speak the language of power and become a geopolitical player. We are making progress in that direction, but we still have our work cut out for us. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has pushed us in the right direction and has given us an argument to continue doing so in order to go further and more quickly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Now let me invite, on behalf of the Committee on Constitutional Affairs, colleague Mr. Negrescu. The floor is yours.
Domnule comisar, dragi colegi,
Commissioner, colleagues, Europe is facing a security crisis that is unprecedented. The war in Ukraine has shown the limits of our defence system and the need to supply from abroad. Now we need new guarantees for citizens' security and the protection of their values and of our borders. We need a faster decision-making system using all the mechanisms in the treaty, including greater involvement of the Parliament, so that we can apply sanctions efficiently and deal with hybrid threats. We need better cooperation with NATO and the US, but also common defence cooperation involving industry, technology, and strategic autonomy. It's very complicated to defend ourselves in a situation in Ukraine when we're divided and there are arms deficits or inadequate investment in the area in many member states. Now, this is an issue for Europe, and the countries in the first line in the area of Ukraine, including my own country, Romania, are expecting greater security. And, of course, with our support for Ukraine and Moldova, there's also the issue of the Schengen space, and we hope that that will be taken into account too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality, Señora Solís Pérez, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. High Representative, rapporteurs. As a rapporteur responsible for the opinion of the Women's Committee on the Common Defence and Security Policy, I would like to say that it's very disappointing that this report didn't include or hasn't included any of the proposals put forward by our committee. There is no doubt about the fact that this is one of the big priorities of this House, but we have to lead by example. And when it comes to security and defence, a lot remains to be done. We've got to take a zero-tolerance approach to sexual harassment when it comes to staff in our cooperation missions or the local population. We have the ethical and moral obligation to carry out the right audits to make sure that those who are responsible for these inhumane acts are held accountable. And we really need to nip all of these problems in the bud. As lawmakers, we can't continue looking the other way. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Now, on behalf of the group of the European People's Party, colleague Mr. Gahler. The floor is yours.
Frau Präsidentin, hoher Beauftragter, liebe
Madam President, High Representative, ladies and gentlemen, over the last year we've seen that in foreign policy affairs there's quite a lot of need for external pressure for us to be soldered together. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is also a war against us, using other means. Well, I would have preferred to us to have arrived at a more realistic idea of Putin's intentions at an earlier stage. There were such assessments, but particularly in the west of the EU, people didn't want to take it on board. The consequence is that even the biggest member states are not in a position to develop an agenda against a decisive dictator. Macron, Scholz and others went to talk to Putin, but that format was clearly not the right one. The High Representative, together with the Commission, set the right priorities with regard to Russia: push back, restrain and engage. This kind of realistic European approach is the one that we need to realize in future. We should not take a step back. In Africa and Latin America, I think that they will be pleased to cooperate with a strong Europe. Thank you very much, and let's hope for a victorious new year.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, colleague Mr. Reuten, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Dear High Representative, thanks also to the rapporteur of the CFSP report. This year was the year in which Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine forced our Union to reach geopolitical maturity, because the assault of autocrats against global democracy and freedom is stronger than ever. But so are we. We stand united in our resolve and, under your decisive leadership, in our actions. Democracy is winning, our unity has momentum, and we will not relent. So, colleagues, tomorrow, vote for our amendment to add the Revolutionary Guard to the terrorist list. Commission, finally investigate Commissioner for Enlargement for his alleged support to autocrats with secessionist tendencies in the Western Balkans. And Member States, this Friday at Ramstein Air Base, give Ukraine what it needs to win its freedom. Dictators will not stop us. We will always defend our values. Slava Ukraina, Zan Zendegi Azadi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker on behalf of the Renew Europe group, colleague Mr. Pyatt. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and dear colleagues, since the Russian aggression against Ukraine is the most important foreign and security policy issue for the European Union, all other foreign policy issues must also be viewed through the prism of Russian aggression in Ukraine. In other words, how the EU's relations with third countries can contribute to the end of Russian aggression. Regarding trade and development cooperation, it is necessary to look closely at how the partner countries of the EU behave in relation to Russian aggression. How do they vote at the UN General Assembly? What kind of relations do they develop with Russia? And even more, what kind of military equipment do they supply to Russia? They say you can't be everybody's darling. So, more support must be given to those countries for whom Russian crimes and violations of international law are unacceptable. And adjustments have to be made in relations with countries that continue to deal with the Russian regime as if nothing had happened. This is necessary in order to help Ukraine and continue to put pressure on the Russian regime, as well as to strengthen the international credibility of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the group of the Greens, European Free Alliance, colleague Mr. Bütikofer. The floor is yours.
Vice President, HRVP, David, colleagues, we do live in a new era. For the EU, the next 7 years will decide whether we will sit at the table or be on the menu. We have to start with realism, though. Overblown dreams of strategic autonomy can be and must be discarded, because we learn in the present situation that without the United States support, we would not have been able to hold our own together to support Ukraine. That means we must continue to invest in transatlantic relations, but at the same time we have to up our own game. We have to increase our capabilities. Being an ally is not enough. We must be strong allies. Second, we must not allow ourselves to be captured by delusions about the nature of authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. And that in particular means de-risk our relationship with China. Systemic rivalries not just between Washington and Beijing. Nostra res agitur. Third, cooperation with countries of the Global South to promote mutual benefit is not an option anymore. It's a must, a geopolitical must, and that implies that we have to invest into Global Gateway Initiative. And finally, the climate crisis has long been a threat multiplier. This multiplication is getting more dangerous by the year. Fighting climate crisis is not everything, but without effectively fighting climate crisis, everything will come to naught. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Identity and Democracy Group, Monsieur Mariani, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Ce rapport est un rapport.
Thank you. This is a high-caliber report, but I have the impression probably it's also one that a communications agency could have written. It's a historic plea to erase the nations in favour of a Brussels superstate. We're not here to celebrate the European Union and the External Action Service. We're here to scrutinise initiatives and to represent the will of our compatriots. The French, as you know, don't want an extension of the European Union. They don't want a shift to QMV to decide whether we're going to go to war or break off diplomatic relations or sell weapons. Neither do they want the sanctions to replace diplomacy, nor do they want to enter war in Ukraine today or perhaps tomorrow the Balkans. Georgia, peace, thanks to Macron and then other nations with other peace initiatives, but this time Macron is wanting to work through international institutions, and that's a step backwards for peace and for sovereignty.
Reformist Group, Mrs. Fotiga, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Mr. High Rep Vice President, colleagues, I deeply feel all areas you mentioned, High Rep Vice President, and I engage there, assisting them in their dire situation, in particular people there. Yet allow me to focus on Ukraine. So brutally against all principles of international law invaded previous year by the Russian Federation, full-scale invasion by the permanent UN Security Council member. We have to focus all our force in helping Ukraine to win this war. The previous year was a real test for us of our unity. We maintain it, although very fragile. We have to strengthen it. And the previous year was a year of real test passed by the US in its leadership in defending Europe, therefore putting in question the whole concept of strategic autonomy. Without their weapons, Ukraine wouldn't be able to fight. And myself and my colleagues suffering decades because of early warning vis-à-vis Russian Federation. We are against qualified majority voting in foreign affairs. There is much to change in foreign affairs of the EU, and current actions are not enough to prove the real leadership of majority of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Left Group in the European Parliament, Mrs. Daly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. This policy is selling militarism as something to keep us safe, when in reality it's the opposite. It's militarism that's driving a dramatic rise in geopolitical tensions, drastically undermining our security. And you'd think that the Ukraine war would have shocked us out of this approach, but no. This report wants more of the same. Increases in heavy weapons to Ukraine, massive hikes in defence expenditure to a minimum of 2% of GDP, budget increases for arms through the Orwellian European Peace Facility, and a European Defence Union with no vetoes on defence decisions, overruling small states, not to mention an active mutual defence obligation, transforming the EU into a military alliance. And if that wasn't bad enough, we've more sanctions, more EU-NATO relations, more failed and destructive EU missions in Africa, on and on it goes. It's the policy of lunacy, trumpeted by a Parliament bedazzled by the military-industrial complex, and we reject this vision. Militarism and war are not and will never be a solution. We demand a Europe built on conflict resolution, on collective security, free from the old and the new divisions, where all states and countries are involved. A future of diplomacy, arms control, disarmament as the only real way to guarantee our security.
Next speaker, Mr. Papadakis. The floor is yours.
The reports are a way of escalating imperialist wars and its people that play with their blood. The EU, the US, NATO are coordinating in their rivalry against China. And they like this division between democracies and autocrats, but they're all capitalist. So Ukraine is where this is all played out. Taiwan, the Eastern Mediterranean, and so on. Lifting the veto and the defense and security ministers are ways of waging war and sending military equipment to the front and imposing new sanctions. These are very dangerous plans, and the Greek government is involved in this. The EU is its ally and thinks that the bourgeoisie of Turkey is an ally, and then we have them, Turkey, call into question borders. Now, the people have to wake up and fight against the imperialist plans and the fact that the monopolies are taking all the energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next colleague, Mrs. Zovko. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Hi, Commissioner. I would like to congratulate the rapporteurs for CFCP and CSDP reports, Ms. McAllister and Van der Candelare, for their excellent work. They managed to cover a very challenging year from a foreign and security perspective. Our security has been directly challenged. A new war has emerged in our neighbourhood. China continues to play an assertive role in the Pacific. As the report rightly states, we need a stronger EU-NATO cooperation, an updated European Peace Facility and a boost for our relations with international partners. Regarding the Western Balkans, the EU stepped up its engagement on the enlargement agenda, and I warmly welcome the decision to grant candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina. It was a peace and security decision as well. However, this candidate status is not the end of the ride, but should stimulate the domestic leaders to speed up the reform process, because even after the welcome change of the electoral law last October, Croats still don't have their elected representative in the presidency, and that affects the voting. Don't forget the voting in the UN when they abstained on a crucial European security issue, and the vote against Iran damaging policy. As mentioned in the CSFP report, it's time to ensure the principles of equality and non-discrimination for all citizens and constituent people as enshrined in the country's constitution. That's a major security issue, Mr. High Representative.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Mavrides. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. This report reflects the annual evaluation by the European Parliament of the implementation of the EU Common Security and Defence Policy, and is the first after the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the adoption of EU Strategic Compass. In an era of threats and aggression, the future of the EU depends on our commitment to defend our common values through an EU defence union by taking, though, specific concrete steps forward, including joint actions and capacity, and always having international law at the core of our common rules and our common implementation mechanisms. A last word. Enhancing the defence of the Union is a necessary condition to achieve our social, environmental and economic goals, and also this. We send a strong message to Putin that we do not accept the violation of international law and also the violation of Ukraine's sovereign rights. And this applies to everyone. That's why we also condemn Erdogan's aggressive and illegal actions against the EU, and in particular against Cyprus and Greece in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madame Loiseau, s'il vous plaît.
L'Ukraine est entrée dans l'hiver et l'hiver.
Ukraine has entered winter and it is harsh. Russian strikes against civilians, the heroic resistance of the Ukrainian army at the front carry a price, and that price is costly. For Kiev to carry the day, we must do more, produce more military equipment and supply more of it to Ukraine. Today, we must salute what the EU is doing, the $3 billion committed under the European Peace Facility, and the will to do more. We must be pleased that in a few weeks 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been trained, and there's a commitment to train yet more. Tomorrow Europe will equip itself with a financial incentive for the joint acquisition of military equipment by Europeans so that they can rebuild their stocks and continue their aid to Ukraine. This is all positive, and yet we're not there yet. Defence spending is not reaching the NATO goal of 2% of GDP in many states. As for arms deliveries, we're doing too little and often very late. Supplying tanks has been vital since the battle for Bakhmut began, which wasn't something that just began yesterday. France has shown the way, and eyes are fixed on the German Leopard tanks, and we have to hope that strong decisions will be made in Berlin. I've just spoken about Ukraine because on our partner will depend the future of our continent and union for years to come. We say a lot that will help Kiev for as long as it takes, but let's help it as quickly as it takes too.
Merci. I would like now to give the floor to the next speaker, colleague Mrs. Ala Metza. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. The cruel attack of Russia against Ukraine has shown that our member states can make prompt decisions on our common security policy. Europe is not weak. We have to have a unified front in critical issues. This is what our citizens want. In a recent polling, over 80% of the EU citizens are in favour of common EU security and defence policy and think that cooperation should be increased. Today, Ukraine is fighting for peace and democracy for all of us. We have to help them by sending Leopard 2 battle tanks, on which we Greens have made a proposal to this report. We need a European coalition to deliver these tanks to Ukraine swiftly and German leadership in this shared action. And we have to think even further ahead in security policy, as, for example, even with a swift decision, the delivery of these tanks will take some time. The EU has to take strong leadership in decisions vital to Ukraine and to the EU's own security. Our member states have to be ready and able to respond to this war that threatens our values and global peace. We cannot rely on the United States. The EU needs to take a stronger and more determined role in its own security. This report matters, but the support that we can give to Ukraine immediately matters even more. Thank you, colleagues, for working together on this.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madame Susanna Ceccati.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Thank you, High Representative. The battle of the dictatorships against democracies has kicked off once again. What we need now is a unity of intent across all of our democracies, also outside the EU. And that's why it's so important that we should be building cooperative links that are more robust with the United States, with Israel, and the Asian democracies that share our values. But if we talk about unity of intent, can we achieve that overcoming the unanimity principle? Do we really want to take important decisions against the interests of the minority member states? Europe is strong because it is plural. Europe is strong when the nations that make it up are strong. We should never mix up unity with unification and centralization. We've decided to set priority on defending our eastern flank, and that's right. But I don't see much interest in this House for the Mediterranean. I'll remind you that we still have conflicts underway in Syria and Libya. We should be struggling against the hostile influence of Russia and China. That's only right. But we should also be cleaning up our own houses. Quartargate has shown that an important part of Europe's political class has been bought by a country that doesn't only violate human rights, but promotes an ideology of terrority in Europe. What we need is a free and plural Europe.
Next one is our colleague Vondra Alexandra.
Well, the report which we are discussing today contains a lot of interesting recommendations, but has one problem. It's a long list of the various recommendation ideas, including those which we will be discussing years ahead, like UMV reform. And meanwhile, there is a war in the Ukraine where we rightly support the Ukraine against this terrible Russian aggression, but our deliveries are deadly slow. The storages are empty, and we need to do much more and much faster. And therefore, instead of producing another hundreds, thousands of papers, we should do one thing. The same what FDR did for Churchill, this land and lease program to allocate 50 billion euros into that and to start the really armaments of Ukraine that they would be able to win. But it requires the deeds, not the words. This is our problem. We have the words, not the deeds.
Thank you. Mr. Marcel de Graaf, the floor is yours.
Voorzitter, de EU en de NAVO hebben zich
President, the EU and NATO expanded aggressively to the east, and Russia wasn't considered as a potential partner, and the security interests of Russia weren't taken into account either. A genuinely independent Europe is one that includes Russia. China, Russia, the EU, Turkey, Saudi Arabia all now are aligned on the other side to the EU. The EU will fade away as a great power. The sanctions aren't working. Money and weapons are being handed over, but the EU is threatened by a multilateral world. Turkey is now mediator in this conflict. They should be an example. We shouldn't engage in war. And EU of the citizens is one that strives for peace.
Thank you, President. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the rapporteurs for their reports. We've got a geopolitical situation which is very complex, and we've got war on European soil once again with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we need to do more to make sure that more international partners condemn the aggression, but also join our accept sanctions against Russia, whether we're talking about the Balkans, North Africa, and so on. We also have to talk about cooperation. I agree with the rapporteur, Mr. McAllister, when he says that we need to have regular annual summits with the United States. The last was in June 2021 on breathing new life into transatlantic relations, and the Trade and Technology Summit. We need to meet again in order to solve problems such as the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, and in order to have better external policy coordination. We want to have a political council. We've been clamoring for it. And when it comes to security and defense, we've got the strategic compass. But the situation has changed radically, and we need to update the compass. Thank you.
Unser nächster Sprecher ist Herr Pedro.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Pedro Marques.
Muito obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, High Representative. Now, the CFSP and the CSDP have been subject to resolutions from this Parliament, and they represent our position on these important policies and our position on the war from Russia against Ukraine. We need to ensure that we move to a real common foreign and security policy, and the strategic compass, which was presented by the High Representative, is important. It's a decisive moment, and we were able to show some unity. We need to continue this unity, combining it with strategic autonomy. We need to use the political tools we have available in foreign policy to promote our values, but also to reinforce our most important alliances. The world has become much more dangerous. It needs a more decisive Europe and a more capable Europe to ensure peace, security, stability, and development at the world level.
Ich darf nun Herrn
The next speaker is Mr. Kyuchuk.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, dear High Representative, dear colleagues. Indeed, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. McAllister for his comprehensive approach on this report on EU's foreign security and defense policy. It is at paramount importance, and it is of paramount importance in preserving peace and reinforcing international security. It is clear that the EU has learned from address previous geostrategic mistakes, and this is evident in the way it has responded to a Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. The EU shift a unified and sustained response is testament to the effectiveness of the EU's foreign security and defense policy, which is guided by our shared values. But it's not time to stop. The world is watching us, and in order to be a credible actor and maintain the respect of autocracies around the world, the EU and its member states need to increase their military, political and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and strengthen their defense in countering Russian threats to Ukraine's security. Thank you.
Danke. Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zimniuk.
Herr Präsident,
President, no one needs an EU army that would represent the incompetence of the EU in all its facets. For many years, the EU, through an CFSP, has tried precisely to bring in that EU army and thereby further undermine member state sovereignty. Centralisation is the only thing the EU knows, and it's failed in all areas. In all crises, it's failed lamentably, but still worse is the fact that in these two reports, the qualified majority voting is to be introduced and unanimity given up. The European nation in future will, on such important areas as the CFSP and migration, outvote vital national interests. And that you, Mr. McAllister, as a German, in this report have called for the ongoing abandonment of Nord Stream and therefore put German energy security in jeopardy should be used to demonstrate what the CDU is now, unvotable and a shame on our country. These reports should be turned down.
Frau Kollegin Ginga-Karl, Sie haben das Wort.
Mrs. King-Gal has the floor.
Elnök úr, főképviselő úr.
President, High Representative, in the history of the European Union, we are now seeing times that have never been seen before. We have an unstable situation before us, and we need to think strategically. However, this does not seem to be really reflected in the reports that we're passing. It seems like they're reports written by NGOs, and that applies to the whole of Europe's external policies. This could be damaging. For example, in one report, we saw an incredible hatred directed against the Enlargement Commissioner, which is an important post, an important policy within the EU. We do also need to be improving cooperations in the EU. Unanimity and moving away from unanimity, rather, is not only contradicting the basic treaties of the EU, but it's not in the interests of the people of the EU. It's only the large member states that want to get rid of the unanimity, and that will affect mutual solidarity. Unanimity better represents diversity, and that depends on good cooperation. So we must defend unanimity. The next speaker is Mr. Meimarakis.
The uncertain, unstable backdrop against we're working, and the fact that there are those who wanted to shake the European foundations mean that we need to bolster our common defence and security policy as much as possible. I'm not saying this just as a European, but as a Greek, because we can see our bad-tempered neighbour even threatening us with a casus belli. Now, the illegal fisheries, exploitation of the migration, and the games with cultural heritage happens almost on a daily basis. Turkey has gone beyond the limits, and let me remind you, Mr. Borrell and colleagues, that the Greek Foreign Minister, Mr. Dendias, sent a letter describing the real situation and saying that Greece's patience is running out. But we don't want words, we want actions. So we want to make sure that we rise to this against what other countries and their interests now. There's also the issue of agreements with third countries, but of course we have to respect the relevant principles. Thank you.
Mr. Tonino Piccola, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Mr. High Representative, first of all, congratulations to the colleagues who have worked on these documents. The brutal war in Ukraine marked the past year and exposed several of our shortcomings that we need to address. And in many ways, we reached in a positive, unprecedented way. Despite many challenges and some countries regressing, I'm particularly content that the enlargement policy is being mainstreamed again. In the past year, 3 countries became candidate countries. 1 was given a European perspective, 1 applied for the membership, and 2 more finally began their negotiations. This is a good example of recognizing political realities and necessities and moving things forward. We should apply this approach further. So my main conclusion would be that in the ever-challenging global environment, including a war on our continent, our answer should be more Europe. It's time to reform our common foreign security and defence policies so that they are no longer the weakest link of our integration. Thank you.
Danke, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dragos Tudorache.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. Dear colleagues, we can take pride in these reports, and I congratulate the rapporteurs and the shadows for the work on them. They capture the complexities of our posture in foreign affairs, as well as in building a stronger architecture for security and defence. If I am to think about all the pressing issues that lie ahead and select only one long-term goal to solve them, I would make a pledge for a true and credible defence union, accompanied by a rejuvenated defence industry. We keep speaking about the role of the EU in the world, our partners, our liabilities and dependencies, about strategic autonomy and, of course, about the war on our borders. A defence union would give a sense to all that. It would strengthen the EU's position in foreign affairs, its capacity to act quickly, decisively, to be taken seriously, both by the actors we want to partner with and by those challenging us. A defence union is not built in a day, but we must set it as a goal, along with the milestones that can render us step by step more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur La Capella Charles.
Chaque année, le rapport.
Every year, the report on the CSDP is one stage further in federalism, but this shouldn't really fall within the remit of the EU. For us, the war in Ukraine is a tragedy, and we've got to put an end to it as soon as possible through negotiations. For you, it's an opportunity to wage war. It's incredible. It says here that the mutual assistance clause in the case of aggression has to be extended to destabilization, economic pressure, or disinformation. This is extremely serious. Do you want Europe to attack Russia? Russia attack Europe by sending heavy military equipment to Ukraine, knowing that Russia finds this tantamount to warmongering. You want to get rid of unanimity when it comes to defense issues. We cannot contemplate that. For us, it's absolutely out of the question to have European strategic interests and French strategic interests as if they were NATO interests. We're not going to allow you to destroy the European defense industry, French defense industry, and the diplomatic military power of France is non-negotiable.
Merci. Am Wort ist nun Monsieur.
The next speaker is Mr. Rivière.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. The European Union is not a nation, it's an international institution. Not just because it's got an anthem and a flag. It's a kind of illusion that there could be some kind of European patriotism. Mr. McAllister, despite of the treaties, without asking the opinion of our peoples, you're trying to get hold of competences that belong only to nations. That's to say, foreign policy and defence policy. That's why they're subject to qualified majority. Sorry, you want them to become subject to qualified majority voting. This means that member states would have policies imposed upon them. But look at the situation like Kosovo, Russia, Ukraine. Let's not forget Armenia and Azerbaijan. The European Union has made mistake after mistake, aligning our own interests with those of the United States, penalizing the views of our own citizens. Happily, we won't be having any loss of these competences tomorrow.
Does what?
The next speaker is Mrs. Lexman.
Thank you, Chair. High Representative, dear colleagues. From Russian aggression against Ukraine, coercive behavior of the totalitarian Chinese Communist Party, to the Iranian nuclear threat, we are facing a multitude of serious global security challenges. We can no longer afford to be discussing empty concepts or engaging in unnecessary battle between the EU institutions and NATO. Instead, we must put all efforts into concrete actions to rebuild the European security architecture, to support Ukraine with the necessary weapons to defend itself, to deliver on our defence spending commitments, and to protect our citizens and companies against cyber attacks, disinformation, or economic coercion. This is why I welcome the EU-NATO joint declaration. NATO is and must remain the cornerstone of our security, and the EU and NATO must work together to address the pressing challenges in accordance to their respective competencies. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kollegin. Herr
Thank you very much. Sven Mikser, you're the next speaker.
President, High Representative, colleagues, at a time when the innocent Ukrainians continue to be killed by the Russian aggressors, I think it's clearly premature to congratulate ourselves for our unity or resolve or anything else. Indeed, we have to do more, and we have to give much more. In exactly 1 year from now, we are going to look back at the year 2023, and then, let's be honest, the only yardstick with which we can measure our success or failure is our ability, or the lack thereof, to help Ukrainians to defeat the aggressor. When we say Ukrainians are also fighting for our future, it's not mere rhetoric. Because if indeed Russians are allowed, UN Security Council permanent member, nuclear state, if it is allowed to get away with grabbing additional territory from a much smaller democratic neighbor, this will effectively be the end of the rules-based international order, which, among other things, has allowed us to build Europe as a successful peace project.
Danke. Ich bitte Herrn Clement Grosjean.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Grossel.
Kompleksne varnostne razmere v Evropi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the security situation in Europe is complicated and around the world, so therefore we need to create common European defence capabilities. Although the political debate focuses on the issue of qualified majority voting, which I see as a historical necessity myself, we now have the war in the Ukraine, and the question is how we can provide and maintain the necessary military capabilities. In this area, we're very much dependent on imports, and we now need to move from words to deeds. First of all, we need to create a framework for common procurement in the area of defence. We need to be unified, as we were during the COVID crisis. This isn't only going to be good for having more rational and efficient procurement, we're also going to create greater transparency. And the progress won't only be in the area of defence, it will be in the area of basic research and civilian research. This will also create high-value jobs in the EU that we are creating elsewhere if we rely on imports. So I won't say any more about the strategic autonomy too.
EU I almindelighed og det her.
The EU in general, and especially the European Parliament, has been acting in a very unlucky way when it comes to foreign policies. I have taken part in dozens of debates in this Parliament. We have increased the importation of Russian gas. We've had a very naive attitude to dictatorships such as Russia and China, and we have spent too much of our energy on differentiating ourselves from the US and being very anti-American in our attitude to foreign policies. Even today, with the war in the Ukraine, European countries such as France and Germany still do not want to deliver the tanks that the Ukrainians really need. This is why it's totally crazy to hear that the answer to the challenges is that the EU and the European Parliament should have more powers. The real answer is that the national states must coordinate our common defense through NATO and with a strong United States.
Ich darf Herrn Lukas Furlas das Wort.
The next speaker is Lukas Furlas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Borrell. A Europe without a CFSP or CSDP is a giant on clay legs. If we do not have a CFSP in the EU, then we won't be able to become a global player. A lot has happened and a lot has been done, but we have a long road ahead of us. I can share a lot of examples where Europe pays, but others give over. A common foreign and security policy means that we adopt double standards. Do you want me to give you another example? Sanctions against Russia for their invasion of Ukraine, but Turkey wasn't punished when it invaded Cyprus. So either we have conditions ready for a CFSP, or we're just going to be an economic organization that pays the bill and that just runs behind developments without being able to have an impact on them. Thank you.
Danke. Nun ist am Wort
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Crystal Schaldemose.
Ruslands angreb på Ukraine markerer.
Thank you. The Russian attack on the Ukraine was an end to decades of peace in Europe. The pictures from the Ukraine of killed civilians, bombed cities, and crying relatives have affected us all. Wars in other parts of the world have now moved closer to our borders. The war has changed the world. Energy policies have become security policies, and industrial policies have become foreign policies. We have to understand that. Solar cells and windmills are no longer just producing green energy, they are producing freedom energy. We have to free ourselves from fossil fuels. This is our best weapon in the new political reality. In a time in which the world is changing, we have to hold on to and cherish our allies. Here I think about Japan. Our strategic cooperation with our global allies is not a weakness, it's a strength that can help us through these times of crisis. We should not forget that in our wish to have more independence.
Chers collègues, le rapport.
Ladies and gentlemen, the European Parliament report on the CFSP and the Common Security and Defence Policy is founded on a lie. They want to put it across that a defence union is possible and desirable, but in reality it is a hymn to NATO that it quotes 60 times. And really it's just a chimera. It's a move towards a federal Europe yet again. In paragraph 23, it sets out, it calls for replacement of unanimity voting by QMV on defence, and also to establish, I quote, military units, common multilateral military units. In other words, a European army. That is a prospect set before us, a European army under NATO orders. As a Frenchman, I protest vigorously against this dreadful project that I deem to be completely against the vital interests and military sovereignty of France. France's military power will not be usurped for foreign interests. Thank you.
Das Wort gebeten hat Frau.
The next speaker is Mrs. Asimakopoulou.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual report for 2022 on our common foreign and security policy is a useful roadmap in order to attain our European strategic autonomy. The report is sound when it comes to the Eastern Mediterranean because, unfortunately, Greece has to have dealings with a difficult neighbor that keeps going down the path of revisionism and disrespect for European values. Turkey is still exploiting human pain, using belligerent rhetoric against Greece and breaching international law. Over the last month, there were even threats of sending missiles to Greece. As has been said in the report, the prospects for accession for Turkey cannot go ahead given the current circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, our decisions should never allow similar situations to those of Russia. The EU cannot tolerate the irredentist appetite of Turkey and its expansionist agenda.
Unser nächster Sprecher ist Herr Milan Zver.
Mr. Milan Zver.
Spoštovani, najprej čestitam kolegu McAllisterju za odlično.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank Mr. McAllister for the excellent work that has been done. The response to the aggression against Ukraine is a sign that we have learnt the lessons of the past and that we have a better approach now. We should also praise President Metsola, who in her speech yesterday expressed a great deal of courage and spoke up for the women of Iran, who risk their lives simply because they are fighting for freedom and democracy. We exist in a geopolitical space that is changing. The EU has to be able to subsist on its own through strategic autonomy and gain the respect that it had in the past. That is only possible with soft power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vladimir Bilčík, you have the floor.
I wish to thank both David McAllister and Tom van den Candelare for timely and poignant reports. Dear colleagues, the EU's power in foreign and security policy is also mirrored through our capacity to attract other countries to sign up to for what the EU stands for. A good example of a successful foreign policy would be our ability to consolidate and accelerate the EU's enlargement, based on shared values and respect for the EU's fundamental principles. 2022 was, and I mean this with all seriousness, an historic year for EU's enlargement. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has finally been a wake-up call. Candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova is a game-changer in our foreign policy, and our partners are clear on where they see themselves in the future, and it is not in Russia's aggressive and authoritarian universe. Candidate countries with clear European positions and values should be admitted to the European Union, and after February 24th, we all have to see the geostrategic benefit of an enlarged and unified Union. Dear colleagues, this House must stand by enlargement and our closest partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Unser nächster Redner ist Herr Terras Ries.
Our next speaker is Mr. Rio Terras.
Mr. Vice President, dear colleagues, today the Union's common security and defence policy is very much defined by how we help Ukraine to win the war. Clearly, there is much more we need to do or discuss under the banner of the CSDP, but we face the most existential threat to Europe's security and defence today, and this is Russia. What Ukraine needs to win the war is a question. Ukraine needs weapons, and Ukraine needs more weapons. Ukraine needs a plan, a Marshall Plan for Ukraine, if you want. Fighting back Russia and building up Ukraine can take place at the same time. Let not Ukraine to sink deeper, is my opinion. Chaos and confusion surrounding Leopard 2 tanks must end now. There is no room for cognitive dissonance, Mr. Scholz. You must act now. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Danke, Herr Kollege. Ich gebe nun Herrn
Thank you. Now, Mr. Eugen Tomak has the floor. Thank you, President, Vice President. On the 15th of February, a year ago, in this debate, we looked at the CFSP for 2021. 9 days thereafter, Mr. Borrell, Russia attacked Ukraine. Everything has changed in Europeans' destiny after that bellicose operation by Mr. Putin. 3 women with 6 children have lived in my house after that, escaping from Ukraine because we believed that innocent people affected by this criminal war should be helped. We must remain united, and we must teach Putin a lesson, who should be brought to justice to answer for every innocent victim of this conflict, this diabolical conflict. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. We now come to the Catch the Eye procedure, and I would like to call on Alexander Yordanov to begin.
Благодаря, господин председател. Уважаеми господин...
Thank you, President. Mr. Borrell, I asked for the floor in order to express my support for the report of Mr. McAllister. I would like to focus on the policy of NATO of open doors and of increasing the military personnel of NATO in the Black Sea. I think it's particularly important that the report focuses on an even better transatlantic cooperation, because it is very important that in the future we don't let the idea of strategic autonomy lead to some sort of strategic distancing from the US. That would be the best gift for regimes like that of Russia or China or other dictatorships. So we really need to focus on a better cooperation with the US in terms of security and defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikos Antoulakis.
Micro, please.
Το 2022
In 2022, it became obvious that appeasement doesn't work against revisionist leaders that don't respect international law. Europe has to take the necessary steps for a defense union in order to protect its citizens enough. We have the impact of the illegal invasion of Putin in Ukraine, and yet the international community isn't doing anything in the face of the Turkish escalation against Turkey, Greece and Cyprus. And now Greece will be within range of Turkey's missiles. But Turkey reiterated and broadened its casus belli against Greece if we exercise our sovereign rights in Crete and the Aegean. Greece is going to stand firm and defend its national sovereignty, but the fact that NATO especially sits on the fence gives Erdogan an excuse. Not a single bullet, fighter jet or aircraft carrier should be sold to a country that threatens peace.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ladislav Ilčić.
Poštovani kolege, imam 3 kratke primjedbe. Prvo, trebali bismo voditi brigu.
Thank you, President. Firstly, we must be concerned by Iran, by the growing influence of Iran in Bosnia-Herzegovina that we can see very clearly, not just in the light of the visit by the Foreign Affairs Minister of Iran to Sarajevo, which was used by the Prime Minister of Bosnia-Herzegovina to play down repression of human rights in Iran. And then there's the issue of UN condemnation of human rights in Iran. And then there is Serbia military influence in Kosovo, and then some lobbies are supporting so-called humanitarian organizations, NGOs, that, however, are linked to traffickers and just make it even more difficult for Croatia, which is meant to protect the Schengen border. So I'd appeal to everyone to ensure that we protect the rule of law and laws.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, President. Well, faster, full speed ahead on the way to a military union. That seems to have been the only thing I've heard since I came to this House, as if more defence and more arms would make more safety and security. No, the more arms there are out there, there's more risk there is that interest will be imposed by military means. That's what Russia's doing. Since the illegal invasion of the Ukraine, we just see an arms race starting. Faster weapons, bigger weapons, more weapons. War should be decided on the battlefield, and the EU is spending loads of money on weapons for Ukraine. Ukrainian troops are being trained in Germany and Poland and elsewhere. But let's not forget, Russia is a nuclear power. Who is crazy enough to want to play Russian roulette with them? At the same time, people who call for an end to the war are accused of being pro-Russian. But no, it's not being pro-Russian. It means being sensible and avoiding a world war.
Henna Virkkunen.
Mrs. Henna Virkkunen, next speaker.
Arvoisa puhemies, arvoisa korkea edustaja, Euroopan unionin on tiivistettävä.
President, High Representative, the European Union must strengthen its common foreign and security policy. We must renew our decision-making, and in certain decisions in our foreign policy, we must have qualified majority voting, even though we have been able to get effective sanctions against Russia. It has been far too often that some countries have prevented this from happening. This war has also shown that we must invest a lot more in security and defense. According to the calculations of the Commission, we have increased our investments in defense only by 20%, and Russia simultaneously has increased its own investment by 300%. So we must strengthen our defense policy and increase our common procurement. We also need quick decisions. Ukraine needs a lot of weapons, and especially we have to make decisions about the tanks.
Thank you, colleague. And now, Mr. Ruiz de Vesa.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, President Karas. Thank you, High Representative from the European Commission, for being here and for your patience. In this debate, we've seen a clear majority in favor of going beyond unanimity when it comes to taking foreign policy decisions. There are three ways to go about this, from the most difficult to the easiest. None of the options are easy, but first, we could reform the treaty. Secondly, we could trigger the passerelle clauses. And thirdly, we could apply Article 31 TEU more strictly. Why do I say this? Because this article says that decisions will be adopted unanimously, generally speaking, but it also says they will be adopted by QMV when a European Council decision is taken relating to the strategic objectives of the EU, and in order to implement any decision that stems from a position of the EU that has already been adopted.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. You're the next.
Thanks very much, President. Let's elevate the EU to a pedestal where we stand for all that's right and just in the world, defending human rights, democracy and the rule of law. In reality, the EU and its partners never stop violating international law, going above multilateral institutions like the UN with their own parallel systems, including punishing millions of people around the world through our authoritarian unilateral sanction regime. We fund and arm openly fascist regimes and authoritarian monarchical dictatorships. We are involved in conflicts in many of our former colonies. And we support anti-democratic coups when it suits our business interests. Yet, in these reports, all the bad actors are out there in the jungle posing a danger to us. Meanwhile, we want to spend more on arms and defence while advancing the EU as a war project instead of a peace project.
Danke, Herr Deli Andor. You are the next one.
Vice President, dear colleagues, it is very unfortunate that the Parliament's reports are getting based more and more on political stereotypes rather than on facts and evidence. For example, point 69 of the Security and Defence report, I quote, brings attention to Serbia's relationship with Russia and its lack of condemnation of Russia's unjustified and illegitimate actions against Ukraine." End of quote. Here I would just like to remind you, colleagues, that Serbia has signed all UN resolutions condemning the illegal and unjustified attack of Russia against Ukraine. Serbia is also strongly advocating territorial integrity of Ukraine as one of the basic principles of international law, and Serbia was also one of the first countries to refute the results of the referendum held in the 4 regions of Ukraine. In addition, all these facts have already been recognized in recent European Parliament resolutions, so this text will contravene them as well. Dear colleagues, facts and consistency should matter even here in the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I must give up a short statement. Normally, and I will inform you again, only people who are present for all of the debate have the right to be part of the Catch the Eye. Our next speaker was not here for all of the debate, but he was a majority of the time here. That is the reason why I give you the floor, but next time please be present for all of the debate. Mr. Sokol, Tomislav, the floor is yours.
Hvala lijepa što ste mi dali riječ. Nedavne odluke visokog predstavnika.
Thank you very much. The recent decisions of the High Representative means that the High Representative is part of the executive, but I'd like to say that the stability of our neighborhood hinges on the stability of the government in Bosnia. We cannot allow someone like Koncic being in the presidency of Bosnia. I would like to urge the EU to use all the tools at its disposal to take the necessary action and to make sure that the new candidate to join the EU deals with this. I would also like to say that when it comes to common foreign and security policy, we need to maintain unanimity in Council. External policy, national sovereignty, and protecting national interests are very important. We cannot replace unanimity with QMV.
Zu den abschließenden Bemerkungen der Bericht.
And now we come to the concluding remarks of the rapporteurs and the HRVP as well. Mr. Borrell to start.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There have been a lot of MEPs who have spoken, and the remarks have been very interesting, and they illustrate that there is a vast ideological spectrum in this parliament, because almost on all issues we've heard views that have been diametrically opposed. Now, bearing in mind how many remarks that I've had the honor to hear and how varied they've been, I'm going to ask for your indulgence and allow me more than the 5 minutes that are allocated to me, especially since I'm one of the few people that have actually been here throughout the whole debate, and I've followed it with great interest. So I ask for your indulgence. President, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I'd like to thank the rapporteurs, Mr. McAllister and Mr. Van den Candelare. I'm sorry if I've mangled your name, but thank you very much for the work that you've done. Thank you for your contribution, and I'd like to thank all those who spoke for their comments. One of the issues that has been mentioned, even if not the most often, was Iran, and I cannot close this debate without referring to Iran. We have many challenges, but Iran is one of the most difficult. The brutal crackdown of the protesters and the use of the death penalty is unacceptable. And military support to Russia is also unacceptable when given Russian aggression in Ukraine. Of course, I have told my Iranian counterparts on numerous occasions, they deny that they are sending weapons to Ukraine, but I think the reality is different. And that is why we have adopted 5 sets of restrictive measures, 3 on the basis of the violation of human rights and 2 based on sending drones to Russia. But I think that despite that, we need to keep channels of communication open. We've got the nuclear treaty, the JCPOA, the infamous JCPOA. Do everything we can to make sure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, and I don't know any better way than the JCPOA. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, there has been a wealth of views expressed, very varied, and I don't want to meddle in your internal political debates, but I think there is one thing that we cannot accept in this House, in this chamber, and that is the whole issue of saying that a political citizens shouldn't vote for a political party. It's up to citizens to decide how they're going to use their vote and who they're going to vote for, which political party they're going to vote for. That is why we have a wealth of political representation here in this House. I'd like this report to have an explicit reference to the broad support to the role of the High Representative and the shaping of a common foreign and security policy. I want you to ask for more means and capabilities for the external European External Action Service. It definitely needs it. Supporting a true diplomatic academy in the EU, as we are working on. I hope that I can meet your demands. I'd also like to say that many of you have painted an image of the EU, what it is, and what you think it should be that doesn't reflect reality. We don't want to build the European army in the singular. We have European armies, and our European armies are going to continue existing. The member states are sovereign, and they're the ones who have powers in this sector. So our objective is more modest, but also important. It's important of achieving military capability interoperability to make sure that the resources that all of us have can be multiplied in a coordinated and compatible manner. There have been many statements here, such as that are difficult to deny. We have to be reasonable. Of course, we have to be reasonable. I don't think anyone comes to this House to say that we shouldn't be reasonable. But what does reasonable mean? What is it all about to be reasonable? Some have said that we want a fair world. I don't think that anyone comes here and says that they want an unfair world. Of course we want a fair world, but the problem is defining what that means. What is the definition of being reasonable? Is it reasonable to ask for stronger weapons such as battle tanks to be, Leopard battle tanks to be sent to Ukraine? Is that reasonable or not? Where does the reasonable and unreasonable begin? So I've heard voices saying yes, that we should send weapons to Ukraine to continue defending itself. And I've heard others say that no, because if we do that, the risk is that the conflict could escalate. Honourable members, I think the EU, it will be in the honor. It will be to the EU's credit to help Ukraine deal with the aggression it is facing. And I'd like to say that I have made huge efforts to make this possible, to bring unity, to bring the member states together, backing decisions that have allowed Ukraine to resist and that need to allow them to continue resisting the brutal attacks that they're under. I think that it will also be to the EU's credit to continue helping this country, but not just militarily, but also economically and financially. And I don't know if you think it's reasonable or unreasonable, but let me say that if you add the money that has been the financial aid, the economic aid and the military aid from the EU to the Ukraine, either from the EU, the member states, we're talking about we are one of the main countries or groups of countries that have sent the most money to Ukraine, even more than the United States. That's the reality that the figures reflect. I don't know whether you think that's reasonable or not, but I feel that this still falls short of what we need to do, and it will always fall short if Ukraine continues being destroyed by the Russian Federation. We have to continue helping this country, not just militarily, and we're going to have to continue keeping the door open to a diplomatic solution of the problem, but to have peace, you need two, but to wage war, one is enough. And I think that that's what the definition of a geopolitical Europe is all about. Europe will have to understand that it's not just necessary to be a trade power that defends human rights, the rule of law. That is not enough. Soft power is not enough. We also have to make sure that our foreign policies are given the capacity to use hard power without that necessarily having to be military power. We're talking about the capacity to influence through restrictive measures and to try and influence or curtail the behaviors of others because many prefer strength and force to rules, because that's what the EU is all about. It's about rules prevailing over force. And that is why we have built peace for such a long time. But unfortunately, we live in a world where not everyone thinks the same way, and some people prefer might to rules. So that is why we need to be able to respond. I'm not saying that I am giving up the ideals of Europe. It's all about what Europe represents. Of course, we prefer peaceful resolution of conflicts. Of course, we'll always prefer a rules-based order, but we need to be prepared to deal with a world that might not be the way we like it to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Borrell. Now, Mr. McAllister, the floor is yours.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, dass Sie mir noch mal das Wort erteilen.
Thank you for giving me the floor again, President. I want to try to sum up the debate we've had this afternoon or this evening. I'd just simply like to state that I've heard some very good contributions from a number of colleagues. I would also minute that I've heard some comments right from the left, far left and far right of this parliament, which I think are unparliamentary and continue to think so. Everything that the High Representative Vice President Mr. Borrell said, I would support, and I think it's important that the European foreign and security and defence policies, in the case of Mr. van den Kendelare and his report, we need to ensure that we achieve a great degree of convergence between the reasonable groups of this House. We've had some very good meetings of the shadow rapporteurs, and very many amendments were incorporated, and I think we've achieved something good in the end. Now, 91 amendments, including ones tabled at the last minute, apply to my report that we'll have to vote on tomorrow, and I do hope that this high degree of resolve and unity on the fundamental questions of the CFSP in the Parliament will be maintained, and that thereby we would give the HRVP parliamentary support. And I'd like categorically to thank Josep Borrell for being here for the whole debate in the plenary chamber. Thank you.
David.
Thank you, David McAllister. We'll now hear from the second rapporteur, Tom van den Kendelare. Thank you, President. I, too, carefully listened to the comments made. It is clear that we need an ambitious European common security and defence policy. We can't convince everyone here of its value, but there is sufficient political support here and sufficient support in other European institutions. There may have been the odd controversial turn of phrase, but there is a broad amount of consensus. We can do more on European defence. The High Representative and other colleagues talked about the strategic compass. We need to use that in the right way. We have a very important instrument if used at the right time in the right way. The ultimate test for us all, the litmus test, is the war in Ukraine, and a lot has been said about that here today. Many of our ambitions have to be measured against how we react to this attack, this invasion, this Russian aggression. We also need to think beyond the Russian aggression and think of Chinese actions, for example. A couple of comments. There are tasks incumbent upon us all if we want to remain ambitious in future, ensure an independent defence policy. Then we need to continue to cooperate with allies. Second point, we need to coordinate all our efforts at European level. That may mean that some member states need to do more on the budgetary front. Third point, as Europeans, we need to preserve our unity and our partnership with allies. And fourth point, we need to do everything. We need to work and coordinate together on all decisions. Thank you very much.
Danke.
Thank you. Thank you to all those who have contributed towards this debate, this very important and nuanced exchange of ideas. We can now conclude on this debate. The vote will be held tomorrow. I'd like to thank the Vice President and High Representative. I'd like to bid him farewell and thank him for his presence here. The next item on our agenda is the report by Ms. Wiesler Lima, Human Rights and Democracy in the World and the European Union's policy on the matter. Madam, you now have the floor to make your initial presentation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, honourable members. Allow me to present the European Parliament's annual report on democracy in the world. Allow me to begin by being positive, by sparing a thought for all those women and men doing their utmost to defend democracy, champion human rights. They show great commitment and self-sacrifice. They show courage. They place their life on the line to secure freedom and dignity, and that is a real measure of the values that we defend. The European Parliament reiterates in my report the extent to which the European Union cherishes fundamental values, rule of law, democracy, human rights. The report underscores our support for democracy and human rights and reaffirms the universal nature of human rights, that preserve human dignity. The report reiterates our irreversible, unconditional choice to preserve democracy. There are those that would run down democracy, dismiss it as ineffective and undesirable, and would point back to authoritarianism. There are those that make those claims, but look at those that are willing to make sacrifices for democracy and freedom. The report also sketches out new avenues to explore so that we could be more effective in championing human rights and democracy. Now, I felt it was necessary to reiterate what might seem evident and talk about courage, and that is because democracy is in jeopardy around the world. There are signs that give us pause for thought and cause for concern. There are countries veering towards authoritarianism. Even democracies, long-established democracies, as we have unfortunately seen, they are not spared this trend. We need to recognise the fact that we have misinformation, disinformation, propaganda and populism, and all that undermines democracy. We need to take all steps required to tackle those challenges. We have to defend democracy and fight against disinformation. That has to be a top priority. If democracy doesn't win the information war, if we don't have freedom of expression, if we cannot ensure independent press and journalism, then we cannot win the battle against interference of authoritarian countries in our own home countries and around the world. Freedom of press is a vital cornerstone of democracy, and the freedom of the press is under attack. So suppression of journalists, that is one of the many points addressed in this report. We also talk about backsliding in women's rights. The COVID crisis, food insecurity has all been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, and all these problems hit women hardest, and indeed children who have been prevented from going to school. Women and children are hard hit by domestic violence. We've seen populism and intolerance, xenophobia, racism, discrimination, and against that backdrop, education is all the more important. Finally, I'd like to finish up by talking about the illegal war of aggression, the unprovoked attack, unjustified attack by Russia on Ukraine. I felt that it was important in the 2022 European Parliament report to talk about this. We see the atrocities committed on Ukrainian soil, and we have to condemn them, and we have to reiterate the EU's solidarity with Ukraine. I'd like to warmly and sincerely thank my colleagues, their shadow rapporteurs, their teams, and the different political groups. I'd like to thank my own team too. This type of exemplary cooperation and mutual respect has made it possible to produce the results we have in front of us. Thank you very much.
Danke, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you. We'll now hear on behalf of the Commission from Commissioner Didier Reynders. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, let me begin by thanking the rapporteur, Mrs. Isabel Wiesler-Lima, the shadow rapporteurs and other members who have contributed to this annual report on human rights and democracy. The human rights situation is worsening across the world. Your report, looking back at the last 12 months, takes note of this clearly. We have seen the worst violation of human rights in Ukraine, Afghanistan, Tigray and Iran, to name just the most recent and dramatic examples. The universality of human rights are increasingly questioned. Some countries are pushing new alternative narratives to change agreed international human rights law and to erode the fundamental rights that belong to every human being. This is something which we cannot accept. Human rights are not a matter of choice, but are the basis of human dignity. They are also in the DNA of the European Union, at the foundation of our relations with the rest of the world. And they are a core priority for EU foreign policy. We will condemn systematically human rights violations and apply sanctions against the worst offenders. The new EU Global Human Rights Sanctions regime that we created in 2021, as requested by this House, allows us to go after violations wherever they occur. Honourable members, in December 2022, the 24th EU NGO Forum gathered more than 230 human rights defenders from over 70 countries to discuss how to stop impunity and build a road to accountability and justice. This will remain one of our key priorities in 2023. We are setting up a new global observatory on the fight against impunity with a budget of around 20 million euros for up to 5 years to gather information and build a knowledge base about genocide, crimes against humanity, and other serious human rights violations. In 2023, we will support the International Criminal Court via our core funding, 7 million euros for 21 till 27, and the EU exceptional assistance measure to the Office of the Prosecutor, Karim Khan, Prosecutor of the ICC, 7.25 million euro for 18 months, adopted in June 2022 on Russia's war crimes in Ukraine. Finally, at the multilateral level, we will build on what we achieved in 2022, like in the cases of Belarus, Ukraine, Afghanistan, and Myanmar, the rights of the child and freedom of religion and belief, and will continue to defend international human rights and humanitarian law, supporting strong resolutions addressing grave human rights situations. We will continue using all our bilateral channels to protect and support those that defend human rights and democracy on the ground. Since 2015, the EU Human Rights Defenders Protection Mechanism has supported more than 58,000 human rights defenders and their families in more than 120 countries through 35 million euros of EU funding. As an example, a special support has been mobilized for 300 Afghan defenders. Since January 2022, we helped at least 3,630 individuals at risk. This is never enough, we know. To further step up our support, we have recently renewed our commitment to fund our Human Rights Defenders Protection Mechanism with 30 million euros for 22 till 27. We also need to make the private sector more involved on businesses, trade and human rights. In 2022, the Commission proposed draft legislation on corporate sustainability due diligence and on banning forced labour products from EU markets. We hope to adopt these legislations this year. Countering racial and other forms of discrimination, defending gender equality and women's and girls' rights is and will stay at the core of our action. Other concrete areas for work in 2023 include digital transformation and surveillance technologies, the human rights consequence of climate, and the right to development. Honourable members, in 2023, the international community and we, as European Union, celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We are already at work with the United Nations, partners across the world, as well as civil society and others. May this anniversary be used to join our forces and reverse the current global trend. We have to make sure that 2023 is a year of action and results for human rights. Thank you for your long-standing and principled support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, on behalf of the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality, we'll hear from Robert Biederon.
Women's rights are human rights. In 2023, it cannot be anymore an empty slogan, but it's still a case. Millions of girls and women and LGBTI people around the world continue to experience every day's discrimination in the enjoyment of civil, cultural, economic, political and social rights. In every conflict and every crisis, girls and women pay always the highest price. They are on the front of the victims, and they are often even used as weapon of war. Fighting human rights globally, we need also to be credible, Commissioner. We live in Europe of inequalities, where women's rights in Poland, where women have less rights than in 2004 when Poland was entering EU, where within European Union we have LGBTI zones. So I'm talking about human rights worldwide. We should think also about our own credibility. And it's always the case. Thank you very much.
Danke. Wir kommen nun zu den
Thank you. We'll now hear from speakers on behalf of the political groups. First up, EPP, Mr. Lopez Gil.
Es preocupante que según varios índices de medición de democracia.
According to several democracy indicators, it's of concern to see that there has been a widespread rollback of democracy worldwide. Less than half of the world's population, in fact, lives in democracies. And the region that has suffered the most from this rollback is Latin America. This is because of the rise of illiberal populism across the continent. In many instances, groups of this nature achieved power legitimately and then swerved away from human rights and did not uphold rule of law. Brazil, over the past few days, has seen its democracy shaken, and the same goes for Peru, for different reasons. In Bolivia, the government is becoming more repressive, as well as the dictatorial triangle made up of Cuba, Venezuela and Nicaragua. These are countries that are allied with Putin, and they back the unjustified and illegal invasion of Russia in Ukraine. And the European Union must not forget that when it comes to establishing links to these countries. What will the Commission be doing to tackle this state of affairs? Thank you.
Now on behalf of the S&D Group, Isabel Santos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Analisamos este relatório.
We need to look at this report at this very concerning time for democracy and human rights in the world. 75% of the global population over recent years have seen a deterioration in the human rights situation in their country. Many authoritarian regimes have become more radical. Conflict has been extended, and this means that we need to increase our protection for those who fight for peace and democracy and for human rights. This year, we will celebrate 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let's use this moment to strengthen EU action in this area. The conditionality mechanism needs to be applied correctly in all trade agreements. Due diligence needs to move forward. Human rights dialogues cannot just be a talking shop for diplomatic reasons. We need now more than ever the EU to be effective and have decisions taken by qualified majority on these topics. Only in this way will we honour the human rights.
Thank you. On behalf of Renew Europe, Petros Ostrovicius.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, dear colleagues, I appreciate the work done by Rapporteur, my colleague Whistler Lima. She did a good job connecting all of us as one team and streamlining our work. The past year has been full of geopolitical upheavals, new political challenges and moves towards weakening or even abandoning international human rights standards. The European Union as an organization that exclusively recognizes the preeminence of human rights and democratic rights, cannot observe these developments with indifference. It is important for us not only to keep up the fight for observance of human rights, but also to develop new instruments. I call on the European Commission to draw up as soon as possible an updated European Union Magnitsky Act to include corruption as a crime violating human rights. I want to ensure New Europe political group remains a reliable partner in the continuing struggle for human rights and democracy in the world. We will continue to work and to ensure that those human rights and fundamental freedoms are trampled upon, are hurt, and their prosecutors receive the appropriate punishment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Nun ist für die Grünen.
On behalf of the Greens, Tineke Strick.
Mr. President, Commissioner, I would like to congratulate my colleague, Gisela Lima, for this strong annual report on human rights. As human rights are universal, consistency is key. Human rights cannot be sacrificed for EU's interests like trade or migration. And of course, the Parliament should never be silenced because of own financial interest of some MEPs. If we don't clear the House, human rights are the first to suffer. Human rights have been increasingly under pressure, in particular for women and girls. The huge oppression in Afghanistan and Iran already results in the suffering of 55 million women and girls directly affected in their core rights. In Afghanistan, the Taliban have simply erased women and girls from public life and curtailed their mobility, access to schools and universities, jobs. And this human rights crisis adds to the humanitarian crisis, which affects women the most. In Iran, the killing of Jina Mahsa Amini and violent crackdown of protests illustrate the regime's long-standing and systemic suppression of women. Young protesters are executed just because they call for freedom. But despite the huge fear of the people, they persist in the fight for their rights, and they deserve all our support. And that brings me to the importance of accountability. We must bring the perpetrators to court. That really hurt. And let's call a spade a spade. IRCG is a terrorist organization.
Danke, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you. Now, Thierry Mariani.
Droits de l'homme pour l'Union européenne.
There's one thing that no one has said. Qatargate, the scandal which is affecting this parliament is historic. Over 10 years at least, an Islamic dictatorship has interfered with our resolutions in line with their interests. It's humiliating, it's unprecedented humiliation for the European Parliament, who tries to teach everyone around the world what they should do. What lessons have we learned from this scandal? None so far. In fact, worse, we've refused the immediate setup of a committee of inquiry, as was put forward by the Identity and Democracy Group. This is a system which has been revealed by Qatargate. We're seeing NGOs which are corrupt. We're seeing the parliaments who work with Islamic dictatorships who try to teach everyone what to do. No one will take this report seriously because the credibility of this institution is undermined. It is urgent to set up a true committee of inquiry without any further delay, without waiting for years for a judgment.
Danke.
Thank you. On behalf of the ECR Group, Nicola Procaccini.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, this report is drawn up by Parliament every year. But when it comes to dealing with human rights and corruption, well, this year we need to give these matters special consideration. All too often, these topics have been instrumentalized to lay blame on governments that are anathema to the left, only to find out that the admiration professed for some of the world's most illiberal Islamist regimes, which have been praised by some members of the left, came about for a reason, in fact, several hundreds of thousands of reasons, and not exactly honourable ones. I hope that in future words will once again have meaning, that we can go back to defending the vulnerable, the oppressed, victims of religious hatred, like the people who were burned alive in Africa yesterday just because they were Christian, to the silence and indifference of all, including the European institutions.
Danke.
Thank you. On behalf of the left, Miguel Urban Crespo.
Gracias.
Thank you, President. On the 24th of June, that day went down in history last year. The southern border of the European Union saw 40 people assassinated and hundreds injured. We saw a brutal police crackdown 7 months later, no accountability, and the Spanish Public Prosecution Office has decided not to take the case forward. These were people trying to get into the European Union, many of them originally from Sudan, from one of the poorest countries in the world. This is not mentioned in this report. Bear in mind that we have armed conflict in at least 23 countries and 850 million people are affected. These armed conflicts are being fueled by our arms and our trade and geopolitical strategies. Economic profit seems to be prized above human lives. When those victims affected by our policies knock on our doors, we don't seem to be interested, though. You have racist, hypocritical policies. We need to recognise the consequences of the decisions taken. We can't have second and first class refugees, depending on where these refugees come from. International law is clear here. We just need the political will to enforce that. Thank you. Thank you. We'll wind up on a round of political group representatives by hearing from Mr. Puigdemont.
EU is the space with most freedom and respect for human rights in the world, cannot justify complacency or make us give up self-criticism. Fundamental rights are violated in the EU. Political dissidents persecuted, illegally spied on, sentenced to prison, artists sentenced to prison for the lyrics of their songs, states such as Spain, which do not apply 61% of the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. The double standard wipes away some credibility from the determination that the EU shows in its text. We need to be more demanding with those at home if we are to be more pressing with those outside. And we need to be strong, because democracy, as the report shows, is more in danger than it was a few decades ago. Thank you.
Danke. Das Wort.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Peter van Dalen. President, it has taken far too long, but finally we have a new EU Special Envoy for freedom of religion, and I'd like to wish Frans van Dalen every success, in particular in his cooperation with the Parliamentary Intergroup. I'm very concerned by the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh, in particular that Azerbaijan has blockaded the Lagin corridor. The Commission has remained silent. I've not heard anything from Mr. Borrell on this particular state of affairs, and I regret that. We are seeing lives lost in Nagorno-Karabakh. we are seeing real suffering. Instead of signing up to gas contracts, then the Commission should put its foot down and say no gas deals until we see an end to aggression targeting people. Why are you remaining so silent? Why have you not tackled this issue? It is a scandal and a stain on human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Nacho Sanchez Amor.
Gracias, Presidente, Comisario. Gracias.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, I would like to thank my colleague Isabel Wiesler-Lima for her work. The widespread nature of illiberal regimes worldwide, the fact that we have stopped being a model for other societies, the erosion of our soft power, a repeated failure when it comes to implementing democratic experiments following conflict, well, all of this shows an erosion of trust in mature democracies. We've got a narrative where human rights are not a universal idea. This is an ideological war between democracies and autocracies. And we need to speak out openly in this regard. Civil society in authoritarian regimes, for instance, we need to reaffirm our principles to support them, and we need to reaffirm our principles. On the anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we have an opportunity to underscore our values and how willing we are to fight for them. Thank you.
Kiitos, kollega Sanchez Amor. Ja seuraava puhuja.
Thank you, Sanchez Amor. The next speaker is Ms. Shemechka.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner. Roughly speaking, 3 out of 4 people on the planet have seen their human rights deteriorate in the past year, which is also why this report makes for a very sad reading. On the one hand, we see an intensifying pushback against democracy, against human rights, women's rights globally. But what we also see is the more severe breach of human rights here in Europe, at our continent, the most severe since the Second World War. With its aggression against Ukraine, Russia has trashed the entire concept of human rights because it's waging a war against the civilian population to cause maximum suffering and misery. The European Union thinks of itself and aspires to be the global leader in protecting freedom, human rights and democracy. Now, today, the single best way to prove that is to help Ukraine win this war. Thank you very much.
Paljon kiitos, edustaja Šimečka. Ja sitten edustaja
Thank you very much, Mr. Šimečka. Now Ms. Anderson has the floor.
Zu diesem Bericht hatte ich für
I produced an opinion on behalf of the FAM committee for this report. I underscored the importance of gender equality and condemned any form of violence targeting women. I noted that such violence increased dramatically during the various COVID-19 lockdowns. I called for action to ease the suffering of women that are victims of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. However, instead of adopting a position on this fundamental issue, the report became an ideological mess. There was reference to abortion, gender identity issues and climate change. You talk about democracy, but really you're driving ideological nonsense. You're talking about dismantling democratic principles and trying to force European citizens to go along with this. Freedom, democracy, rule of law is important, and so I will state a clear no to this report. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Andersson ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. The floor now goes to our colleague.
Olkaa hyvä, edustaja.
Lars Patrick Berg.
Frau Präsidentin, Herr Kommissar.
President, Commissioner. In principle, I would like to thank the rapporteur for her work. The annual report, however, is insufficient. There is a long list of supposed achievements and an even longer list of objectives. This is supposed to burnish our humanitarian credentials. We have a list of the countries that we've condemned and that we criticise. Now, that might seem like a strange list of cases, but perhaps if you look at recent news reports, you might understand what lies behind this. Now, we claim to have humanitarian achievements, and yet we are dealing with one of the greatest humanitarian crises in the world. And we're ignoring this. 150,000 people killed. Millions of people need humanitarian help. 17.4 million suffer from food shortages. 4.3 people are being displaced. Civilians are facing diphtheria and dengue fever. No discussion of Yemen. No anger here. No call for action to be taken. I don't think we have any real credibility here. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Berg ja sitten edustaja Laszlo Trot.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. The floor now goes to Mr. Trocini.
Madam President, Commissioner, human rights have become international in the past 75 years. They permeate national and international policy and legislation. Adopting a general report on human rights is a great responsibility and requires circumspection. Contrary to the report, human rights do not exist in general. They exist within the culture of a specific human community. They develop and find meaning within that community. A single homogeneous people around the world think differently about human rights, about the relationship between the individual and community, about gender roles, marriage or the family, and about freedom of expression or the extent of basic rights. We should be careful when we talk about the universality of human rights. This should not be a means to disseminate our ideological preferences. What I find shocking is that the word subsidiarity is not in the report, not once.
Kiitokset edustaja Trocini ja sitten
Thank you, Mr. Trocini. The floor now goes to Mr. Hovny.
Thank you, President. The European Parliament claims the authority to be a pioneer in human rights, and I thank the work to the rapporteur, and I welcome that the report endorses the rights for ethnic, religious and national minorities. It is also positive that it acknowledges that migration should be tackled in the countries of origin. Nonetheless, the report threatens the credibility of the European Parliament because it puts a contradiction between the religious freedom and the political interpretation of human rights. It is ridiculous that it demands 1,000-year-old religious communities to accept abortion, atheism, or the free choice of sexual orientation. It emphasizes the restriction of religious freedoms, which is not less than the restriction of the freedom of churches. Colleagues, it is not our task to reinterpret human rights. We should not abandon the spirit of liberties rooted in jus naturale. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Hölveni ja seuraava puhe.
Thank you, Mr. Hovny. The next speaker is Ms. Möge.
Unveräußerlich. We need equality, universal, indivisible rights. Those are human rights. The past year has demonstrated once again that unfortunately things look very different in practice. Russia invaded Ukraine, and once again we are seeing war crimes in Europe, breaches of international rights. We are seeing the Uyghur population being subject to human rights violations in China. We are seeing women losing the right to self-determination over their own bodies in the US. We're seeing what's happening on the EU's external borders. Human rights are being trampled upon. This is terrible. It's a long list of terrible trends around the world. We in the European Parliament need to be consistent in the positions we adopt. We need to be a counterweight to this terrible trend, this terrible direction of travel. We are seeing problems in Europe and right around the world, and we need to make sure that defending human rights is a cornerstone of all our trade policies. Thank you.
Sitten edustaja Salima Yenbu, olkaa hyvä.
Thank you. The floor now goes to Ms. Yenbu.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Isabel, for this annual report, which confirms the trend we're seeing. The state of human rights and democracy deteriorates every single day. States which say they are democratic turn into autocratic regimes. A state of rule of law is not obligatory. We need to put human rights at the heart of our relationships with third countries. However, we need to treat our partners on an equal footing. I think particularly when we look at Africa. China has a policy which is based on asymmetric exploitation of African resources. We need to work with partners to create a fairer world which respects people, cultures and human rights. We need to create this partnership by working with civil societies. We need to support human rights activities. We need to strengthen the skills of young people who want to work, to speak and develop projects in their own countries. We need to be an example that people want to really see. We need to look at the equality of people. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Janbu.
Thank you, Ms. Janbu. I now give the floor to Ms. Baldassare.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, this year in its report, the Parliament once again will speak out against the terrible practice of surrogacy. The Parliament will condemn women selling their wombs for surrogacy. Those who have looked into this sector know that it's much broader than that, involving lawyers, clinics, and all sorts of middlemen. It's not a matter for altruism, it's a business. This has got to do with the market of reproduction. And so what we ought to be doing is supporting adoption. Wanting to become a parent is a beautiful thing, but it can't be done against the dignity of women and children. We ought to be speaking about all types of maternal surrogacy. That is the proposal that was put forward by the ID group. There is no altruism when children are ripped away from the women who have given birth to them. We shouldn't do things that way. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Baldassare ja sitten edustaja Margarita.
Thank you, Ms. Baldassare, and I now give the floor to Ms. de la Pisa-Carrion.
Presidente, colegas.
Colleagues, President, this report contains a manual of good intentions, but in reality it violates the freedom of thought and religion. It makes an example of those who do not indoctrinate themselves with intersectional approach, green agendas or abortion. Supposedly we are protecting against dangerous abortions. This goes against the original spirit of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which begins with the recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice and peace in the world. In Article 3 it says, every individual has the right to life, liberty and the security of person. We all begin our lives in the stomachs of our mothers. But let's not forget, abortion always means putting an end to a life. We need to be faithful to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We need to go back to the culture of life. We need to listen to the yearning of human hearts, especially those of women.
Kiitokset edustaja de la Pisa-Carrion.
Thank you, Ms. de la Pisa-Carrion. I now give the floor to Mr. Sinčić. You have the floor.
Europe swears by the protection of human rights, human dignity. We need to lead in democracy in the world. We want to look everybody from a higher ground, but we cannot clean our own yard. In the past 2 years, we have been able to testify to a huge breach of human rights in the EU, where most of the MEPs did not say anything about it. Talking about corruption and transparency, let's just remember how the CEOs of Pfizer and the European Commission struck deals on vaccinations, knowing that it does not help. When talking about freedom of expression, many scientists were censored. Talking about human rights of children, different unscientific COVID certificates were implemented, non-texted experimental drugs were used, which we know now are not efficient, and face masks which are dehumanizing. When representatives of the people are prevented to enter the parliament, children prevented to enter school, it must leave consequences. And we have no right to sell the rights of our citizens, and we first of all need to be able to clear our own yards. For that, politicians need to have proper attitude. Wake up, everybody. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Sinchis. Ja sitten edustaja Carina Olsson, olkaa hyvä. Varsågod.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Olsson.
Kommissionär, inget land i världen.
Thank you. No country has total equality, but we also need to look at reproductive health and rights. This is something which is important. We also need to look at violence against women. Afghanistan is the most tragic example of this. We've seen gender apartheid there. We're looking at women who are suffering this type of violence. We know that women and children are suffering from this every single day, and we need to put an end to this. We need to ensure that there's integration of this, and there's gender mainstreaming in all policy. This needs to be done within the framework of sexual, reproductive and health rights. So we need to fight against the violence against women and girls. There are human rights defenders who focus on this, and people who receive hate online, and there's conservative forces who want to restrict the power of women to decide over their own lives. This is something we have seen over recent times, and we want an equal Europe.
Jan-Christophe Oetjen.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jan-Christophe Oetjen.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, human rights are indivisible regardless of gender, age, region, background, sexual orientation or political views. If people criticise human rights breaches elsewhere, then they need to get their own house in order too. So it is very important that we talk openly about violations of human rights within the European Union. And there are plenty of examples: LGBT-free zones in Poland, a ban on abortion, what happens in Greece, the way migrants are treated in Croatia. There are plenty of other examples. Of course, we could do more, honourable members. It is important that the EU External Action Service steps up its efforts to champion human rights and support them, rather than siding with and cuddling up to authoritarian regimes. We need to do away with the unanimity principle on external relations so that we can take swifter action against those that breach human rights. One final point, honourable members. I regret the fact that we hear from the Conservatives here that freedom of religion is being restricted if we defend LGBTI and other rights. That is not the case. Everyone should have the right to live their truth, to live their lives and take the decisions they see fit. No religion can prevent them from doing that. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Oetjen. Ja sitten
Thank you, Mr. Oetjen. The next speaker is Nicolau Alavanos.
Τα υποτιθέμενα μέτρα κάθαρσης
The supposed measures of transparency that the EU was supposed to take after the Qatargate, in the end ended up in the mire. It seems that there was even a price list for amendments and the like concerning the votes on human rights. And this is what the Communist Party of Greece has been saying all along. And it seems that the DROA committee was about to be upgraded, and it was the epicenter of this scandal. So we have all of those imperialist wars caused by the EU, and on the other hand, the EU is trying to present itself as the one that is a defender of human rights. The EU is using human rights in order to be able to make actions all over the world in order to defend its companies. So the peoples should fight and in order to defend their interests.
Kiitokset edustaja Nikolaou Alavanos ja sitten.
Thank you, Mr. Nikolaou Alavanos. The next speaker is Ms. Maxová.
Děkuji, paní předsedající.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner, colleagues. As Shadow Rapporteur, I'd like to highlight several points that are very dear to me and which deserve our utmost attention. Mainly, this is the sexual and reproductive health. This is one of the fundamental rights, and as such, it should be included. Several women have already died as a consequence to means of interruption. That must not happen anywhere, least of all in the EU. I would also like to highlight that the final report clearly supports the LGBTIQ+ community in the EU and abroad and condemns violence and discrimination. To conclude, I however have to say that certain amendments try to remove from this report any remarks as concerns women's rights, which are still oppressed in the world. The EU must lead by example in women's rights. Only this way can we enable a full and fruitful life to all women. Ratifying the Istanbul Convention, fighting violence against women, safeguarding reproductive and sexual rights to women, all of these are very important steps which we must realise, and we must realise them together. Thank you.
Kiitokset, edustaja.
Thank you, Ms. Maxová. I will now give the floor to colleagues who have registered for Catch the Eye, and we have 5 requests for the floor, and I will give the floor to all those who have requested it, because I can see that things are going well and people are sticking to their speaking time. Mr. Bellamy, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous parlons des droits.
Thank you, Madam President. We're talking about human rights in jeopardy, and this is the case in particularly tonight in the Lagin corridor. The only access to this area has been closed by Azerbaijan for over a month. You're looking at 120,000 innocent Armenians who are being held hostage, including 30,000 children. This is a population that doesn't have enough of anything, in particular food, which is being rationed. They're missing out on essential care. In fact, there was a patient who died because the care they needed couldn't be provided, and you've got dozens of children who need urgent care. Colleagues, this is state terrorism. That's what we're talking about here. State terrorism in the state of Azerbaijan that's doing everything it can to push these people out of their territory. What's the difference with Russia, a country that we're speaking out against? What's the difference from Russia, which is complicit with this terrorism, in fact, which is funding it by buying gas from Mr. Aliyev and teaching him as a responsible ally? Colleagues, tonight, this hemicycle is perhaps being heated at the price of the suffering of the Armenian people, and it's time that we woke up and stopped standing by and letting this happen. We need an urgent EU humanitarian mission to be sent there. We need sanctions on the regime of Aliyev, and we need to say to him, eye to eye, that violence will not always win out, and one day justice will come out on top. Thank you.
Kiitokset, edustaja Bellamy. Ja sitten seuraavaksi edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. I now give the floor to Mr. Bilčić.
Dear colleagues, insisting on the provenly inefficient Istanbul Convention, the wish to impose degrading programs of sexual education towards children despite the wishes of their parents, and the wish to make abortion a universal human right are all just consequences of a fundamentally flawed approach to human rights in this report. Such an approach says that every human wish is a human right. I want it, so I need to have it. This is the behavior of a spoiled child and not of the European Parliament. There are school classes where as many as half of 14-year-olds have used this so-called human right to change their gender or sex. Most of these children will not be able to parent further children. Do you really think that this is sustainable and good for the human society? Human rights are important, but they need to be aligned with the rights of others, and the fact that humans are not omnipotent. Without this, we only have selfish individualism which destructs societies. Thank you.
Kiitokset, edustaja Ilčić. Ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Ilčić. I now give the floor to Ms. Lexman. Colleagues, from Putin's terror and aggression against the people of Ukraine, Lukashenko's oppressive regime in Belarus, credible evidence of a genocide against Uyghurs by the CCP, to dramatic increase of persecution based on religion and belief on human rights situation around the world remains there. At a time when non-democratic and totalitarian regimes continue to subvert our democracies, they also seek to destroy human dignity of their own citizens. That's why today more than ever we must take democracy on an offensive and support freedom-loving people around the world. At a time when we need to work with our democracies together and allies to strengthen the resilience of multinational institutions against the malign influence of non-democratic regimes. To do this, we must finally leave behind ideological battle in areas beyond our competencies and increase work together to support those whose freedom is in peril. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Lexman. Ja sitten...
Thank you, Ms. Lexman. I now give the floor to Mr. Wallace.
This is the annual report on human rights and democracy in the world and the EU's policy on the matter. In 2022, 150 Palestinians were killed by the apartheid state of Israel. This year alone, it's only the 17th of January, 17 have been killed, 4 of them children. 14 have been killed, 4 of them children. How come this is not mentioned in the report? How come we allow these terrible crimes against the Palestinian people to happen every day and we stay silent in here? It couldn't happen without our complicity. There's been a coup in Peru and we supported it. 50 protesters have been killed. We've nothing to say about it. That's not in the report either. Yemen has the worst humanitarian disaster on the planet today. According to the UN, over 400,000 are dead and 16 million are hungry. And we've nothing to say about it, and it's not in the report. What's the idea? Why are we so selective?
Kiitokset edustaja Wallis ja sitten viimeiseksi edustaja
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. And lastly, Ms. Claire Daly.
Thanks, President. Once upon a time, human rights were about political and social rights. Housing, healthcare, food, jobs. But of course, that challenged the economic order, and so social rights were edited out, and human rights became weaponised, a stick to beat our so-called geopolitical enemies. And every plenary we hunt for useful victims to demonise our rivals, while the victims that we create are never mentioned. And as my colleague said, perish the thought that the crimes of apartheid Israel against Palestinians would ever be mentioned. The Syrians tortured and murdered by US sanctions. The truth is, all people have rights by virtue of being human, but in here some are more human than others. The only country mentioned in the report is Ukraine. Why? There are unspeakable horrors taking place in Ukraine. They do deserve to be referenced, but little distinguishes them from the horrors elsewhere, except the colour of their skin and how much use we can make of them. And that's the truth about EU human rights policy. It's not authentic, it's just another facade for European chauvinism, a cloak for modern colonialism.
Kiitokset edustaja Daly. Ja nyt sitten...
Thank you, Ms. Daly. And I'd like to give the floor to the Commissioner, Mr. Reinders, on behalf of the European Commission, and then I'd like to give the floor to the Rapporteur.
Honourable members, I would like to thank again the Rapporteur and the contributors to the EP report for noting the efforts and initiatives of the European Union in the area of human rights and democracy. Indeed, we do a lot as the EU, often more than what we get credit for, but it is also clear that we must continue enhancing and improving our action. Recognising that the global human rights, democracy and humanitarian situation is worsening across the world, we must be determined in the defence of their universality. As your report stresses, our efforts need to be result-oriented and our dialogues with third countries represent one of the most important tools and opportunities to focus on human rights challenges and calls for them to be respected, including with relation to individual cases. These dialogues are indeed not a standalone tool. The EU will continue to use all other instruments at our disposal, including sanctions, to reinforce our messages where necessary. The European Parliament is a crucial ally in our endeavour, including through your parliamentary diplomacy activities. Je ne vais, Madame la Présidente, pas revenir sur chacun.
Madam President, I won't touch on all of the cases and situations that have been mentioned here today, but just to give one example, in Karabakh, which has been mentioned several times, a debate is set to be held specifically on this topic tomorrow, and the High Representative will be setting out their position on this. So that debate is taking place, and if I may just add, as has also been said, in order to be credible across all our actions worldwide, actions also need to be carried out within the European Union, and that is what we're doing. It's what we do when we make use of every instrument at our disposal, from the rule of law report, as well as conditionality and the infringement procedures that are brought before the Court of Justice. There's a message that's being sent out to the rest of the world, and that message starts with major concern for these same issues within the European Union itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now to wind up the debate, I'd like to give the floor to the rapporteur, Ms. Lima, please. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone for the debate. There have been a number of comments which have been made, and I'd like to reaffirm the fact that I am proud of being the rapporteur of this text from the European Parliament, which reaffirms the dignity of humans. We have a right to be, and obviously the right to believe or to not believe. I'd also like to thank my colleagues that we've been able to draw this text in this way. Certain totalitarian regimes are trying to change the definition of human rights at an international level, and just say I am disappointed to see that they've found contact points in this Parliament to do so. I say certain colleagues have said, here, this isn't working, this isn't going right, we should not look at what's going on in other areas. We should not close our eyes to any situation. Thank you once again to Commissioner Reynders. Thank you for everything you've said. Thank you for the action of the Commission. I have to say, I am extremely pleased to see that the global sanctions regime from the EU, which has been called for on numerous occasions by the European Parliament, is coming into existence. 2 points that will make it more effective. Firstly, a request from another colleague to add corruption to the global sanctions regime. Secondly, qualified majority voting will be extremely welcome in relation to sanctions when we're talking about human rights. Thank you once again to all colleagues. It's been a pleasure to work with you on this.
Paljon kiitokset esittelijälle.
Thank you to our rapporteur. And the debate is closed. The vote will be held tomorrow. Colleagues, we can now move on to the next item on our agenda. This is a Council and Commission statements on the EU's response to the appalling attack against civilians in Dnipro, strengthening sanctions against the Putin regime and military support to Ukraine. To begin with, I'd like to give the floor to the Council, to Jessica Roswell, please.
Madam President, honourable members of the European Parliament, Commissioner, we highly appreciate the European Parliament's unwavering support to Ukraine and its heroic fight against the Russian aggressor. Russia continues to show its inhumane face and applies its brutal missile terror. Such actions constitute war crimes and must stop immediately. We strongly condemn Russia's continued strikes on civilian targets in Ukraine, including energy infrastructure. Russia is weaponizing its winter by leaving civilians without electricity and water in winter temperatures. Ukrainian citizens cannot even find refuge in their homes when Russia is also hitting residential buildings with missiles, like the attack on the residential building in Dnipro on the 14th of January. As my Prime Minister stated, intentional attacks against civilians constitute war crimes, and those responsible will be held to account. The EU will continue supporting Ukraine and its people, and the Presidency will give priority to all measures to ensure accountability for the violations of the international law and war crimes committed in Ukraine. In this regard, the EU strongly supports the investigation by the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court and is looking at options at our disposal. The bravery and the resilience of the Ukrainian defenders is beyond praise. They have withstood almost a year of brutal, full-scale invasion of the Russian army. Ukraine has been suffering since the beginning of the Russian war, that is since 2014. This is the longest war that Europe has seen in modern history. Honourable members, on the 20th of January, Ukraine Defence Contact Group will meet at Ramstein Air Base to discuss next steps in the military assistance that is being provided to Ukraine by its partners. The EU member states continues to a massive delivery of military equipment to Ukraine with the help of European Peace Facility. The total amount committed under the EPF is 3.1 billion euro. This allows us to cover procurement costs as well as repair and maintenance for the equipment already delivered. Last November, we launched EU military assistance mission for the Ukraine, which is delivering good results. Our objective is the training of 15,000 Ukrainian military personnel this winter, and we are on track. The majority of the member states are actively taking part in this mission. Our goal is to train by the end of March 2023 around 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers. As you know, in response to Russian military aggression against Ukraine, the EU has imposed so far 9 far-reaching and hard-hitting sanctions packages in close coordination with partners and allies. Our sanctions has already sent Russia's economy into deep recession, affecting ability of Russia to finance its war. And as our leaders have stated in several occasions, the EU remains ready to move quickly with further restrictive measures in addition to those already adopted, if developments on the ground justify it. Nothing is off the table. Following the implementation of the EU ban on Russian crude oil and G7 price gap at the beginning of December, Russia starts feeling its impact. Volume of crude export has fallen, and the price has declined substantially from the peak of 2022. The long-term effect of our sanction on the Russian economy will likely be even stronger and will further weaken the Russian economy and its military capabilities. The European Council invites the Commission to present options in line with the EU and the international law enabling the use of Russian frozen assets to support Ukraine's reconstruction. Discussions among the Member States is this complex matter is ongoing. As Presidency, we are determined to take this work forward. Thank you very much.
Paljon kiitos.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to give the floor to the European Commission. Commissioner Reynders.
Dear President, dear Minister, honourable members, after almost a year into this brutal Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, we keep being appalled by the Russian heinous attacks on civilians and critical civilian infrastructure. In Bucha, Irpin, Borodinka, Izium, and many other places, mass graves have been discovered after the Ukrainian army liberated these Ukrainian territories. In recent months, we have seen an intensification of Russian airstrikes against energy and water infrastructure, hitting also residential buildings. The latest horrifying example of such attacks is Dnipro city, where on 14 January the Russian military conducted an attack which hit multi-story residential building in an exclusively residential area where there were no Ukrainian military objects. This took 40 innocent civilian lives, among them also children. At least 25 people are still missing, so the death toll is likely to increase. This is one of many attacks that are potential war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine since the beginning of this senseless. Russia must stop. It's why the European Commission is determined to continue supporting Ukraine. Today, we disbursed the first €3 billion of the €18 billion macrofinancial support agreed last December. Let me recall that the aim of this emergency assistance is to provide short-term financial relief, financing Ukraine's immediate needs, rehabilitation of critical infrastructure, and initial support towards sustainable post-war reconstruction, with a view to supporting Ukraine on its path towards European integration. We will not rest until Russia withdraws its forces from Ukraine and until justice will be served. Russia's barbaric actions only strengthen our resolve to ensure accountability and to support Ukraine and its people. We will work to hold Russian decision-makers accountable for their gross violations of international law and international humanitarian law in Ukraine. The European Council has invited the Commission, the European External Action Service and the Council to take work forward on accountability in accordance with EU law and international law. The prosecution of the crime of aggression is of concern to the international community as a whole. The European Union actively supports Ukraine's efforts on accountability through our assistance to the International Criminal Court and its investigations, assistance to the Office of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, as well as our assistance to national investigations by EU member states through Eurojust coordination. More concretely, the European Union is funding further development of the war crimes platform established by the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office. The platform allows the general public to upload digital evidence of alleged core international crimes. Experts from the EU Advisory Mission Ukraine are providing strategic advice, operational assistance and training in areas such as crime scene and forensic investigations, drafting of legislation and indictments, collection and preservation of evidence. Finally, Eurojust supports a joint investigation team between several EU member states and Ukraine. The JIT is one of the most advanced tools to facilitate international coordination on national investigations of core international crimes committed in Ukraine. In June 2022, Eurojust's mandate was strengthened upon a proposal from the Commission to enable the agency to preserve, store and analyse evidence relating to international crimes. These efforts need to be sustained. Ensuring accountability in Ukraine will be a lengthy process. I want to commend the resolve of Ukrainian people. We continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes. I'm sure that you have taken the same commitment, and of course we will listen carefully to your proposal and suggestions, but again, we will continue to support Ukraine with a military support, a financial support, a humanitarian support, but also the way forward to be sure that it's possible to bring to justice the responsible of a lot of war crimes and crimes against humanity and the crime of aggression.
Kiitokset, komissaari Reinders.
Thank you, Commissioner Reinders. We'll have to say that the Council and the Commission have already mentioned the following item on our agenda, which is very important as well, and we'll speak about this slightly later. Now I open the debate. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Galla for the EPP.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, dear colleagues, the criminal and in words and deeds utterly fascist Putin regime has committed yet another in a series of war crimes against the civilian population of Ukraine. I've been several times in Dnipro, and I would like to express my sincere condolences to the families of the victims of this vicious attack. My latest figures, and you are right, Commissioner, the figures are likely to increase. What I just got from Kiev is that the latest figures of it's 44 killed, including 5 children, and many injured and many missing still. It will not be forgotten, and it will not be forgiven. And I call on the Commission and the Council to strengthen the sanctions regime against this criminal regime. There is ample opportunity to increase it and to also double-check whether the existing ones are really followed. And I'm also very much in favor of extending the lists of personal sanctions, and we should definitely have a look on this Navalny list, these 6,000 persons. I think they are not there by accident, and I think they are all profiteers of the regime, and I think we need not prove that every individual is personally involved in the war crimes. But if there are hesitations, especially if we cannot seize the assets of these persons, what we can do is we can deny them visas. There is no right, there is no legal obligation for any of our countries to issue to a third country national a visa. And when we have these persons that are not able then to enter our countries to enjoy the property or the yachts or whatever they've got here, that amounts de facto to an expropriation. And I really think we should embark on this approach and thereby contribute to the pressure that is exercised by of this regime. Thank you.
Kiitokset, edustaja Gahler.
Thank you, Mr. Galla. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Pizzula for the S&D Group.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Commissioner. The recent attack against civilians in Dnipro is a stark reminder that the European Union must take decisive action in response. Following that attack, the number of civilian victims surpassed 7,000, and we still missed the data on missing persons. It's good that we have this discussion today, and it will be even better if the next package strengthening sanctions against the Putin regime is adopted as soon as possible. I wish to mainly raise the importance that the already adopted sanctions are being implemented, so we don't see, for example, confiscated yachts of the Russian oligarchs leaving the EU waters in the middle of the night. Ahead of the Ukraine contact group meeting in Ramstein at the end of this week, our response must also be increased military support that is needed. We must show our solidarity with Ukraine again and provide them with all resources they need to protect their people and defend themselves against the aggressors.
Kiitokset, edustaja Pizzula.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzula. And now let's give the floor to Mr. Verhofstadt for Renew.
You start the clock. Can I give a letter to Council and to the
I think that can be allowed.
Okay, thank you.
It's in the name of quite many colleagues, I believe.
No, because, sorry that I do this, but There's a letter signed by nearly 120 colleagues of the Parliament.
Yes.
Yesterday and today.
Yes.
With a message to the Council and to the Commission after the Dnipro massacre to say that the sanctions have to be strengthened as fast as possible. And you have to stop to think that with progressive packages of sanctions, as we do already now for 10 months, we're going to have success. The Council is saying it goes well with the sanctions. For me, the sanctions have only a positive result when the Putin regime stops what is happening in Dnipro. That is a positive result of sanctions. And therefore, we don't need progressive packages, as we have seen. I have said it already to your colleague, Mr. Borrell, nearly 10 months ago. With a dictator, with an authoritarian regime, what authoritarian regime do? You do a package of sanctions, they adapt themselves, and everything's gone on. So you are now preparing a 10th package. In total, that is what Mr. Geller has said, of the 6,700 people identified as the backbone of the Putin regime, of the Navalny Foundation, well, the EES, the External Action Service, Mr. Borrell and the whole Commission has been capable to sanction, personal sanctions, 1,400 of them, of the 6,700. And that list exists already nearly 10 months and is on the table of the EES already 10 months. Second is secondary sanctions. There are still companies and individuals making deals and doing business in Russia. And I ask you that to, the fastest as possible, declare secondary sanctions on this, because that's the only possibility to stop it. And last point, that is the 320 billion that is frozen of the Russian bank. Why not transfer that money directly? Russia is a terrorist state, so they don't need to have reserves of their Russian central bank. That money could be mobilized immediately, even for buying arms. And then finally, sorry, but I'm speaking for 112 colleagues, so you have to give me some additional room to do so. But in any way, on the arms, it's clear what we need now. So well, if Europe wants to do something positive on this, well, long-range missiles, next to tanks, long-range missiles, so that tragedies like Dnipro can no longer happen. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Yes, of course, some seem to have more rights than others in this House, but we will continue. It's a very important topic. Seuraava puhuja on vihreiden ja Euroopan.
The next speaker is our colleague from the Greens EFA, Ms. von Kramon-Tawadel.
And colleagues, Commissioner, in a yellow kitchen, an apple bowl sits on the dining table and a father is waiting for his family to return. A picture that could be from any household, even yours or mine. Except that this is not a regular kitchen anymore. It belongs to a family father, Michailo Koronevsky, and it is now buried under the rubble of the Dnipro apartment block. A Russian missile has hit it. Screams of shocked people echo from under the rubble. Firefighters in despair dig in tons of debris with bare hands to save the few still alive. These devastating pictures depict man-made atrocity made by one man and his country. Putin brands himself as a defender of Orthodox Christian values. Yet Putin, in the most cynical terrorist attack, destroyed the lives of over 40 civilians on Orthodox New Year's, in a city where the majority still speaks Russian. This coward attack can never be forgotten. I want to ask those still insisting that sending tanks to Ukraine will escalate the war, escalate to where? What red line has Russia not yet crossed? Russia has committed unspoken evils and reached the bottom of civilization. This regime only understands the language of unity and force. It interprets a compromise as a weakness. We need to deprive Russia of everything it can use to wage the war, and we must give Ukraine everything it needs to defeat this regime. Slava Ukraini!
Kiitokset, edustaja von.
Thank you, Ms. von Kramon-Tabato. Now I'd give the floor to Ms. Ciccardi.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Today, the Italian press has finally published the news of the dismissal requested by the Milan judges with respect to the investigation into Russian funds for the Northern League. We have always maintained that the League and Matteo Salvini have never received a single ruble, but here in Europe there were some on the left who wanted to find friends of the Russians. They wanted to accuse us of international corruption when, as it turns out, they were the ones with corruption in their ranks. And someone should apologise. I'm pleased to say that in actual fact the position of the League in recent years has always been firmly in favour of the Western Bloc, to support the Ukrainian people, which has been unfairly subject to a military invasion. And that is the position of the Italian government. In this sense, I am proud that the new centre-right government has given a very clear signal by promoting the Ukraine Electricity Emergency Working Group, which has already provided 53 tonnes of material to rebuild the country's electricity grid, which is essential to guarantee the survival of the Ukrainians. We agree with the establishment of a special court for crimes committed by Russia, because the massacre of civilians, women and children must always be brought to justice, in the hope that in 2023 a peace agreement will soon be reached.
Kiitokset, edustaja Ceccardi.
Thank you, Ms. Ciccardi.
Okay. Ja seuraava puhuja on. Anteeksi, täällä ei ole tapana huutaa yli tämän salin.
We don't allow shouting here in the hemicycle. You can ask for the floor using the blue card procedure. That's possible. Now to give the floor to Mr. No, sorry, it's not Mr. Kubilis. I made a mistake. Ms. Vrichanova.
First of all, I would like to express my condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones due to the Russia's attack against residential quarters in Dnipro. It shows that Russia is not targeting military targets but civilians. They want to spread fears to promote a further migration wave to Europe. For the same reason, Ukraine is still the target of bombarding energy infrastructure. Do not trust the Russia's call for peace. The only aim Russia has is to frighten democratic world and destroy Ukraine. We need to continue in our support to the Ukraine, both through military and financial assistance. That's the only way to help the Ukraine.
Kiitokset, edustaja Vrecionova. Ja sitten.
Thank you, Ms. Vrecionova. I now give the floor to Mr. Kubilius.
Dear colleagues, what we witnessed in Dnipro is pure, simple state terrorism. This terrorist attack reminded me of another terrorist attack on September 11 in 2001, when Al-Qaeda attacked and destroyed the Twin Towers. I do not see any difference in between of those terrorist attacks and the aims of terrorists. I see only a big difference in how the West was and is reacting. In my view, the difference comes from the simple fact that Al-Qaeda attacked big cities of the West, when for the time being Putin as a terrorist is attacking only Ukrainian cities. Let's not make a strategic mistake. It's only the question of time when Kremlin terrorism will come to our cities. You cannot stop such terrorism just with statements of condemnation or statements of solidarity with the victims. I do not expect that NATO will be involved in the fight of this sort of terrorism like it was done after Al-Qaeda attack. But I hope and expect that the EU at the end will manage at least to put Wagner Group and other Russian military groups on EU terrorist list, as it was done with Al-Qaeda. Dnipro tragedy brings additional argument that this cannot be delayed anymore.
Kiitokset, edustaja Kubilius. Ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Kubilius. The floor now goes to Ms. Van Bremen.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Images from the attack in Dnipro is key evidence with Guy Verhofstadt in his call for sanctions. Let me add one point. Commissioner, we have sanctions already in place, but they are insufficient, and we cannot understand that so many people are managing to sidestep these sanctions. And we are seeing the Russian war apparatus earning huge money through diamond trade. We really need to look at a 10th package of sanctions. Key players in the Russian diamond market are managing to avoid sanctions. We need to sit down with the G7 countries to ensure global sanctions. I'm particularly proud of the rich history of diamond trade in my city, but Commissioner, we need to ensure that we don't allow trade in blood diamonds from Russia. Thank you.
Van Bremt ja sitten seuraava puhuja.
Thank you, Ms. Van Bremt. The next speaker is Ms. Lozo.
Dnipro, at least 40 dead, all civilians, including at least 5 children. A war crime, another one, one too many. It's not the first time that Russia has deliberately targeted civilians in Ukraine. Irpin, Bucha, Kramatorsk, and many other horrors which we've seen for over a year. There can be no doubt Russia wants to terrorize the population, wants them to flee and to crush their spirit. It's not a surprise for those who have seen Vladimir Putin's Russia raise Grozny or massacre civilians in Aleppo. We need to recognize the reality. Russia is fully responsible. We have not reacted significantly enough year after year in the face of Russia's war crimes. That's why this time this is a war crime which is a step too far. There needs to be a turning point after Dnipro. We need to intensify our military support for Ukraine. We need to provide aerial defense, more tanks, and this needs to be done without any delays or without any absurd problems. We also need to increase pressure on Russia. We need to take new sanctions, clearly, but we also need to ensure that the existing sanctions are correctly applied and fight against their circumvention. Is it true that Russian gas is being rebadged as Azeri gas and imported into Europe? How can it be that RT France is broadcasting again from the Parisian suburbs and the parliamentarians from this House are giving interviews? We also need to prosecute those responsible for these atrocities from all through the hierarchical chain in Russia. We owe it to the victims of Dnipro.
Kiitokset, edustaja Loiseau.
Thank you, Ms. Loiseau. The floor now goes to Mr. Bielan.
Madam President, dear Commissioner, Russia's brutal actions since 2014 are an absolute violation of international law. Mr. Putin's inhuman disrespect for human lives requires more than strong declarations condemning his attacks in Ukraine. The EU and its member states must coordinate faster and better on the objectives that we as a union want to achieve. That is, free Ukraine from the Russian oppressor and support our ally with all the necessary means at our disposal. How many more attacks must Ukraine endure to allow some member states to update their obsolete defence doctrines? Central and Eastern Europe, together with a few other member states, the UK and the US, cannot support alone the heroic Ukrainian people and army against the Russian threat on behalf of our common values. We need a coordinated answer to put an end to Russia's aggression. And this is why I call for the urgent delivery of promised heavy weaponry, including armed vehicles, to Ukraine. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Bielan ja sitten edustaja Rafael.
Thank you, Mr. Bielan. The floor now goes to Mr. Glucksmann.
Monsieur le Commissaire, chers...
Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues. Maria Yebid was 15, her whole life ahead of her. She lived in a peaceful district of Dnipro. There were no military bases nearby, no targets, but she died this Saturday in the appalling bombardment of Dnipro. Why so? Because Putin and his cronies are terrorists, and this is a war of terror. Civilians are targets to them. This is the case for Ukraine as it was for Chechnya and Syria. For almost a year now, colleagues, Ukrainians have been resisting fascism, and we support them in that struggle, which is ours too, because yes, the European Union is a target for the Russian regime. But does our support live up to the danger, the jeopardy? Why these step-by-step sanctions? Why the timid steps forward in sending anti-airstrike support when since the 24th of February last year this has been going on? Why are we so slow to send tanks? There are hundreds, thousands of Leopard 2 tanks in Europe that could be sent in. There are almost 300 in Poland, many hundreds in Poland, and the same goes for Spain and other countries too. And you know as well as I do that we'll end up sending those tanks. So why are we waiting? Why are the days slipping past? We said that our strategic objective was to defeat Putin, that our lives depended on it. So now it's time to walk the walk, not just talk the talk.
Kiitokset edustaja Glucksmann, ja nyt sitten siirrymme Catch the Eye-puheenvuoroihin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glucksmann. This brings us on to Catch the Eye. There are 6 requests for the floor, and I will give the floor to all those who requested it. Let's start with our colleague, Mr. Yordanov.
Благодаря, госпожо председател. Отговорът на нас...
Thank you. The response from the European Union from the attack in Dnipro needs to be extremely swift and formal. We have been behind the curve for years in relation to reacting to Russia. That's why we have the tragedy in Ukraine today. Ukraine needs weapons, weapons that will allow it not just to dissuade the attackers, but not just to defend itself, but to attack targets on Russian territory. War, any form of attack is the best form of defense. It's time for the Russians to feel the terror and the horror of war. The sanctions that we have put in place need to be intensified, but they also need to be effectively applied by member states. Thank you.
Kiitos edustaja Alexandrov Yordanov.
Thank you, Mr. Yordanov. The floor now goes to Mr. Olekas.
Mrs. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, representative of the Council. Indeed, the signal from Dnipro is very clear. Putin's regime, with his collaborators, tries to undermine human life. We do remember in Lithuania how 30 years ago the Soviet regime killed our men and women. After 32 years now, Putin's regime kills civilians in Ukraine. We said a number of times, this is a signal to strengthen the sanctions, so there are no gaps, and so Putin's regime cannot really profit from European trade. But I am speaking not only about sanctions. We need to free Ukrainian land from aggressor. We have to send good measures, heavy artillery, tanks, or whatever is needed. Colleagues, victims in Dnipro sends us a signal that we have to react fast and immediately. Slava Ukraini!
Kiitokset edustaja Olekas ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Olekas. I now give the floor to Mr. Ostrovicius.
Commissioner, colleagues, Russia's war crimes in Ukraine have become an integral part of Russia's image, a way of life, and at the same time, a dead end. Meanwhile, I had hoped that we in the European Union had realized that Russia's aggression against Ukraine is a war against us all. This aggressor must be defeated. Therefore, when I hear the Austrian foreign minister calling for a sense of proportion once dealing with Russia, I invite him, Austrian minister, to wake up from the lethargy and look at the world with a sense of reality. People of Ukraine will not pardon our indecisiveness and ignorance. Let's act now. Let's deliver weapons as much as possible. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Auštrevičius ja sitten
Thank you, Mr. Ostrovicius. I now give the floor to Mr. López Aguilar.
President Hautala, comisario Reinders, efectivamente, un año desde la
1 year into the war of aggression, Putin's war against Ukraine, we're seeing the seismic ramifications in the European Union, social and economic ramifications, energy, humanitarian ramifications, and geopolitical ramifications. We have shown unity, and Russia has been punished politically. It has been expelled from the Council of Europe. That is the first time that an international organisation has moved from 47 to 46 member countries. The European Parliament has called for sanctions. There have been legal sanctions imposed with the support of the European Parliament. Eurojust is working with the ICC and joint investigative teams to ensure that there can be no impunity for war crimes. But to this end, we need to ensure that Putin does not escape justice, and we need to maintain unity until we ensure that those perpetrators are held to account through international justice for crimes against humanity and war crimes on Ukrainian soil. Thank you.
López Aguilar ja sitten
Thank you, Mr. López Aguilar. The floor now goes to Mr. Kelleher.
Bucha, Irpin, Borodyanka, Mariupol and now Dnipro. Russia is a state terrorist, and Wagner Group are terrorists as well. And it is time that we accept, not just in this Parliament but across the entire European Union, that we are dealing with an aggressor of appalling brutality. And sanctions have to be brought forward swiftly and rapidly. We're in a situation where we are still taking kid gloves to Putin and his cronies when it comes to sanctions. Last year, when we called for gas to be sanctioned in this House, we were told we couldn't live without Russian gas. The reason we don't have Russian gas now is because Putin turned the tap off, not because we said no. That's the way we are, unfortunately, in the European Union. So we now have to accept that we have to bring forward sanctions that have a material impact on the regime that surrounds President Putin. So I call for visas to be curtailed, all of this 6,700 on the Navalny list. We have to seize every asset that we can across the entire globe. We have to target the bank reserves, the 300 billion bank reserves, because we owe it to the mangled bodies that are buried deep in the apartment basements of Dnipro as we speak here.
Kiitokset edustaja Kelleher ja sitten vielä edustaja Domenech Ruiz de Vesa.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Mr. Ruiz de Vesa, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. We need to move forward with sanctions and also move forward with military support for Ukraine. And the first on that list, obviously we need to see the entire Navalny list being sanctioned. We could even go further. Let's think of all of the members of the political parties who are part of Putin's regime. We could deny visas for them to travel to Europe. Then there's obviously the question of arming Ukraine. I remember almost a year ago when the war began. A few weeks after the war began, many of us in this House said that we needed to give tanks and fighter planes to Ukraine. We were told that it wasn't possible because it would take a number of months of training for the Ukrainian army to be able to use them. Well, now we are here almost a year later. How much time could we have saved if we'd taken these decisions at the time? Let's not waste any more time.
Kiitokset edustaja Ruiz de Vesa ja niin on.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz de Vesa. This brings this debate to a close. But of course, we're going to be hearing from the Commissioner again, Mr. Reinders, as well as the representative of the Council. Mr. Reinders, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Madame la Ministre, Mesdames et
Thank you, President, Minister, honourable members. We all share the same response to the atrocious attacks carried out by Russia against Ukraine. I would like to thank you for this debate. We have noted your tireless support for Ukraine. I have taken note of the letters signed by over 100 MEPs and your tangible proposals when it comes to sanctions, including sanctions in the diamond sector. The Commission is determined to continue its support for Ukraine. We need to show unity within the European Union across member states. We will need sanctions, of course, and we will need military, economic, political and humanitarian support. The Commission has not been slow in coming forward with strict sanctions, including in areas such as energy, despite the price that such sanctions have on our own economies. We need to continue to be as effective as possible in enforcing the sanctions already adopted. To date, we have frozen over €21 billion assets held by individuals on the sanctions list. That was done to varying degrees of success across the EU, but we need to continue efforts in all member states. We've worked with international partners to freeze the assets of the Russian Central Bank. We need to continue to enforce these sanctions throughout the European Union, and we need to fight against any efforts to dodge those sanctions. We can look at increasing the list. We need to also make sure that sanctions already adopted are truly effective. We have the consent of Parliament and Council to increase the list of Euro crimes to include sidestepping European sanctions. That way we can ensure that cases are prosecuted and we can both freeze and confiscate assets where relevant. As I mentioned earlier, we will continue our efforts to fight against impunity. We have worked with Ukrainian authorities and the ICC and 14 member states that have launched investigations under the principle of universal justice. President We'll talk about that when we talk about the upcoming debate on the fight against impunity and setting up a special tribunal on the crime of aggression. Let me assure you that all the proposals made in the course of the debate this evening will be taken into account. Together with the member states, we will examine how far we can take this and ensure unity across the European Union and, of course, coordinate with our international partners. We'll coordinate on confiscating assets, sanctions, providing coordinated with member states and, let me repeat, coordinated with international partners. I would like to thank you for your tireless support for Ukraine and your defence in the face of such horrific attacks. Thank you.
Kiitos komission jäsenelle.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We shall now hear from the Council, represented by Ms. Roosevelt.
Madam President,
Pone pirmininkė, garbus Europos.
I will be short but very clear. The Swedish presidency stands ready to facilitate further measures, economically, humanitarian, military. Nothing is off the table. And once again, I would like to praise the European Parliament for its support to Ukraine and the excellent cooperation with the Council and the Commission. And I would also like to thank Mr. Verhofstadt for your letter and for your engagement, and all of you members in the Parliament who have committed to this debate. And as President Metsola said this morning, we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Thank you for this debate.
Tack, kiitos. Tämä keskustelu on päättynyt ja nyt sitten.
Thank you very much. That brings the debate to a close, and this brings us on to the next item of the agenda. Commission statement on the establishment of a tribunal from the crime of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and I shall now give the floor to the Commission, to Mr. Reinders. This is a significant issue that you already touched on in your previous speech.
President, honourable members, I want to start with a word about the fact that since the beginning, of course, we tried to fight against impunity, and there are many discussions about different kinds of processes to fight impunity. Mais le 24 février 2022, il y a près d'un an,
4th of February 2022, the biggest international armed conflict on European soil kicked off, and it was the largest conflict of this nature since the Second World War. Russia, which is a permanent member of the Security Council, violated shamefacedly one of the cornerstones of international law, the prohibition of use of force in international relations. And in the context of this armed conflict, serious crimes are being carried out on a regular basis in Ukraine. Many people have been the victims of atrocities which defy the imagination, some of which we've just touched on in the previous debate. And the European Parliament, its resolution in May last year, clearly set out its indignation in the face of these atrocities, which you've just reaffirmed. This House also called on European institutions to support the coordination of the various mechanisms that were set up in order to combat the impunity of international crimes being committed in Ukraine. I wish to underscore here the unwavering commitment of the Commission. We will work to ensure that these crimes of the utmost severity will not go unpunished, that they will be brought to justice. That will happen. Since the outset of the conflict, the Commission has worked to ensure that international justice be able to do its work in the framework of a number of initiatives with regard to investigations into international crimes. Firstly, we continue to provide unwavering support to the Ukrainian authorities, particularly to the Ukrainian public prosecutor. Over 60,000 witness statements have come in on crimes in international law taking place. Furthermore, 14 member states have launched inquiries into this matter. Eurojust and Europol, too, are playing a crucial role when it comes to coordination in this context.
In support of Eurojust, Lithuania, Poland and Ukraine swiftly set up a joint investigation team at the end of March last year. Estonia, Latvia, Slovakia and Romania have joined the team as well, and so has the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. This is the first time that the ICC has joined an EU joint investigation team. The Commission continues to encourage other member states to join the investigation team as well. It is important to collect, preserve and analyse evidence for future trials and to ensure coordination. Good cooperation is crucial between the Ukrainian authorities, the ICC, other states conducting investigations and also European bodies. This is why, in spring last year, the Commission proposed an urgent amendment to the Eurojust regulation to allow the agency to store, analyse and exchange evidence related to core international crimes. The European Parliament and the Council approved this amendment in record time. I want to thank you once more for backing this proposal so rapidly. The Commission also continues to support the International Criminal Court as the leading international actor in the field of international criminal justice. As you know, the ICC has already launched investigations related to the war in Ukraine. As regards accountability for the crime of aggression in particular, currently Russian leaders cannot be held accountable for this crime before any international jurisdiction. While the International Criminal Court is competent to prosecute possible war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide, this court cannot, in the case of the conflict in Ukraine, exercise jurisdiction for the crime of aggression. In any case, we continue to consider that Ukraine should ratify the Rome Statute. This would be an important signal for Ukraine and from Ukraine. Ukraine has been advocating in various fora for the setting up to close the gap in criminal prosecution at international level. The European Union should respond in a credible and united way to the Ukrainian cause. And the Commission, working jointly with the High Representative, the Vice President of the Commission, Josep Borrell, is ready to lead that discussion. We took note that in its resolution of May last year on the fight against impunity, your Parliament already called on the EU institutions to support the creation of a special international tribunal for the punishment of the crime of aggression. In its conclusion of October 22, the European Council invited the High Representative and the Commission to explore options so that full accountability for the atrocities committed in Ukraine can be ensured, including for the crime of aggression. The Commission, in close consultation with the High Representative, prepared an options paper that has been circulated to Member States at the end of November. This paper identifies possible avenues for establishing an accountability mechanism that may allow for the prosecution of the crime of aggression in Ukraine. The paper aims to deepen reflections on a matter that raises complex legal and political questions. These require further discussions with the Member States and all international partners. The fact that the crime of aggression can, by definition, only be committed by the highest political and military leadership brings us to the issue of personal and functional immunities. A possible tribunal set up to prosecute the crime of aggression would need, under customary international law, to have a sufficiently international character to relinquish immunities in a legitimate way and to act on behalf of the international community. Before discussions on a special tribunal could possibly gather sufficient consensus and support at international level, an investigation mechanism could first be considered. The Commission is reflecting about the possible setting up of an international prosecution office to start investigations into the crime of aggression, with the view to preserving and storing evidence for possible future trials. Discussions are ongoing on the matter, in particular on legal and security issues, with several actors such as the Ukrainian authorities, Eurojust and the ICC. Of course, we'll try to continue in the next weeks to discuss about the best way to organize such an international prosecution office. It will be a first level in the way to fight against impunity in the case of the crime of aggression. But of course, I'm very open to listen to your remarks and proposals to see how it's possible to make some progress in such a discussion, to have a broad international support in the way to fight against the crime of aggression in the case of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Thank you.
Paljon kiitokset, komissaari Reinders.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Reinders. I now give the floor to representatives of the groups. Kubilius, you have the floor.
Colleagues, if we want peace, those who are destroying peace should be punished in a heavy way. Justice is needed not only for Ukrainians. Justice is needed for all of us. Justice is needed for peace. Such justice cannot be delayed. Since justice delayed is justice denied. There are three types of crimes during the war. War aggression as such, war crimes as in Bucha, and crimes against humanity as genocide. Crime of war aggression is called as mother of all the war crimes. It is a crime against peace, and it is a leadership crime, since only the leadership of the state is deciding to start war aggression. War crimes and crimes against humanity are investigated by ICC, but ICC has no direct mandate to investigate crime of war aggression. That is why we need special tribunal, not only for Putin, but also for Lukashenko, since he allowed territory of Belarus to be used for criminal Russian aggression. The way back to peace starts from establishment of special tribunal. At least, let's not be late with tribunal when still we are late with leopards.
Kiitokset edustaja Kubilius ja sitten SND-ryhmä.
Thank you. On behalf of the SND, Juozas Olekas.
Thank you, President. Dear Commissioner, colleagues. As history shows, aggressors and its accomplices who were perpetrating war crimes received the punishment. That is clear, and from the Nuremberg Tribunal and another tribunal for the crimes in the former Yugoslavia. Every world is terrified to see the crimes conducted by Russia from Bucha to other countries. Russia is shooting innocent civilians, it's attacking civilian infrastructure, it is raping girls and women. Therefore, it is very important that the European Union, together with Ukraine, as well as our international partners, would as soon as possible set up an international mechanism to punish the perpetrators. I believe, and I'm going to repeat it, we need a specialized tribunal. All the perpetrators and all the planners of these crimes, such like Vladimir Putin and his accomplices, as well as Alexander Lukashenko, are brought to justice. Commissioner, please be more active in your leadership so that this specialized tribunal is established. I believe that we can create a mandate to set such a specialized tribunal within the framework of the United Nations, and evidence has to be collected until this tribunal is set up so that it can be presented later on. Colleagues, I ask you to support the resolution asking us to establish the specialized tribunal.
Panie pośle, w imieniu grupy Renew Europe głos zabierze Petras Austrevicius.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Austrevicius. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Commissioner, dear colleagues, 76 years ago, the International Military Tribunal against the criminals who plotted and carried out aggression as evil ended at Nuremberg. The world then did justice to the brown plague of Nazism, but the red plague of Sovietism survived. And already in 2022, the Russian chauvinism and militaristic Sovietism have committed the most serious crime, the crime of aggression against Ukraine, challenging the entire democratic world. A special tribunal must gather evidence, assess, name and judge the perpetrators, the Russian political, military and economic leaders and their accomplices in Belarus. Dear colleagues, we must take urgent action to build a solid platform for international justice that will give the people of Ukraine hope of justice and protect their future generations from hate and repetition of similar crimes. Justice today means stability tomorrow. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle, w imieniu Grupy Zielonych Wolne Przymierze.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to the Greens. Mr. Lagodzinski has the floor, 1.5 minutes.
Crimes didn't start with ultrasonic rockets fired at blocks of flats in Dnipro that buried alive 40 people. The crimes didn't begin with the bombs dropped on a neonatal clinic in Volyansk that killed a 2-year-old baby. The crimes didn't start with the killings in Bucha, the torture chambers in Kherson, the filtration plants in Donbass. The crimes began with the attack of Russian troops, by Russian troops on Ukraine back in 2014 and then in 2022. Dnipro, Bucha, the 2-day-old killed baby Sergei are all victims from this criminal decision to attack. We remain speechless given these pictures we've seen. Public international law seems to be speechless as well. But speechless is one thing. We must not be deedless. And just as for months now we've been providing protection for Ukrainians through our weapons, we are now asking for the establishment of a different weapon, the weapon of justice, the weapon of a special tribunal. It will not be a simple path to take, but as the German Foreign Minister Baerbock said, we need to send a clear message to the Russian leadership that a war of aggression in this world cannot go unpunished. I don't think we need to add anything to that. We just need to make sure that action is follows avowal. And we owe it to the people of Ukraine, the relatives, the victims, the parents of the children who are mourning their children in Dnipro and Bucha and Volyansk.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of ID, Mr. Zimniok has the floor, 1.5 minutes.
President, the setting up of a war crimes tribunal in view of the aggression war and in view of the war crimes against humanity, irrespective of whether Russians or Ukrainians are involved, it is absolutely necessary. We do at this particular point in time, however, this would not be something which would be appropriate. Looking at the situation with the war, looking at the war developments, I think indeed this, under the particular circumstances, this might lead to further escalation of this war. And our sword ought to be one for a peaceful, diplomatic resolution of the war. And that ought to be the target that everybody has. And this bloodletting has to come to an end. It has been claimed that the EU is for peace. Colleagues, it depends on us to prove that. So I think we have to wait until the end of the war to introduce this particular proposal for setting up a war crimes tribunal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the ECR group, Madam Fotyga, for 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Firm and quite sure. First, arms and munition to deliver to Ukraine in order to enable this country full victory over the appalling aggressor Russian Federation. Simultaneously, we have to ensure bringing all perpetrators of crimes to justice. All crimes, war crimes, genocide, crime against humanity, but also crime of aggression. Since the outset, we call this invasion war of aggression. And today we present a joint comprehensive draft resolution proposing creation of a special tribunal to prosecute the crime of aggression and thus bringing decision makers, both political and military, to justice. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję pani poseł w imieniu grupy.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the left, Mr. Wallace, for 1 minute.
When Zelensky pushed for the special tribunal last December, he said that without justice, there can be no peace. The reality is that war is the greatest injustice suffered on this earth, and too many are working hard to prolong this one. Zelensky should be at the negotiating table, but instead tours the world selling his forever war, as Ukraine is destroyed and conscripted Ukrainians are killed by the tens of thousands. In the past 25 years, the imperialist powers have perpetrated wars of aggression against Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria and Yemen. They've killed millions of people and displaced millions more. Dropped toxic NATO members have never faced justice for these crimes. Of course, Russia should also be held to account for any crimes it commits, but the list is long. If we actually care about justice, we must stop the antagonism and hypocrisy and get down to the real work of peacemaking.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the non-attached, Milan Ublik, 1 minute.
Kolegovia, chcete zriadiť tribunál na prešetrenie vojnových zločinov na Ukrajine? Fajn, ale ešte predtým sa vás pýtam niekoľko otázok. Kedy vznikne nejaký tribunál na prešetrenie vojnových zločinov Američanov?
I think it is very necessary to set up a special tribunal. But we have to ask ourselves how many war crimes were committed by the US in Syria and elsewhere. When are we going to really ask Ms. von der Leyen what happened with the vaccines which caused people's deaths? Or what about changes of position on buying gas from Russia?
1 minuta.
Thank you, Mr. Galler. You have 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need this special tribunal in order to deal with judging the crime of aggression. I believe that there's political will amongst our states and an appropriate legal framework will be found in that case. To get there, we have to make sure that the Ukrainians can gather together evidence. That has to be done in a comprehensive fashion. We have to make sure that this is done under and processed under the rule of law. I think we can draw on an institution that we had in Germany during the GDR time. Central data of the GDR was registered, where people had been detained, tortured, unjustly condemned. Once they came to the West, they'd be able to find information, names, register that, and once the reunification was carried out, it was possible to find out who the perpetrators were and to punish them. So I think we need to have all of the Russian names registered who are involved in this crime of aggression and thus ensure the rule of law applies and make sure that we reach a successful conclusion on that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pizzula for 1 minute.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, I wish to start by giving my full support to establishing a tribunal of crime of aggression in Ukraine. In this House, I have been calling for it since May. Last week's attacks on civilians in Dnipro are the most brutal reminder of why we needed to establish this court without delay. The ongoing investigation by the prosecutor of the ICC into the situation in Ukraine based on war crimes and crimes against humanity is by no means important, but we are also aware of its limitations. It will be crucial that this court has the explicit backing of the United Nations and its establishment is closely coordinated with Ukraine. As the EU, we have to work towards increasing consensus among international partners and organizations to make this possible. It must be imperative that all those responsible for war crimes are held accountable for their actions. Only complete justice can enable the true recovery of Ukraine.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Głos zabierze pan poseł Dragos.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dragos Tudorache for 1 minute.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, accountability is the basis of a society, a mark of its evolution through centuries of civilization and a fundamental brick in how international relations work. With his invasion in Ukraine, Putin broke all norms set by law or common sense, and as a result, the people of Ukraine have suffered beyond imagination. Of course, all crimes committed in this war must be punished, and of course, we must work with and within the UN framework to prosecute these crimes. But Putin's Russia must also be held to account for its crime of aggression. And for that, we must work swiftly to set up a special tribunal and coordinate as much as feasible with the ICC. Setting up an interim prosecutorial office in Hague can be a good first step. Once again, if we let Russia and Putin get away with aggression without consequences, it means that we, as a society, have failed. We, as an international body, have failed. We, as citizens demanding respect for basic fundamental rights, have failed. We, as human beings understanding suffering, have failed. So let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the Vice President of the Parliament, Mr. Zile.
Madam President, Commissioner. Now, when will there be peace and when will Ukraine win if we don't have this special tribunal? We've discussed the idea of the setting up this tribunal on a number of occasions, and a number of distinguished figures have expressed their support for this. It's important for Western democracies because without this tribunal at the end of the war, then in practice Europe, the US and other democracies will inherit a frozen war with the insecurity in the following steps. But we need a global system to maintain the peace. And a second point is that it's important for Russia itself that we have this special tribunal. That may sound paradoxical, but without this tribunal, the imperialist narrative in that society will not be brought to an end. And at least the future generations of Russian society would be affected. So we have to stop Russian imperialist militarism in the future. So it's important for Russia itself.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Castaldo. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. The Russian cruise missile attack in Dnipro on Saturday afternoon was described as a hell on earth by those who were the aftermath. In mere seconds, a building was transformed into a pile of rubble, resulting in 40 deaths, 75 injuries and many missing. My thoughts and solidarity go out to the survivors, their families and the Ukrainian people. In light of these horrible and unforgivable crimes, it is even worse to consider the possibility that they're responsible could go unpunished. The silver lining is that we already have the instrument to make so that this doesn't happen. We just have to update and fully use them. The golden path, I insist, would be to amend the Rome Statutes, aligning the ICC jurisdiction on the crime of aggression with that already in place on genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes. If no agreement can be reached on this promptly, however, we should then push for the establishment of a special tribunal. The crucial point is to send a very clear message. There can and must be no impunity for the devastating consequences of this aggression, and those responsible must be prosecuted. We owe it to all innocent victims of these barbarian crimes. They will not go unheeded, not now, not ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Jungkiewicz-Jene for 1 minute.
This morning, the Swedish Prime Minister said, Ukrainian victory is existential for Europe and, honestly, existential for the whole world. More than agree. European Parliament will adopt the right and necessary resolution on a special tribunal for Kremlin crimes of aggression. But will there be enough courageous heads of states who will establish such a tribunal without delay? Let's hope yes. We have shown incredible unity, but every time the Russians hit the Ukrainian people's homes with horrific missiles, I feel guilty that we are not doing enough. We need to overcome our own fears and act with much more determination. Are we so weak that we cannot allocate enough weapons and resources and make the terrorists in the Kremlin to stop? No, we are not weak. Let's do everything we can.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Ms. Kaliurent. You have 1 minute.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, from the 24th of February last year, we have witnessed war crimes committed in Ukraine, from Bucha to Irpin, from Borodyanka to Dnipro. President Zelensky has declared very clearly what is the victory and peace formula for Ukraine. It includes bringing all war criminals to accountability. And I underline, all war criminals. Those who are committing crimes on the ground, but also those who are hiding in Kremlin. And that is why we need this special tribunal. It will not bring back lost lives, and it will not make heartache disappear. But it will make crystal clear that committing war crimes, including crime of aggression, will never go unpunished. And I very much hope that the vast majority of the international community will join the initiative and support the establishment of the tribunal. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Pani poseł, głos zabierze.
Thank you very much. Now, Vice President of the Parliament, Nicolas Baer, for 1 minute.
Die Gräueltaten der russischen
The atrocities of the Russian aggressors should not paralyze us. We need international justice with enforcement. The International Criminal Court has its hands tied because Moscow has not signed the Rome Statute. And in the Security Council of the UN, the war criminals from Moscow are actually sitting at the table with the right of veto. Hence, we need a special tribunal along the model of the Yugoslavian tribunal. Not as an instrument of the West, not as for legal self-righteousness, not as victor's justice, but as an independent ad hoc criminal tribunal with a bench of international judges to bring perpetrators before a court and to hand down sentences. Europe, Commissioner, has to be in the lead here. It has to bring the UN on board. It has to show international leadership and press for the establishment of a special tribunal. The signal to the world will be clear and unequivocal. Russian war criminals will not escape punishment because the impunity for this rupture of civilization will be the bitterest defeat for the international community. Let justice be done and let us commemorate the
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Veronika Vrecionová. I have 1 minute.
Buča, Irpiň, Dnipro, to jsou nejznámější případy zvěrstev, které Rusko spáchalo na Ukrajině. Jsou nejznámější, ale
These are the examples of what Russia has done in the Ukraine. They're the only ones that are known to us, but there are many, many more. The civilian population is suffering, is being killed. There are numerous such examples. These particular atrocities have to be punished, and for that reason it is absolutely necessary to establish a war crimes tribunal on the Ukraine. And we must really resort to justice with regard to these issues. Putin, Shoigu, Lavrov, and numerous other individuals in Russia have to be brought before this particular tribunal. Lukashenko in Belarus, the same applies for him. So it is necessary for us to punish those who...
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Halicki for 1 minute.
Pani Przewodnicząca,
Madam President, dear Commissioner, I welcome the fact that following many pleas on our part for such a tribunal to be created, after all this time we all agree that it should be created. My plea is for it to happen quickly. Ukraine needs weapons, that's true, but Ukraine also needs financial assistance, no doubts about it, but it also needs hope for justice, because crime cannot go unpunished and criminals cannot enjoy impunity. This is not about an ad hoc tribunal which would be unprecedented. We did have such tribunals. We have the legal grounds. An example of Yugoslavia, Lebanon, Sierra Leone, or the tribunal in Nuremberg. So let us act quickly, because such a tribunal would be an important message with regard to our security and also a message to Putin. Your time is up, Mr. Putin. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Pat. You have 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, head kolleegid, rahvusvaheline...
Dear colleagues, International Tribunal to condemn Russia's war crimes and to administer responsibility must be created. The European Union and other countries who abide by international law must join forces so that no crime remains unpunished and no criminal unpunished. I don't have the illusion that we can set up such a tribunal until we have Russia on the Security Council. So we have to establish an international coalition to set up the tribunal, and the European Union must assume the lead role. We have already identified more than 60,000 war crimes. We have multiple mass graves of civilians. We have thousands of people killed when their residences were bombed. The UN observation mission has identified more than 7,000 civilians killed and wounded. 14 million people have been forced to leave their homes. All these killings and crimes have perpetrators, but they also have people who gave the orders. All of these must be punished. And an international tribunal is the least that the European Union and the world can do for the victims of these crimes in Ukraine. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Głos zabierze pani poseł Sandra Kalniete.
Thank you very much. Now Madam Kalniete for 1 minute.
Madam President, Commissioner, aggression against any country is the most heinous crime. Therefore, the leaders of Russia have to answer for their act of aggression and the atrocities that have been committed as a result of it. The acts of terror, murdered civilians, millions of refugees destroyed, and the valuable cultural artifacts that were stolen. Russia's aggression is an attempt by a totalitarian power to destroy democracy and threaten peace and stability in Europe and the world. I have no doubt that the special tribunal will be created, and it will hold Putin and his generals to account, as well as Lukashenko for allowing Belarus territory to be used for the commission of this aggression. Such a tribunal will be a warning to the leaders of non-democratic states that an end is coming to impunity for acts of aggression which have existed almost without exception since the end of the Second World War. Therefore, while Russia is continuing its atrocities, we must make haste to supply Ukraine with modern anti-air defence systems so that we can bring the war to a swifter end and that justice will prevail.
Poseł Andrzej Kowaczew, 1 minuta.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Kovachev. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. There is no excuse for Kremlin's crime in Ukraine, and they cannot remain unpunished. And already now the European institutions must take the initiatives to establish an international tribunal against the Russian crimes. There are thousands and thousands of different nationalities that have suffered at the hand of the Russian aggressors, and Russians as well, civilians and soldiers. And I would like to finish with something Vasil Levski, a national hero of Bulgaria, said in the 19th century. He was asked, what are you going to do after Bulgaria's liberation? He said, I will go to Russia and I will work for its freedom, because the Russians are under greater suppression than us Bulgarians. It was the 19th century. We're the 21st, and it is still the case in Russia. And what happened in Germany after 45 must happen again with regard to Russia, and it will only benefit the Russian nation.
Mandl, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mandl, for 1 minute.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, what we're discussing this evening and will vote on a resolution on is to establish a special tribunal to deal with those who are responsible for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. It's just less than a year since the war began. We've been talking about this tribunal for that long as well, and it must be the EU that pushes for this initiative with those who want to be on board, maybe those of goodwill in the Council of Europe, to make sure that those who are responsible in Putin's Russia will genuinely be brought to justice under the rule of law, because it's the rule of law that we're defending here. It's freedom that we're defending here, and it is important for the future that there be sentence passed on crimes that have been committed and will be committed. We owe that to the victims, to future generations, and to those who are suffering from this war, and those who are suffering under regimes who act in such a way as the Putin regime is doing today, so that in future that sort of thing can be excluded.
Thank you very much. Madam Glavak, for 1 minute.
Hvala lijepa, gospođo predsjedavajuća, kolegice I kolege. Povijest nas je naučila da...
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, history has taught us that there are rules to be observed during war as well. However, in Ukraine, daily rules of war are violated and the humanitarian crisis is getting worse and worse. It is inevitable that we have concluded that a number of war crimes has been committed and the international law has been violated. These violations are very severe and therefore those who perpetrated them need to be sanctioned. UN Commission has gathered evidence about different types of crimes committed in the territory. Sexual violence affects victims of all ages. Children are involved. Sometimes they are forced to witness crimes. And that is why we need to set up a tribunal, because every crime has a name and a surname. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Mazelis for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To paraphrase famous writers, crimes resemble each other and have to be punished. All crimes are similar in one aspect, regardless of whether they were committed by a private terrorist or by an international actor. The criminal is always afraid. The main feature of Russia's aggressive war in Ukraine is that the aggressor is a coward. Russia is afraid to be bound by international agreements providing for a fair and impartial trial. Maybe they know better than us in what abyss of brutality they have fallen. Therefore, to avoid responsibility, Russia is not bound by the Rome Statute of the ICC. It has not ratified this statute. Russia is demonstrating its shameless impunity in the Security Council of the UN as well. In this way, Russia feels free to commit unthinkable barbaric atrocities. This resolution is absolutely necessary. With it, we will send an important message to like-minded people and people of goodwill all over the world. As for Belarus, we are reminding the Belarusian Batka that offering a launching pad for terror actions is also terror. Thank you.
Głos zabierze pan poseł Krzysztof Hetman.
Mr. Krzysztof Hetman for 1 minute. Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Mariupol, Bucha, Irpin. Just 3 names of locations out of several dozen, several hundred, where horrible war crime has been committed by Russians. 21 mass graves, thousands of exhumated bodies, over 16,000 murdered civilians, 5,000 sites where torture was applied to, finally thousands of children who have been kidnapped. All those crimes have to be judged and perpetrators must be brought to justice. This is why the European Union must make this tremendous effort in order to support the establishment of a special tribunal, special court, which will judge all those, starting from those who pressed the button to release the missile that hit the building in Dnipro, right through all those who have been giving their commands all the way through to Putin. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Nuno Melo, for 1 minute.
Commissioner, colleagues, when human beings are executed with their hands tied and their heads covered, that's a war crime. When women and children aged from 4 to 82 are being raped by Russian soldiers. Those are war crimes. When hospitals and residential buildings are bombed, indiscriminately killing men, women, and children, and old people, that's another war crime being committed. If you use fragmentation bombs and other arms banned under international treaties, you're committing war crimes. In the 21st century, humanity must not be forced to accept medieval violence and coexist with something we haven't seen since the Second World War. So whether or not you are a member of the International Criminal Court cannot be cited as a reason not to apply the justice required by death and destruction, and that all peoples are calling for. And that's what the European Parliament here must support.
Rozpoczynamy procedurę Catch the Eye.
We now move to the Catch the Eye procedure. We have 7 people. We have 5 minutes, but I will allow everyone to speak. The first one is Madame Šojdrová.
Thank you very much, dear Vice President. Dear colleagues, we have heard many solid arguments for the establishment of the Special Tribunal to prosecute the crimes of aggression against Ukraine perpetrated by the political and military leadership of the Russian Federation. One of these perpetrators is, without any doubt, the so-called Russian Children's Rights Commissioner, Ms. Belova. There are almost 14,000 confirmed cases of forced deportation of Ukrainian children, and this woman oversees the whole process. These actions further contribute to Putin's systematic attempts to eradicate the Ukrainian nation. Those crimes of aggression against Ukrainian children should be among many others to be investigated by the Special Tribunal. Let me quote the Nobel Peace Prize laureate and campaigner for creating a special international tribunal, Alexander Matviichuk, head of the Center of Civil Liberties. We have to prove that the rule of law does work and justice does exist, even if they are delayed. So I have a hope that we will move forward. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani poseł.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yordanov, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Victory will come with the force of arms, and justice will prevail by the creation of an international tribunal. And those brought to that tribunal must be the politicians who planned, who masterminded and ordered the aggression against Ukraine, as well as the generals, the officers, the foot soldiers who were perpetrators of crimes in Ukrainian territory. And the first that should be brought to that tribunal is, of course, Vladimir Putin himself. And here we must express our democratic will, our democratic conviction that in today's world, crimes as the Russian crimes in Ukraine today cannot remain unpunished. Where there is a will, I say, there will be justice. Thank you.
Głos zabierze pani poseł Miriam Lexman.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Madam Lexman.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, destruction of homes and cities, thousands killed, mass executions, rape or forced deportations, Russian war of aggression against Ukraine brings untold suffering every day. This evil is an attack on all basic moral and legal principles. As such, the leadership of the Russian Federation must one day face justice for crimes against aggression and crimes against peace. Justice must prevail, not least to bring a measure of justice to the victims, even if it cannot resurrect the lost loved ones. As Justice Robert Jackson told at the opening of the Nuremberg trials in 1945, we must never forget that the record on which we judge these defenders is the record on which history will judge upon us tomorrow. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Pani poseł, głos.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Ruiz de Veza. You have 1 minute.
Señora Presidenta.
Thank you, President. First of all, if you don't mind, I have a point of order. There's a list of 8 members of the EPP ending the original list of speakers, and then catch the eye. You've taken another 3 EPP members. Surely it would have been more reasonable to alternate with the other groups who had requested to speak under catch the eye. But be that as it may, it's very clear what this House is calling for. And Commissioner Reinders, I have to say that you were rather vague in your initial statement. You said you were looking at a working paper. Yes, well, that's what you have technical staff for, but you haven't given us any substantial reason why, following the first initiative taken by this House, with the text we adopted in April and the resolution in May, you're still refusing to tell us clearly that you're in favour of setting up the special tribunal. What are you waiting for? The technicalities can be worked out subsequently. Please give the political signal. You have 5 political groups in this House who have asked you to do this. There are only 2 members, one on the far right and one on the far left, who were opposed.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Głos zabierze pan poseł.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Lopez Aguilar for 1 minute. Please be disciplined and stick to your time.
Comisario Reinders, me cuento entre quienes concluyen que los reveses y las crisis.
Well, thank you very much. The crises that we see, like this war of aggression, illegal, unjust, and criminal, this ought to push the European Union towards playing a role, a relevant role. Globalization not only of intelligence, of trade, of the digital realm, but of law, of penal law, and of fighting against impunity and war crimes. It's not easy because the European Union has to maintain its unity, not only supporting Ukraine in this war with Putin, but bringing together the international community to work in a concerted fashion. This particular tribunal would go hand in hand with other existing tribunals for war crimes, but it requires will, political will, working together in a concerted fashion, once again, with political will, with the international community, with the United Nations. It is very important to work together with the UN War Crimes Tribunal. When there's a will, when the will is there, a way can be found. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelleher.
Crimes against humanity, war crimes, crimes of aggression. Unfortunately, there's no shortage of those crimes in Ukraine as I speak here tonight. Having witnessed Bucha and the shallow graves where young men were bound and shot in the back of the head, meeting women who had been violently raped in their homes by Russian soldiers as they retreated from Kiev last April, and seeing firsthand the destruction of towns and villages north of Kiev in February and March of last year. We have no shortage of evidence, Commissioner. What we need now is will, the will to act. Not just the European Union. The European Union must show the lead. It must be the lead in this. But it must build a coalition internationally of like-minded countries that are supportive of the concept of justice and the rule of law. Putin is responsible for all the crimes in Ukraine. He is the man that sent the Russian troops to kill Ukrainians, to plunder Ukrainian towns, to rape Ukrainian women, and to destroy the lives of multiple communities across the entirety of the country. We must show leadership, and we must ask the world to follow us to ensure the rule of law is upheld and people are held accountable for the dastardly deeds and crimes in Ukraine.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Pierrette Hesberger-Fofana.
Présidente, il y a une erreur. Je fais le...
There was a mistake there, I think. I'm doing catch the eye for Iran for the next topic. Sorry.
La carte trop tôt.
I put my card in too early.
Pour l'Iran, oui. Merci.
Dobrze. Zanotujemy, że...
Very well then, duly noted, catch the eye for you during the debate on Iran. Now I give the floor to Mr. Commissioner. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'd like to thank you for this debate and for your support to the initiatives that have been taken to try and reach into is carrying on to try and pursue the idea of prosecuting international crimes. I have heard some comments on war crimes, other forms of crime committed in Ukraine. We have a central role to play in the prosecution and implementation of procedures to prosecute war crimes, crimes against humanity, or the crime of genocide. I'll recall that Eurojust is at the heart of the debate to garner evidence that will apply to crimes of aggression, but also other forms of crime as well. And they are exchanging information with all other judicial bodies, be they in Ukraine, the ICC, or elsewhere. There are all sorts of actions that are being taken, condemnations in their dozens in Ukraine against crimes that have been committed. The member states also have taken measures. So I don't think there should be any doubt here. All of these crimes are covered by a certain number of actions that have been taken, and it's obvious that the perpetrators of these crimes will have to know for the rest of their days that they can be brought before justice in one manner or another. Maybe I can recall that the commitment is very clear from the Commission to try and find solutions to implement a form of jurisdiction that will allow to take into consideration the crime of aggression. We're working with the Ukrainian authorities, with members of the Union, with the UN, with international partners. Many people have mentioned this already, but I said it earlier. We need to act, we need to show an example, we need to deal with the problem of immunity that we need to deal with. In order to achieve that, we need broad-ranging international support. I've heard the comments on trying to get support from the United Nations. We're working on that track as well, but as you're aware, the implementation of a special tribunal of the or political, it is extremely complicated in that nexus, and we have to make sure that we allow the International Criminal Court to play the central role that is due to it. So we want to make sure that partners ratify the Statute of Rome. Ukraine, for example, but we're also asking the largest number of states as well to ratify the Statute of Rome when it comes to the crime of aggression as well. I said earlier, in trying to sound out solutions to find an implementation of that form of jurisdiction, we have started a first step, and that first step is establishing an international prosecution office to start or continue investigations, to gather proof and evidence of crimes of aggression, and that's being done already. As an international prosecutor's office that's being established, we're talking with Ukraine, with Eurojust, with the International Criminal Court, with the member states. And I hope that we'll be able to make speedy progress along that path. The resolution of the Commission is to make headway against impunity of all those crimes that I've already enumerated, and I think that's clear. Crimes against humanity, crimes of genocide, there are tools already. When it comes to the crime of aggression, we will unwaveringly continue our work with the partners I've cited already, but we will also try and establish that first step of putting in place an international prosecutor's office, and that is what we're already and have been in discussions about this. We're trying to make headway day by day with the Ukrainian authorities, the International Criminal Court, and Eurojust as well. In any case, thank you very much for your proof of support. And I think we need to look at the fact that there are crimes that exist already and can be punished, and the crime of aggression, where we're attempting to bring together enough interest to go in that same direction. Thank you very much.
Zamykam debatę. Głosowanie odbędzie się w
The debate is closed. We will be voting on Thursday. We are moving on to the next point on our agenda. This is the statement by the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, EU response to the protests and executions in Iran. I give the floor on behalf of the Vice President and the High Representative. I give the floor to Commissioner Reynders.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, thank you for having added this debate to the agenda of the plenary. And like you said, I'm intervening today replacing the High Representative Borrell, who unfortunately could not be present for this debate. I cannot begin my intervention without condemning once again the execution of Alireza Akbari last Saturday. He was a British Iranian national, a citizen of Europe. The European Union and its member states were united in their response. The statement of High Representative Borrell on behalf of the European Union condemned the execution in the strongest terms and called on the Iranian authorities to pursue a consistent policy towards the abolition of capital punishment. The internal situation in Iran continues to be a source of great concern. The current uprisings reveal deep frustration. The key demands of the current protest are respect for fundamental human rights, dignity, and real change. However, the intensity of the protest seems to have decreased in the past weeks. This is probably also due to mass arrests and execution of protesters. The crackdown has now moved to the courtrooms, where harsh sentences, including death sentences, are used as a tool of repression. 4 protesters were executed, one of them publicly. Capital punishment is an unacceptable denial of human dignity and integrity, and we aim at its universal abolition. As part of a strong and coordinated reaction, the European Union and most member states summoned the respective Iranian ambassadors last week to strongly demand an end to this unacceptable course of action. People of Iran, as anywhere else, have the right to peaceful protest. Fundamental rights must be respected in all circumstances. It is still unclear how many people have been killed or arrested in connection with the protests. NGOs estimate that at least 500 people have died. Unofficial data speak of over 18,000 people arrested. Reports of abuse and mistreatment perpetrated against protesters while in custody are also a matter of serious concern. This debate is a timely opportunity to discuss the response of the European Union and its member states to the way the Iranian regime is handling these protests, as well as to reflect on the way forward. The declaration of High Representative Borrell of 25 September 2022, issued on behalf of the 27 member states, and the EP resolution of 6 October 2022 testifies to the quick reaction of the European Union and its member states to any attempt to crack down on fundamental rights and freedoms. Over the past 3 months, the Council added 60 individuals and 8 entities to the list of those subject to restrictive measures, due to their role in the death of Mahsa Amini and the violent response to the ensuing demonstrations. And let me state clearly that this approach will continue as long as necessary, as outlined in the Council conclusions adopted last December. At the same time, we welcome the establishment of a fact-finding mechanism created by the UN Human Rights Council, as well as the appointment of its 3 experts. We now look forward to seeing the fact-finding mechanism at work, strengthening accountability for human rights violations across the world is at the core of our external policy approach. It is crucial that the European Union and its member states continue to send strong and clear messages to Iran, in line with what has been done so far. Iran will feature again on the agenda of the upcoming Foreign Affairs Council, and I assure you that all options for the European Union to respond to events in Iran remain on the table. I thank you, of course, for your attention, but I look forward to our debate and to receive your observations and proposals. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję w imieniu Grupy Europejskiej.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the PPE, Mr. Zazalejos, for 2 minutes.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Well, thank you very much, President, Commissioner. It's clear that the response to the protest and the executions in Iran cannot be a kind of normal, relaxed procedure. We have to provide a firm response. And we have to be very, very well defined in how we condemn these particular policies. What's taking place in Iran and the terrible internal repression and the acts of destabilization which are being conducted by the Iranian government, which goes beyond the domestic scene as well. It is a very serious regime. And we know that there are serious restrictions which go beyond the moral, political spheres. But what we have to do is we have to present a position of maximum unity on the part of this Parliament. That's what we're trying to cobble together in this resolution and with this debate and with future texts. We need solidarity. We need to work together. We have to continue into the future. There has to be a continuum to this work as well. And we have to make it quite clear what our policies are, that there will be consequences to the measures that have been taken by the Iranian regime. There will be an issue of accountability as well. The Revolutionary Guard is one of the key pillars of the regime there, and it has to be put on the list of terrorist organizations as well. We have to implement the sanctions in a consistent fashion. We have to support Iranians in Iran and outside of Iran as well. We have to protect exiles and refugees as well, minorities, particularly those that are threatened. And we have to bolster the diplomatic initiatives as well and intensify communication and contact with those which are against the regime. And we have to work against the internet block, which has been implemented by the regime as well, supporting liberty, rule of law. It is the responsibility of European citizens, of the European institutions as well, to take very, very firm steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the S&D Group, Madam Inchir, for 1 minute.
Colleagues, Commissioner, the words woman, life, freedom embodies liberty. Liberty for all people is achieved through real actions. Time is now to consign the brutal regime of Iran to the dustbin of history. Words of the international community are not enough anymore, though. Actions are crucial if we want to stop delaying the moment of freedom. EU must designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization. EU must sanction the leadership of the regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran, including their families. The words Jin, Jian, Azadi are three words that a couple of months ago one heard in Jina Mahsa Amini's birthplace, the Kurdistan region, but they are now echoed all over Iran. The women of Iran have had enough, the whole population have had enough of decades of oppression. Let us listen to their voices. Let us send a clear message to the mullahs. Mardum ra nakoshid. Zan, zandagi, azadi. Woman, life, freedom.
Dziękuję pani poseł.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew, Madam Frédérique Ries, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, indeed, in French too, we say women, life and freedom. Yesterday in Strasbourg, we had approximately 15,000 Iranian protesters here who'd come from all around Europe for the women and the freedom to speak against the Revolutionary Guard, which the armed branch of repression. Protesters were hanged this week because behind the women, the whole people are rising and making the regime tremble. The Commission is marking the pace now. We need to be very stringent on the sanctions, first of all, at the highest level against the President and the Revolutionary Guards. They must be placed on the list of terrorist organisations. And then there are our hostages, 25 Europeans, including the a Belgian citizen, condemned in a travesty of justice. I will wind up, Madam President. The great justice is that the great challenge is that we have to address the appeal from the women and also defend our hostages. So we need to work all together and use our collective clout to get them all freed.
On behalf of the Green EFA, I give Urtasun.
4 young men have been executed for their involvement in the peaceful protests in Iran following the death of Jina Mahsa Amini. All of them were subject to expedite trials that did not meet the minimum guarantees of fair trial and due process, and in some cases their families were only informed of their execution after it happened. Those are the first of another 26 protesters whom the Iranian authorities are currently seeking to impose the death penalty. The disproportionate crackdown on protesters in Iran has reached unprecedented levels of violence and disregard for human life. Hundreds of peaceful protesters have been killed by Iranian security forces and thousands more have been arrested. The Iranian regime should be held accountable for the killing of its own people. The systemic impunity of the Iranian government, the IRGC and its security apparatus cannot continue to be the rule. This is why we should continue to impose targeted sanctions and to significantly enlarge those and to have a better implementation of those to all those people involved in the violent crackdown on those peaceful protesters, but also to insist on the need of an independent investigation with international organisations on these violations and to persecute the perpetrators. Tomorrow, I'm very happy that the Parliament will speak with one strong voice by approving a very strong text of solidarity with the people of Iran. The people of Iran deserve not only our solidarity and support, but also justice, respect and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the ID Group, I give the floor to Dominique Bild. 1 minute.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. About 4,000 kilometres from here, there's terror and fear trying to undermine the spirit of hope. Despite the heavy-handed nature of the regime, there are many women without their veils walking freely on the streets to show that Iran isn't just a result of the 1979 Islamic Revolution, but it's a civilization that has many gods and goddesses from the past and hasn't always repressed women. We have to support this spirit. We have to get rid of this hypocrisy that's there, that we also see in our institutions, unfortunately. Shame on those who try to talk down the freedom of women in Iran. Shame on those people who see the emancipation there but pursue suppression here. And We don't want people supporting freedom in Iran, but then allowing repression of women here in France, in the Netherlands, in Belgium and elsewhere. There should be equality between women and men. There should be freedom equally for both women and men, not unequal freedom. We have to understand the huge chance that our culture gives to our citizens and see how it can be so fragile if it isn't defended tooth and nail. Thank you.
Dziękuję pani poseł w imieniu Grupy Europejskich Konserwatywów.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the ECR group, Mr. Herman Terch, for a minute and a half.
People in Iran, well, it's very, very clear that it is one of the worst enemies of freedom in the world. It has been that for over 40 years. Opposition has been torn apart, shredded, killed, and death is part of the regime. This has been going on for many years, but Europe has always had a position of transigence, finding ways to conduct business with Iran when people were suffering under a brutal regime. That has been the case over the last 40 years. Iran at this point in time has sequestered the entire region. Syria with Hezbollah, Lebanon with Hezbollah as well, half of Iraq as well has been sequestered and is essentially occupied by Iranian interests, and its expansion continues. It's helping Russia in its war of aggression against Ukraine, and it has been involved in Latin America to a considerable extent, where in Venezuela and other countries they've been involved in illicit trafficking of money laundering and numerous different illicit, illegal activities. Supporting different regimes there which have acted terribly. And let's not forget that many of these regimes, which have been supported by the left here, have been associates of Iran as well. Madame Mogherini actually even went to Tehran after a series of killings that took place there. We have to also include the Revolutionary Guard in the list of terrorist organizations. It's absolutely imperative to call for a very, very close scrutinizing of the situation there and find a way to cut off from that country and to build bridges with the opposition there as well. Thank you very much.
W imieniu Grupy Lewicy w Parlamencie Europejskim GUE-NGL.
On behalf of the left GUE-NGL, I give the floor to Madame Ernst.
Well, first of all, I'd like to pay tribute to the victims, the women, the children, the men who've been killed, who've been executed, and a regime that even kills children, I'm sorry, has no raison d'etre. And we are on the side of the family, relatives, the friends, the 18,000 people who've been arrested, and those elsewhere in the world who have suffered at the hands of Iranian drones. We have to bring capital punishment to an end. We need to hear clear statements along those lines here in this Parliament. We support any sanction that is targeted against those perpetrators of such a regime with such heinous policies, and we don't support any sanctions aimed at the Iranian society. Now, I would say we have to do much more. I would call on all 705 members of this House to personally do their utmost to help those who are arrested, those who are on death row, make partnerships, exert pressure on the various international institutions, but also Iranian institutions as well. Make sure that in our 27 member states that not one single person can be deported to Iran. We need to have an effective, a genuinely effective stop to deportations from be satisfied with that. Iranian civil society needs much more, needs support in their networking, in their resistance to help a free Iran. It needs our heart and our soul.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the non-attached, Mr. Puigdemont, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. For Iranians, who are victims of the oppressive regime of the Ayatollahs. The EU is not just the Commission, the Parliament or the Council. It is also the heads of state and government of its member countries. The EU speaks to the world from this Parliament, but so does each European leader with their actions. The intensity of the statements of the European institutions are unquestionable. In this, we are the champions. But these messages are not compatible with the fact that just 4 weeks ago, European leaders attended the World Cup in Qatar, which is one of Iran's main allies, business as usual, while the regime of the Ayatollahs repressed and killed. Statements are good, but actions are better. Thank you.
Dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Ahojska, for 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz.
Thank you very much, Chair. President, Commissioner, the Iranian revolution has the face of a young woman who is burning the veil as a sign of protest against the repression aimed mainly at women. Right now, this revolution is being headed by brave Iranian women, reaching far beyond simply women's rights. The protesters are demanding far-reaching reforms and the removal of the regime. We have 28 cities in Iran which are being covered. I would like to introduce an 18-year-old Rashad, who has been condemned to death, whom I'm covering with my work. He was condemned in September in 2022. He was arrested, and at the first stage of investigation, he was tortured, and the whole group of people participating in those protests were forced to admit to their wrongdoings, alleged wrongdoings. Each one of us can work for the benefit of individual prisoners and their fate. I believe that the fate of this revolution may be crucial for the fate of the world and all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Pizzula, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, we must not stay silent on what is happening in Iran. People are dying, fighting for freedom, and the actions of the Iranian regime are twilight of humanity. Death, punishment, and torture are weaponized on people that are exercising their basic rights. The Iranian regime is brutal, cynical, and barbaric. In their desperation and increased isolation, the regime is even using technology and facial recognition for oppression of its citizens. Moreover, we can only condemn their drone-based partnership with Russian invaders in Ukraine. We have to continue to strongly support the Iranian people. It's crucial to call for decisive EU response, and the Revolutionary Guard must be put on the list of terror organizations. Our message to the regime needs to be loud and clear. Stop killing your people.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Bart Grotwis. 1 minute.
Madam President, dear Commissioner, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, has conducted many illegal hostages and killings, of course, in Iran, but increasingly on European soil. Members of the IRGC, nonetheless, send their children to study here in Europe. Social media platforms in Europe are being flooded with outrageous IRGC propaganda. And the IRGC holds financial assets here across this continent. And this will luckily all end soon. This House wants the IRGC to be labelled a terrorist organisation. This House will vote to impose costs on the IRGC. And by doing so, we demonstrate our support to the brave Iranian people. But let this also be a signal to so many Chinese companies like Huawei on the brink of helping Iran developing an even more brutal surveillance state to even further suppress the Iranian people. And to Russia, buying IRGC drones, selling them Su-35 fighter jets. This cannot be without consequences. The dangerous ideology of the IRGC has no place here in Europe. And Zan Zedegi Azadi starts with putting and listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Głos zabierze pani poseł Hanna Neumann.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Madam Neumann.
Yesterday, 12,000 people came to Strasbourg to demonstrate for a free Iran and against its brutal regime. And this regime is under pressure because people in Iran are even willing to die for a brighter future. And we, the European Union, should not be the ones stabilizing a regime while its own people fight for its downfall. So how can our High Representative on the one side denounce executions and at the same time meet the Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs on the red carpet in Amman? How can he speak about reviving the JCPOA if the only thing that comes out of it is the international reputation and recognition that the regime urgently needs? So the time for this ambiguous policy is over. As long as the brutal crackdown on protests continues, we should not negotiate. As long as the Revolutionary Guards terrorize their own people and the whole region, we should treat them as terrorists and put them on the sanctions list. The Iranian people have taken to the streets in Iran and all over the world, and they ask for our support. I stand with them, and so should all of us. Baroye Asadi.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Campomenozzi. 1 minute.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you, Commissioner Tobia. Io sono anche membro della...
I'm also a member of the delegation for relations with Iran. We've had many debates on the situation there, even before the crisis that broke out in September. Now, some of us had already spoken out against some of the events. Now, maybe some of the blood that has been shed might have been avoided had we done more. The Akamari case is an extremely serious example, but I do hope at the next part session we won't have to have another debate of this type, because there are too many very serious cases. Apart from the blood that's been shed, there are cyber attacks on a European country in Albania, and then there's the drones that was mentioned earlier in the debate on Ukraine. They've been supplying drones to Russia. Our sanctions are too timid. We need to sustain the struggle against that regime. Here in this House, there are those who were too keen to defend a nuclear agreement, which is quite indefensible. We cannot be giving a gift to Iran. We can't be gifting them the status of an atomic power. Another brave gesture, however symbolic it might be, would be the inclusion of the Revolutionary Guard Corps on our list of terrorist organizations. So I look to the Commission to redouble its efforts. Thank you.
Panie pośle, głos zabierze pani poseł Eugenia
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Rodriguez Palop for 1 minute.
Señora Presidenta.
President, Mohammadi Sayed, 2 young people of 21 and 26 years of age were executed after having been tortured for protesting against the Iranian government. Ali Reza Akbari was executed accused of espionage. Hundreds of people have died in the protests with the brutal acts of the Revolutionary Guards. There have been very violent acts against dissidents, against women, against LGBTQI individuals, against ethnic minorities. Impunity is all over the place there. Madam Loufari, Nassari, and a number of others who fought for the rights of women have been condemned to 140 lashings and other similar such brutal punishments as well. So we need to provide that solidarity that the people of Iran ever so desperately need.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Lucas Mandel for 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, the Iranian regime is a threat to the inside and to the outside, and it has been a threat to its own people, to the region, especially to Israel, and to the world, actually, for many, many years. And the world, also the free world, has done a lot in order to seek the one or the other opportunity to calm down the tensions within Iran and to calm down Iran as a player on a global scene, but it didn't happen. It became even worse. It is no surprise that those regimes who harm their own people, those regimes who harm others, those regimes who follow ideologies of hatred align more and more on this planet. When it comes to Iran and Russia, the Iranian regime and the Russian regime, we see this very clear picture. This is why it's important to support the freedom movement within Iran. This is why it's important to strengthen the sanctions we have already in place towards the Iranian regime, because this regime is rotten, morally rotten. No matter what they present to the world or what they try to present the world with, it's a morally rotten regime of criminals.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Santos for 1 minute.
A pena de morte é anacronismo.
The death penalty is an inhuman, degrading anachronism. The brutality with which the Iranian regime responded to the peaceful protests of men, women, young people, calling in the streets for freedom, life and democracy, cannot be permitted. What's going on in Iran, with the death penalty being wielded and people being condemned to death as a tool of terror, must lead to an unequivocal response from the European Union. And that's why it's vital that we strengthen the sanctions we've adopted, including a wider, more comprehensive range of the authorities affected. We have to support activists, journalists, and everyone who now need international protection. At the same time, we have to bolster our support to civil society on the part of our various diplomatic corps. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps must be included on our list of terrorist organizations. We demand the release, the unconditional release and return of European citizens held in Iran. Death to death, long live life, as Victor Hugo said.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Rodriguez Ramos for 1 minute.
Asistimos horrorizados a...
So we continue to be horrified by the executions, the assassinations by the Iranian regime, killing young demonstrators, the terrible anguish caused to the families of those 26 individuals on death row. But we know that condemnation to death is not only a situation in Iran, but elsewhere as well. But Iran was the first country in the world, nonetheless, to execute women. It is number one as far as executions of women. So silence is terrible under these horrific conditions that exist there. We have to have clear sanctions against Iran. And that's why we request that this resolution emphasize that the Revolutionary Guard be put on the terrorist list and that we sanction its members individually. We did sanction some in 2019, but it have to be more widespread. And we have to prioritize women as well. Women are, with the Women Life Freedom movement, are on the vanguard of these demonstrations right now. And they need action. They need support. There has to be emergency support provided for these individuals to protect their lives. And Europe has to be much more consistent in its support for the demonstrators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jadot, for 1 minute. You have the floor.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 4 months now since the assassination of Mahsa Amini. 4 months where women, mostly women, have risked their lives, and others indeed have been out on the street to carry out a revolution, an extraordinary revolution, a revolution of conscience, a revolution of hearts and bodies against politics, for freedom, against a corrupt regime that oppresses, that tortures, that assassinates, that condemns to death and executes. A revolution against a regime that is scared of women, that is scared of people, of men, of young people, of freedom, and transforms that fear into terror against the people of Iran. It is high time, and that's why in the resolution we want to defend those vivacious forces in Iran. In order to do that, we need to bring to book the militia of death, and that is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It is this rotten branch of the corrupt regime. So this Parliament should do its work, and then it's high time that the Council and Commission does its work to sanction this regime.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Björk, for 1 minute.
Thank you. Women, life, freedom. These protests that was started by a Kurdish woman have grown to a revolution. Women and men in Iran are showing extreme courage, and the protests have grown to an enormous mobilization. People are continuing to protest, risking their lives and freedoms for freedom. The regime has answered with only violence. Protesters are being jailed, tortured, and even executed. Death penalties are handed down and executions are carried out. It is a horrendous situation. Ethnic minorities are being persecuted, not least Kurdish minorities also, women, LGBTQI people. And yesterday it was a big demonstration here outside the European Parliament in Strasbourg. And people are asking us to do more, to stand by the protesters, to stand with all those that are brave enough to stand up against the regime. And we will continue to do all we can. We have to stop the executions. We have to achieve the abolishment of the death penalty. We have to stop deportations from our own member states back to Iran. We have to sanction those key actors who repress the population. We will have to continue to stand with the brave population as long as it takes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Javi Lopez. You have 1 minute.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President. The history of human rights in Iran is atrocious. We know that there's been systematic violation of human rights. Human liberties have not been respected. Minorities have been repressed, persecuted. We've had extrajudicial executions as well. But we have to raise our voices against the brutal Iranian regime, the brutal way that they've dealt with the demonstrations in the country after the killing of Mahsa Amini by the Revolutionary Guard. But what should we do? What should Europeans do? What ought our response ought to be? We need a change in external policy of the European Union, of the member states as well, with regard to Iran. We need a policy of sanctions against those responsible in this brutal regime for this repression, and we have to deliver a message to young people, to women that are on the forefront right now of these protests, that we will not leave them, that we will not abandon them, they will not be left alone, that we will will go along with them hand in hand in support their particular effort, protesting against this horrific regime.
Getta, 1 minuta.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Guetta. 1 minute.
Mais pourquoi
Why are they hanging so many young people? To scare people, of course. To persuade men, women and children to... No, they shouldn't be going into the streets shouting against the regime. But there's more to that. If there's so much terror there, it's because they've no more cards to play. Even the most remote provinces have even more mobilised people than the big cities. White-collar and blue-collar workers are also coming out protesting, men and women. In the 21st century, Iran wants to live in freedom. The whole of Iran is rising up. They don't want your regime anymore. They don't want your revolutionary guards. They don't want your religious hypocrisy and your murders. The more people you hang, the fewer days you will have ahead of you, because there's only the executioner, the murderer, your days are numbered.
Bardzo dziękuję. Głos zabierze...
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Dietmar Köster, for 1 minute. You have the floor.
Seit 4 Monaten setzen die...
For 4 months now, people in Iran have been putting their lives on the line to fight for their rights, and it is our task to encourage this revolution and support it with all means necessary. Stability and peace in the Middle East will only exist once the Mullah regime is brought down. Security for Israel will only be there when the anti-Semitic regime is replaced by a democracy. The terrorism of these people has to stop. The Revolutionary Guard has to be put on the list of terrorists. The JCPOA has no future. For Amrin, for Libretza, for Morfin, for all of those who have been tortured, executed and tortured. Stop killing your people. Woman, life, freedom.
Bardzo dziękuję. W ramach procedury...
Thank you very much. Now we're opening Catch the Eye. We have just one person, Madam Pierrette van Hersbergen Fofana, for 1 minute.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. The revolt of the Iranian people started from the murder of Mahsa Amini by the Iranian police because she had a single lock of hair that wasn't covered. The people of Iran are calling for justice, freedom and equality for women. In other words, they want to live according to their own ideals. The Iranian regime has responded with excessive violence, summary justice, executions. That's not going to stop this desire for freedom and the restoration of democracy, however. Yes, there will be children whose parents will lose them. I could give you any number of names, but that's the price of freedom. Are we going to stand by and see this massacre going on so close to Europe? We restate our solidarity and our unconditional support for the people of Iran. The European Union must strengthen its sanctions so as to save human lives and, above all, review its refugee policy so that everyone fleeing that despotic regime can find safety with us.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the High Representative of the European Union on security policy and foreign policy, I give the floor to Commissioner Reinders.
The debate today testifies that we all share the same concerns regarding the human rights situation in Iran and shows our strong determination to react promptly to any attempt to crack down on fundamental rights and freedoms. The High Representative follows the Iran file personally, and Iran is on the agenda at the next Foreign Affairs Council. The European Union and its member states will continue to speak up and act. The Council will consider all the options at its disposal. including new restrictive measures relating to the Islamic Revolutionary Guards. At the same time, as EU representatives, we will continue to use every opportunity in all direct exchanges with the Iranian authorities to convey our unequivocal stance on human rights and demand full respect for the fundamental rights of Iranian citizens. Concerning the detention of dual national and EU citizens in Iran, we work in close coordination with the member states involved. We are using every opportunity to express our firmest disapproval to the Iranian authorities towards the disturbing and unacceptable growing number of cases involving EU citizens arbitrarily detained. Vous avez mentionné la situation des citoyens belges, Olivier.
You mentioned the situation of Olivier van der Castel, a Belgian citizen. We've been in touch with the Belgian authorities who bear constant responsibility for this case, and we fully support the efforts of all the member states who find themselves in such circumstances.
Using every opportunity and every channel of communication with Iran to express our firmest disappointment towards the growing number of cases involving EU citizens. We'll continue to work to support the Iranian population and will try also to continue to support European citizens detained in Iran. Thank you again for your determination and for your support.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. We will be voting on Thursday. Let me move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the statement by the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, the road to 2023 towards a stronger EU-Latin America partnership. I give the floor to Commissioner Reynders.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear members of the European Parliament, thank you for this debate, where I'm taking the floor again in replacement of the High Representative Vice President Borrell, who could not be present this evening. 2023 will be an important year for the EU's relations with Latin America and the Caribbean. The region is too often approached through the prism of crisis and upheavals. We are following closely developments in Brazil, Haiti, Peru, Bolivia, or Venezuela, among others. However, at this geopolitical juncture, we should have a broader strategic perspective for the region. This is the focus of this debate. The pandemic, geopolitical tensions, the war against Ukraine, and changes in the region reinforce the need for a qualitative leap in our relationship. On both sides of the Atlantic, we want to strengthen our autonomy. In economic terms, for instance, we all want to avoid excessive dependencies and diversify value chains. But autonomy does not mean isolation. We need cooperation and agreements with reliable economic and political partners to face the three challenges of the 21st century: climate change, the technological revolution, and social cohesion. My main message today is that in these turbulent and unpredictable times, Latin America and the EU need each other more than ever. We start from solid foundations. Latin America and the Caribbean is the region of the world with whom we have one of the densest networks of agreements, 27 out of 33 countries. The European Union is the third largest destination for the exports coming from the region and the first investor in the region. The European Union, together with its member states, is also the largest contributor of development aid. Let me also recall the nearly unanimous condemnation by the states of the region of Russia's aggression on Ukraine in the United Nations General Assembly. The Latin American and Caribbean countries and the EU countries together represent more than a third of the United Nations. We share values, culture, languages, deep political, economic and family ties, and we must look to our future together. That is why the European Union has proposed a new roadmap 2023. It is based on 4 lines of action in which you, as parliamentarians, also have an important role to play. First, stepping up the political dialogue. Last October, the first bi-regional ministerial meeting since 2018 took place in Buenos Aires, co-chaired by Josep Borrell. We agreed on a joint roadmap until the end of 2023, including the organisation of a bi-regional summit, the first since 2015. Your Euro-Lat Parliamentary Assembly is highlighted in the roadmap as a key element of the democratic debate. Second line of action, advancing with the EU agreements with the region. After the recent conclusion of negotiations for the modernisation of the agreement with Chile, we must try to finalise the one with Mexico, ensure the full ratification of the agreement with Central America, complete the agreement with Mercosur, and move towards the signing of the post-Cotonou agreement with the Caribbean. Third, we need to strengthen our alliance on shared political priorities around major global challenges that we need to tackle together. The green and digital transitions, of course, but also social cohesion. The twin green and digital transitions will either be democratic and fair or they will not be. We must not leave anyone behind. Economic growth is not enough. The EU's Global Gateway will accompany this new agenda, supporting sustainable investment that reinforce our connections and help to strengthen our resilience. Co-investment is offered in digital, green, health, transport, education and research areas, always on the basis of core values and advanced social and environmental standards. This distinguishes the European model from others. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, the promotion of peace, democracy and human rights. Democracy is in decline around the world. If we want to defeat the autocratic threat and improve our democracies as spaces of freedom and justice, we must cooperate and join forces with other democracies. We cannot forget that Latin American societies are suffering in the face of poverty, inequality and violence. It is estimated that 1 in 3 Latin Americans are living in poverty and 1 in 6 in extreme poverty. Defending democracy also means enhancing our work together in favour of inclusive, just and sustainable development. In short, this region is much more than an economic partner and a market of growing importance. It is a region where crucial EU interests are at stake for the coming decades. I thank the European Parliament for its support to this vision and the need to reinforce our ties with Latin American and Caribbean at all levels. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Mam dla Państwa komunikat, ponieważ...
Thank you very much. I have a message. We are running late and we have one more point on the agenda. So now I'm closing the list of people to take the floor under the catch the eye procedure. Now I give the floor to the EPP. Mr. Lopez Gil, you have 1 minute.
Claramente quiero congratular.
I wish to give clear compliments to the High Representative on the renewed commitment the European Commission has been showing in including the Latin American and Caribbean region amongst its priorities. We recognise that the commitment it has shown since the beginning of its period of office in pursuit of that objective. As Mr. Borrell said, Latin America is much more than just a socio-economic trade partner. There's no region in the world with which we have so much in common in cultural and historic terms. The old world and our values of democracy and human rights, the fundamental pillars of our society, are things that are not forgotten there. And that's why in the forthcoming European Latin American Caribbean Summit later this year, we are calling for us to redouble our efforts where our joint agreements can help stave off the upsurge of populist movements. We can ensure stability on the basis of respect for peace and freedom and the rule of law. And that's why we're offering our full backing to these endeavours. Thank you.
On behalf of the Socialists, I would like to give the floor to Javi Lopez for 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, from the Parliament, European Parliament, this 2023 roadmap, very important for us, an expression of the will to strengthen ties with Latin America, strategic ties, because we share values, we have huge complementarity on numerous different fronts, and we need each other to protect our autonomy in the world and deal with the challenges that exist globally. Now, Latin America and Europe, why? It's necessary to construct multilateralism, support democracies, two democratic blocs, to have just growth, equal trade, to deal with the food crisis which exists throughout the world, and to avoid a bipolar world. All of this these all constitute reasons for ties and strengthening these ties with this roadmap. CELAC, speaking about these particular policies, very important, and also forging with Mercosur, Mexico and Chile, very effective trade agreements. This is absolutely imperative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew Europe, Jordi Cañas for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Reinders. At the end of last year, Mr. Borrell promoted the roadmap for 2023 to strengthen relations with Latin America and the Caribbean. And here we are in 2023. And now what? What are we going to do? Everything we haven't done over the last 3.5 years. So we're in a hurry. We've only got a year left. Now, as we're in a hurry, we only have a year left. We have to do everything we haven't done. What are our priorities going to be? Ratifying the agreement between the European Union and Mercosur. Let me repeat that. Let's achieve ratification of the EU-Mercosur agreement. That's the key point, and that's something we absolutely have to do. That there are no more excuses that the people, whether the French and German and Brazilian elections are all behind us now. Lula's back in power. What's the problem now? Mr. Borrell has always defended this. Has the whole Commission defended it? I don't know, but 2023 has to be the year of Latin America. And in pursuit of that, we must achieve the ratification of the European Union-Mercosur agreement. Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Reinders.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Greens, I give the floor to Tilly Metz.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, in Latin America, the rule of law is under attack. The democratic space is shrinking. Journalists and human rights defenders are threatened, and corruption is widespread. Extreme poverty makes every day a struggle. In particular in Central America, the security situation is extremely worrying, and to combat the gangs, we have seen how state of emergencies have been introduced. These policies have legitimated more militarization of the public security, which has led to human rights violations such as arbitrary detention, torture, and even death in prison. Here, in our exchanges, we should not only focus on sanctions, but also on prevention and social rehabilitation. As we work hard to defend democracy, fundamental rights, disinformation, equality and the environment in the EU, we should be coherent and promote the same values towards our partners. Building a mutual partnership that is based not only on trade deals, but also on cooperation and development.
Dziękuję pani poseł. W imieniu Grupy Europejskich Konserwatystów.
Thank you very much. ECR, I give the floor to Mr. Terch.
Muchas gracias. Well, thank you very much. So there's this 2020-2023 roadmap has been loudly trumpeted, and we've made, of course, this we've made this huge leap forward with this particular issue of Latin America. And Latin America has huge problems, colossal problems, which have to be dealt with. And they've gotten worse because of poverty, because of a lack of democracy, because of the systematic destruction of democratic structures as well, and the arrival of regimes all moving in the same direction, the ones that we've seen over the last couple of years, one after the other, communist, socialist from the Sao Paulo group, from the socialist and communist groups and configurations, which the Spanish communists are also a member of. Poverty has been rampant. We've seen it in Chile as well. Chile has gone down the road of Venezuela. What has happened with Colombia? Colombia has gone down the Venezuela road as well. Nicaragua, the same thing. Brazil, the same thing. So I think indeed we have to work very hard. We have to speak about the future of this continent and work together for its improvement. Thank you.
Głos zabierze pani poseł
Now, Madam Pereira, on behalf of the left in the European Parliament.
Thank you, Madam President. This strategy, the way you're trying to achieve objectives, can easily be explained on the basis of the series of declarations by Mr. Borrell. It's a neo-colonial strategy aimed at ensuring new dependency, which will only serve the interest of major economic groups with their great thirst for profit to the detriment of the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. What the conquistador, Mr. Borrell, wants to do is to navigate seas that had already been navigated as he heads off to the jungle, with Europe appropriating the resources of the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. This course of action and these unfortunate statements have to be countered by our efforts to ensure a relationship without foreign interference based on solidarity and equality on the basis of the United Nations Charter. Solidarity with the peoples, allowing them to choose their own path forward development freely.
Zabierze pan poseł David McAllister. 1 minuta.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. McAllister.
Commissioner Reinders, ladies and gentlemen, I'm enjoying this midnight session. The relations between the European Union and Latin America are not just a priority for some European countries because of their traditional bilateral relations. This partnership is a priority for the entire European Union as a whole and strategically important to strengthen the international rules-based order. But colleagues, actions speak, not words. And to ensure that our efforts are credible, let us finally complete the modernization of existing association agreements with Mexico and Chile. Let us finally sign the negotiated post-Cotonou agreement with the African, Caribbean and Pacific community. Let us finally ratify the association agreement with Central America, and let us finally finalize the EU-Mercosur agreement. Trade plays an important role. Yet these agreements are not just trade deals. These agreements are vehicles for a new and modernized agenda of cooperation. They are in the end a matter of credibility for our relationship and key to strengthening the European Union as a geopolitical actor. Colleagues, actions speak, not words. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Maria Manuel Leitão Marques.
Commissioner, 2023 is off to a good start. We're talking about what we have in common with Latin America rather than what separates us from us. In this Parliament, we finally have a positive, ambitious agenda, one which will strengthen links with that region, not just in terms of the values we share, but also fundamental partnerships in trade and cooperation, in the digital and green transitions on an equitable basis. Now, the digital agenda will shortly be brought before us. Now, it's important for us to focus not just on competition with China and the United States. We also need to look at the specifics of shared projects which will allow us to build on the work we've carried out. Artificial intelligence, and the common democratic digital agenda. Bella and Urlink are good examples. Latin America is the most natural partner for the European Union. Following the path we set on today will lead us to the achievement of our goals of close cooperation in the future.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Bilbao Barandica for 1 minute.
The relations between Latin America and the European Union require greater attention, and this particular summit, after 8 years, is very welcome. It will be an opportunity to discuss the very clear problems that exist and the necessity to have social justice and sustainability, and that ought to be a core part of our relations. We have a number of different agreements, for example, that with Mercosur and other pending agreements as well, which have to be dealt with in spheres such as governance, digital issues, and so on and so forth. We need equal development, economic development, but social development as well, to deal with poverty. This is the best way to bolster democracy, to avoid polarization, to fight populism, and to bolster and support democratic structures and rule of law. We need to make sure that stability is there, that poverty is done away with, so that we can work together effectively for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jordi Soler for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta. Reforzar seriamente
Thank you, Madam President. Seriously, systematically strengthening relations between the European Union and Latin America is something we absolutely have to do, particularly given that there's a wave of political change in Latin America, which is providing the prospect for better cooperation at a time when it's clear that we Europeans need more reliable partners around the world. These relations have to be developed on the basis of equality and mutual respect, with agendas going beyond trade and investment to include such crucial issues as the fight against climate change, social inequality and the defence of human rights, shared development, the protection of nature and biodiversity, and defence of democratic constitutions, the fight against organised crime, and respect for indigenous peoples, as well as the free self-determination. Lastly, this strengthened relationship must also provide an incentive for greater integration amongst the peoples of Latin America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Gabriel Mato for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisario.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. 2023 has to be the year of agreements, intensifying the relations, making them more profound between the EU and Latin America. Part of that would be ratifying the Mercosur agreement and a number of other agreements as well. Also free trade agreements with Mexico, with Brazil. We need that support, and the support exists from my group. Particularly with the situation that exists, the influence of China and Russia in the region. We don't have the luxury to just sit back and watch the situation develop without our participating effectively and actively. We need greater economic integration between the two blocs. We're speaking about opportunities, and there's something very fundamental here. I hope that the next EU-CELAC summit will pay attention to the issue of human rights and bolstering rule of law and democracy in Latin America. We cannot simply, once again, accept the dictatorial regimes which prevail in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rodriguez Pinheiro, for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Some people always prefer to see the glass half full. I think this is a good opportunity for this. I don't think this will be the last debate of today, but on the first of tomorrow. First time in which we have a new vision for relations between the European Union and Latin America. What doubt can there be that the European Union does need to strengthen its relations with Latin America and the Caribbean so that we can strengthen our model of democracy based on principles and values, which is more important today than ever, as we've just seen in relation to the elections in Brazil. We need to strengthen economic and trade relations on the basis of fair, responsible, sustainable trade, protecting individual rights, and squaring up to the major challenges we face today. The European Union, if it's to address those challenges, needs reliable, faithful partners, and we have them in Latin America. We've been building up bilateral relations with Chile and Mexico, and we need to build on that to have a general strategy for the whole region, encouraging such scarce integration processes as they are, starting with Mercosur, of course. Latin America is a young continent. Yes, I am winding up. We will have a stronger voice if we speak together.
Thank you very much. Mr. Francisco José Milán Mon for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, I agree absolutely with you about the importance of Latin America for the Union. You referred to the agreements with Mexico and Chile. We have to complete those. We cannot lose more time on this particular front. And the call of the government of Lula to fight against climate change, we have to support them there. And also the protectionist approach of a number of European entities and member states has to be dealt with as well. Many of the countries of Latin America have to make considerable efforts on the fundamental rights, human rights, rule of law issues in order to bolster democracy. We cannot forget the importance of human rights in the region and where there are serious problems such as Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And I would like to condemn what took place in Brazil. Constitutional order has to prevail in a country like Brazil, which is one of our major associates as well. And I think this is an issue which ought to be brought up as well in the course of the CELAC summit.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Lopez Isturiz White.
Thank you, President. Of course, we all want better relations with Latin America. Many members from all the political groups have always spoken in favour of that in this House. They've always advocated this partnership. But how can Europe help more? Or what kind of Latin America are we talking about? Are we talking about the Latin America that wants to live in freedom and prosperity? Or the kind of Latin America that's subject to this Bolivarian left with all the governments in the region setting up bloody dictatorships like we have in Nicaragua and Venezuela or Cuba? I condemn what happened in Brazil, as this Parliament does. When is the left in this House going to condemn the bloody regime in Nicaragua, which is torturing monks, women and children? When is it going to condemn Maduro's regime, swapping its silent complicity for oil? And look at Macron's talks with Maduro now. We really need to do some serious thinking about who it is that we Europeans actually want to work together with.
Thank you. We have 2 people under the catch the eye procedure. Madame Cerdas.
Obrigada, Presidente. A relação entre a União Europeia
Thank you, Madam President. Cooperation between Europe and Latin America was based on shared values and heritage. It works both ways. This cooperation between Europe and Latin America should allow us to embrace the strategic importance of upholding our values as we fight totalitarian regimes. We need to strengthen the multilateral system. Latin American countries face a wide range of global challenges, and it's time to acknowledge that.
I give the floor to Madame Marques for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, making the most of the multilateral dimension of the European Union's common foreign security policy must, of necessity, include Latin America as a natural strategic partner. Portugal and Spain, too, ever since they've joined the European Union, on the basis of their bilateral relationships, have made a significant contribution to strengthening that European relationship. I cannot help but remind you that the first EU-Brazil summit meeting was held during the Portuguese presidency of the Council in 2017, when Lula was president. We have 3 key instruments in our relationship: the agreements with Chile, Mexico, and Mercosur. Today, the political context is favourable on that side of the Atlantic. We share the same values. We must not waste this opportunity. We must do everything that is needed to ensure the swift completion of the agreements so that 2023 really is the year of Latin America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the High Representative of the European Union, I give the floor to Commissioner Reinders. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, I would like to thank all members of Parliament who intervened and for the support you expressed for enhancing our regional co-partnership with Latin American and the Caribbean region. We take home the invitation to bring even more reserves, to continue the dialogue, to engage strategically and mobilise resources for the benefit of citizens on both sides of this order transatlantic relationship. One thing is clear: the green and digital transitions will be just and sustainable only if enough countries around the globe join us in this endeavour. And Latin America and the Caribbean region is a natural partner to make this happen. There is a common understanding that we need to advance on the conclusion and ratification of pending agreements. These will open up new areas of cooperation and opportunities for both regions. In the particular case of Mercosur, as mentioned today, the change of dynamics brought by the new Brazil administration brings a window of opportunity that cannot be lost. We need to intensify our bi-regional political dialogue at all levels, and the work the Eurolat Parliamentary Assembly remains key along the way. It is remarkable that the Euro-Latin American Assembly has never ceased its work since its creation 16 years ago, helping to build bridges even in the absence of summits. Indeed, we have a lot of work ahead of us to put relations between our regions in the place they deserve. Let me thank this Parliament for its continued support to achieve this objective. We have a lot of things to do in 2023, but maybe starting from tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. Now we are moving on to the explanations of votes. There is only one person, and it's Mr. Kelly. You have the floor.
Pan poseł?
Are you there? No, I can't see Mr. Kelly. Therefore, I will only tell you that we will resume tomorrow, Wednesday, 18th of January 2023, starting at 9 a.m. The agenda has been published and is available on the European Parliament website. The minutes of this sitting will be submitted to Parliament for its approval tomorrow after the votes. The sitting is closed. Good night.
La présidente.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Sitting is open. Before we move to the main item of this morning, I would like to make an announcement based on the conclusions of the Advisory Committee dealing with harassment complaints between accredited parliamentary assistants and members of the European Parliament, and after taking into account the observations of the member concerned, I have decided to impose a penalty on Monica Silvana Gonzalez pursuant to Rule 10.6 and Rule 176 as a result of her behaviour towards her three accredited parliamentary assistants, which constituted psychological harassment. The penalty consists of, for the first assistant, loss of entitlement to the daily subsistence allowance for a period of 5 days and temporary suspension from participation in Parliament's activity for a period of 5 days. For the second assistant, loss of entitlement to the daily subsistence allowance for a period of 15 days and temporary suspension from participation in Parliament's activities for a period of 15 days. For the third assistant, a loss of entitlement to the daily subsistence allowance for a period of 10 days and a temporary suspension from participation in Parliament's activities for a period of 10 days. The member concerned has been notified of the decision yesterday.